Every problem always has a solution. Simple, convenient, and, of course, wrong. Henry Louis Mencken. Interlude. What did the captain say? Garibaldi sat thoughtfully in his own cabin, leaning back on the sofa. The shadow ship simply turned around and flew away? There were two of them, the Calvados and the White Star. Michael stroked his chin with his fingers, continuing to think out loud. Yes, the numerical superiority, but even so, the shadows could have seriously damaged both ships, or, in the worst case, simply destroyed the transport ship, so as not to let us find out what we found out. Well, the head of security was thinking feverishly. Something about the whole situation with those telepaths in the freezers was bothering him. Perhaps if he had flown with the captain himself, it would have been easier to figure it out, but no one had invited him. What else could he have missed? Who was on the ships? The Minbarian Marcus on the White Star, the captain with his crew, and Bester on the Calvados. The enemy ship had clearly detected their presence. It had emerged in close proximity to the transport, and it simply could not have not noticed them. Something was scratching his brain from the inside. Some vague thought was bothering the man, as if he was somewhere already. Something drove the shadows away, forcing them to retreat. Michael again, involuntarily began to speak out loud, a bad habit that he tried with all his might to get rid of, but which still periodically returned. Where have I seen something like that? Exactly, it suddenly dawned on him. The Book of Gakwan. He had borrowed the sacred Narn text from Ambassador Jakar to read for quite some time. The good-natured Narn had gladly lent him his copy to introduce him to the cultural heritage of his people, asking only that he treat the antique edition of the manuscript with care, and in exchange share with him some of the religious texts of Earth. After sitting over the manuscript, written on some kind of parchment, each copy of the book was rewritten strictly by hand, repeating the text down to the very last blot from an unsuccessful drip of ink. Garibaldi threw it on the far shelf of the closet for 3 days. Reading the text was fascinating, but having to sit with the translator, typing in almost every other word, was tiring. Jakar, of course, grumbled that such texts should be read in the original, for which he should learn the Narn language, but Michael definitely didn't have that much free time, so, reaching for the massive volume, the security guard took it off the shelf and began to feverishly and not very carefully leaf through it, trying to find a vaguely remembered passage. It's hard to look for something you're not entirely sure you've seen before, especially in the semblance of the Bible, and especially in the complete absence of a table of contents or table of contents. Yes! Found it! He nodded with satisfaction, finally scrolling down to a visually familiar combination of hieroglyphs. It seems... so... Translator. Here. Neferix. Thought wanderers? So, and this? Ramox? Destroy? Not quite what I was looking for, but... The man's gaze ran along the lines, picking out words and parts of sentences that were understandable without a dictionary. This would not help him fully comprehend what was written, but he should be able to quickly refresh his memory of the general meaning of a part of the text. And so it happened after 5 minutes of concentrated sniffling, accompanied by periodic references to an electronic translator, Garibaldi froze over the page with an expression of enlightenment on his face. He hadn't dreamed that the Narns had their own telepaths a long time ago. But they were all destroyed by the great enemy 1,000 years ago. Doesn't this remind you of anyone, Mr. Garibaldi? Shadows? Of course they are shadows. But why, since they took on Jekar's homeland, were the telepaths destroyed? No, it is reasonable to assume that what was happening affected far more than just the thought wanderers. But for some reason Jiquan singled out this category of his people among others. What next? Garibaldi squinted, reading the lines written in red ink, and then began typing the text into the translator, trying not to make a mistake. Darkness was coming to our lands. Michael frowned. She screamed in the dreams of the Mindwalkers, and they fell dead, and darkness reigned over Narn, until Jaquan and the remaining Mindwalkers drove it out. Your mother, Garibaldi breathed out in amazement. Could it really be that simple? Garibaldi called Sheridan. I'm listening, the captain replied. Do you have a minute, Captain? I think I figured out something very important about the shadows, and about why that ship didn't fight you. It would be a good idea to consult. Come to my office. Everyone interested is here right now. Great. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Taking the Narn text with him, Garibaldi quickly left the cabin. A satisfied smile was wandering on the face of the security guard. He liked to solve riddles, including those that he had set for himself. The captain's office was unusually crowded. In addition to Sheridan himself, there was Ivanova, Dr. Franklin, Ambassador Delenn, and, what was even more surprising, Bester, who had not yet flown away from the station. When Garibaldi arrived, the latter was just telling the medic something in a very expressive and demanding manner. Mr. Bester, the doctor threw up his hands, even from the point of view of common sense, even if I wave my hand at all the laws and rules, how can I just give you Miss Sanderson? It is impossible to defrost her now. I cannot guarantee her health and the absence of consequences after what was done to her and the other telepaths. You are not her relative or her husband, and everything we know only from your words. And what are you going to do with a huge cryogenic capsule? Dr. Franklin. Gentlemen, noticing Garibaldi entering, Sheridan, who was sitting with a face clearly fed up with the idiocy that was happening, slapped his palm on the table with relief, attracting the attention of the disputants. Let's discuss your problem later. Mr. Garibaldi is already here. Am I at the wrong time? No, Mr. Garibaldi, Alfred sighed. Captain is absolutely right. We will finish our argument later. Especially since, as I understand, you have some important information. Captain? Michael looked doubtfully at the station manager. I think, John sighed, in this case it would be quite useful for Mr. Bester to get acquainted with what you found out. Good, the man nodded. Your story about the flight did not give me any peace. The behavior of the shadows did not fit in my head, so tell me, Ambassador Delenn. He turned to the Minbari. You said that the last time shadows were seen in the galaxy was 1,000 years ago. True, Delenn nodded, looking at Sheridan in surprise. But I don't quite understand. Dr. Franklin, Michael nodded contentedly and turned to the medic. Am I right in saying that at the current moment there is not a single telepath among Ambassador Jakar's relatives? That's true, Stephen frowned. I once tried to understand this phenomenon, because the telepathic gene in one stage or another of development is present in the overwhelming majority of aliens with whom we have dealt. It can be very weak, but there are telepaths among everyone. And among the Narns, he spread his hands. If we analyze their genome, the gene is still present, but it is so weak that I can't even imagine how many generations of selection would be required to produce at least a first-level telepath among them, according to the Corps classification. I found this information in the Book of Gakwan. He lifted the volume with the manuscript. Of course, it would be better to call Gakar here. He would be able to give more detailed explanations. But I think I translated everything correctly. Based on the records, 1,000 years ago, Narn was captured by the ancient enemy, the Great Darkness, and all that. Does this remind you of anything? Shadows? Sheridan raised an eyebrow, and Bester, who had been listening to all this with unflagging attention, frowned. I think so. There are lines here about how they're telepaths, Nefarics, or thought walkers as they called them, died after hearing the cry of darkness in their dreams. And these same thought walkers, those of them who survived, drove the enemy out of the planet with their joint efforts. So, Delenn said slowly, the Narns had telepaths during the last war with the Shadows, and almost all of them were destroyed in that battle, and the gene of those who remained was too weak to produce new Narns with abilities. This is all certainly interesting, and sad for Ambassador Jacquard's kindred, if it comes to that. But I don't understand. Mr. Bester, back then in hyperspace, did you sense the mind of the shadow ship's pilot? If you can call it intelligence. The telepath nodded. I felt a set of emotions, a strange set, to be honest. At the same time blurred, as if the intelligent person was under the influence of some drugs, and very bright, strong. Could he sense your presence in response? Probably. That's the answer. Michael spread his hands. One thing leads to another, and in the end, we have what we have. People built into their ships as components for weapon systems. Telepaths. The ship's escape from the presence of Mr. Bester on board the Calvados. It hasn't been proven yet, Alfred sighed thoughtfully. But it is quite possible. Add to complete the picture the destruction of the Narn telepaths 1,000 years ago, and the zeal with which they, or their followers, Garibaldi added after a short pause, are trying to subjugate the Psi Corps. A telepath can defend against a telepath, Delenn nodded. Perhaps this is how they hope to protect their ships, to make them even more deadly. There was no sadness, Sheridan winced. However, this is our hope. Now we know their weakness. Even if it is so small, it is already an advantage. And I hope, Mr. Bester, the captain gloomily turned his gaze to the telepath, you understand the full value and danger of the information received, if it is true. Even better than yours, Captain Sheridan, Alfred nodded slowly. But, as I said, this is my war now too. For all our differences in the past, for all my disdain for non-telepaths, I cannot help but recognize the threat this enemy poses to all of humanity. I will do everything in my power to ensure the safety of the Earth Commonwealth. I will pass on what you have found out, Mr. Garibaldi. Delenn nodded seriously. To my people, our telepaths will not remain on the sidelines. A letter from Bester could not evoke anything but a satisfied smile. The telepath's behavior coincided with the replicator network's forecast almost completely. However, judging by the information from Babylon 5 surveillance cameras, Alfred preferred to play it safe by contacting, in addition to me, Dr. Franklin directly. His expressive attempts to take the cryogenic capsule with his beloved commanded respect. Not that it had any special meaning for me, but a man's desire to do everything he could for the safety of his woman was still a noble and correct act. Well, perhaps for the pleasant surprise he gave me with his actions and changes in behavior for the better, Mr. Bester will deserve some small bonuses, a vote of confidence, so to speak, and, at the same time, additional motivation to continue the changes in the same vein in which he started them. So, let's nod with a smart look, get up from the couch, and go bring pathos and do good and justice to all those not involved. At the same time as the decision was made, after which I actually even managed to get to my feet and almost gave the command to teleport. Fortunately, the telepath had just returned to his cabin, leaving the station officers to plan plans for using the received data about the weakness of the shadows against telepaths. A signal came through the replicator network about the appearance of an impressive number of shadow ships in the territory of many younger races. There was no information about a direct attack yet, but secretive friends decided to act contrary to common sense? No, I have to give them credit for their common sense. They appeared for exactly 10 seconds at planets in the Narn regime territory. After which, having discovered the pyramidal stations still in their orbits, they evaporated as quickly as they had arrived. It seemed that a subtle hint to Mr. Morden, coupled with a small demonstration in the immediate vicinity of Zadum, were nevertheless convincing enough arguments not to risk even the small probability of a direct clash with the Goa'uld Empire. Other races could not boast of such advantages, and, judging by the data received, the shadows were noticed, at a minimum, in the Brakiri territory. But, considering that I did not set myself the task of controlling the entire territory of the galaxy, I could not say anything about the other younger races. Typically, the shadows did not crawl to the Centauri and Minbari. The first were categorized as conditional subordinates allies, while the second were supervised by the Vorlons. A clash with whom, it seemed, was not in the shadows' plans right now. With a probability of 87.315%, the shadows' actions are aimed at the preventive disunity of the younger races. Corone commented on the obvious. In order to prevent the creation of an allied group. It's obvious. I agree. Although, as for me, such a decision will only push the younger races to unite. The shadows should have either started aggression much earlier or continued to control what was happening from behind the scenes, pitting the participants of the performance against each other.
Perhaps the information available to us is not enough to draw a clear conclusion?
Or, they are just idiots.
Touché. After a short silence, she admitted,
Neka. In any case, this will only serve as an additional reason for a courtesy visit to their teacher.
From Corone, the image of a heavy sigh of resignation and a shake of the head came through the replicator network. But Neka remained silent.
All the same, I would fly to Lorien for tea. His knowledge was too tasty a morsel not to try to get it, and this intelligent one had proven himself adequate enough to be receptive to the arguments of reason and capable of constructive dialogue. However, the attacks of the shadows can wait a little. I still have not signed up to solve all the problems of the locals, and Sheridan has every chance of handling it on his own. So let's return to our telepathic sheep, in the person of Bester and his beloved. The telepath was sitting in his cabin, with a somewhat exhausted look, sipping freshly brewed tea and digesting everything he had heard and done in the last few hours. The blindingly white beam of the Asgard teleport that struck from the ceiling even made him flinch, albeit a little late. Although the cup that fell and broke into small pieces was an excellent addition to the surprise and shock on his face. Lord Baal, where am I? What just happened? Caroline? A shocked Alfred looked around the majestic throne room with wide eyes, decorated in the best traditions of a wild mixture of Goa'uld architecture and the golden palace of the Emperor on Terra, and located on board the Will of the Emperor, still hanging not far from Babylon 5. Seeing the cryogenic capsule with a woman standing a couple of meters away from him, he jerked, trying to take a step towards her, but stopped himself, looking questioningly at me, smiling. Welcome to the Emperor's will, Mr. Bester. I waved my hand around the room.
That ship, your battleship, which is now near the station?
Exactly him. I nod.
But how did I end up here? I was sitting in my cabin, and Caroline, Dr. Franklin refused to give me her capsule because...
I think I can quite easily resolve this small misunderstanding with the doctor. Not letting the telepath finish, I stop him with a wave of my hand. And as for your first question, the answer will be incredibly trivial and simple. I transferred you on board using a teleportation device. Well, you know, instant transportation of matter from point A to point B. And all that. I move my fingers in the air, sincerely enjoying the expression on my interlocutor's face.
Teleportation.
That's it. In any case, Mr. Bester. Slightly squinting, I look at the man with a smile. I suppose that much more than all the technological wonders of this ship, of which, I assure you, there are immeasurably more than you can even imagine. You are interested in the reason for which I transferred you and Miss Sanderson on board, who, for now, I point to the frozen telepath, is not taking part in the conversation.
Yes, Alfred nodded, trying his best to maintain his composure, although even without telepathy it was obvious that it was not easy for him. You said that you could save her, unfreeze her, and cure her of everything the shadows did to her. But I haven't given you the Ironheart findings yet. I'm not even sure that I'll be able to find them. I think a small advance in this situation will help you fulfill your part of the bargain with much greater enthusiasm, Mr. Bester. That is why I invited you here. Well, and also because Miss Sanderson will be much more pleased to see a familiar face when she wakes up. And also so that even an idiot would understand that, with what ease you can fix everything, with the same ease you can return everything to how it was, if not make it even worse. Literally read on Bester's face. But Alfred was, no matter what people thought of him, a well-mannered telepath, and therefore tried to keep such thoughts to himself in every possible way.
However, the game, I know that you know that I know, becomes so wonderful when it is played by well-mannered and polite players, isn't it? Having made sure that Alfred Bester was moved by my words, I gave the command to the teleporter, simultaneously making a completely useless, pompous, but stylish wave of my hand. With a soft screech, a thin beam of light struck from the ceiling, ran around the body of Carolyn Sanderson, and the telepath disappeared, moving into the sarcophagus, which stood nearby, illuminated by the same light. Having promised Bester to cure his woman, I had several options for solving the problem, from surgically removing the implants, with the subsequent use of a sarcophagus, or a handheld healing device, to growing a complete genetic copy of the telepath. Each option had its pros and cons, but ultimately I didn't want to overcomplicate things.
The Asgard beam transfer was quite capable of structurally separating organic and inorganic particles of the teleported object, and therefore the woman appeared in the sarcophagus without any implants implanted in her brain. The device, stolen and improved by the Goa'uld, was quite capable of even bringing a living organism back from the other world, if death had occurred not too long ago. So open head wounds and minor brain damage were not a particular problem for it. Some difficulty could be presented by the mental commands embedded in Caroline's mind for better connection to the ship. But here, too, everything was solved in a simple and elegant way. I just called, Mr. Your mother. The behemoth, radiating superiority and pleasure, appeared in front of Bester from the already familiar beam of light, made the telepath almost jump. The memories of the consequences of their previous communication were very vivid, and the element of surprise could not be discounted.
Jirinx walked around the man frozen like a pillar of salt, looking at him with a malicious glance, and with an imperturbable look sat down near the sarcophagus, staring curiously at the device and waiting for the end of the process. Don't be nervous, Mr. Bester, I smile. As I already told you, Behemoth will no longer climb into your head without consent, and his presence will not be superfluous. This sarcophagus, I point to the device in which Carolyn's body is currently being restored, will restore Miss Sanderson's body to a completely healthy state, but I cannot guarantee the same in terms of her mind. A strong telepath, capable of detecting any deviations in the subject's consciousness, will be very useful. Sorry, Lord Ball. It's just that his appearance was a bit unexpected, and I can check Carolyn's mind myself. After all, I've been communicating with her for quite a long time.
No one is stopping you from doing this. but I'm not yet sure that P12 will be enough for a comprehensive examination, so... I see. Bester's voice clearly tinged with hurt professional pride. But the telepath kept his comments to himself, only turning tensely toward the sarcophagus with the woman. And how long will the process take? I understand correctly that she's in there now, right? There. I nod. I think Miss Sanderson will be completely healthy in... Checking the data from the replicator network. About the progress of the process. I nod again. 4 minutes and 42 seconds. Incredible technology, Alfred sighed. The telepath was generally more silent than usual. He was obviously unnerved by the close proximity to Behemoth, who continued to drill a hole in the healing sarcophagus, with a purely feline curiosity with his gaze. But the very fact of his being on a huge alien spaceship made a much greater impression on him. Although I promised him that the Jirinx would not get into his head, in reality, this only meant the fact that the cat would do it so secretly and subtly that neither the victim nor any of his colleagues in the Corps would even be able to guess that the scanning had taken place. Cynical? Perhaps. But beeline curiosity. What else can you say? Bad, Behemoth, bad. And in general, stop making the poor telepath scratch yourself, I promised. And I don't. Squinting contentedly, Jirinx continued, making one of the most powerful telepaths of the Psi Corps scratch himself behind the ear, completely unaware of it. Besides, what he doesn't remember won't hurt him. Mr. Yes. I suppose so. Sending Behemoth an image of a disapproving shake of the head, I move closer to the sarcophagus. However, I can reassure you, each race has its own path of development. Sooner or later, humanity will reach its heights, and he realizes his true place in the universe, the cat added, continuing to squint contentedly. The place of the Scratchers. If our enemies don't destroy us first, external or internal. You are pessimistic, Mr. Bester, more of a realist. A signal about the completion of the patient's recovery process went through the replicator network, and, simultaneously with the quiet sound of the sarcophagus lid opening, which made Bester fall silent, the Jirinx jumped into the device with a light movement, settling on Carolyn's chest, who had just begun to open her eyes, and, of course, immediately met the gaze of the cat, who was looking at her attentively. Where? The woman stopped mid-sentence, frozen, and the Behemoth scanning data began to flow into the replicator network. The Shadows had indeed seriously worked on their pilots. Or rather, in this particular case, the representatives of the Psi Corps had worked, brainwashing the telepaths, literally prescribing unconditional loyalty and obedience to their new masters. It is even more curious if we remember that, despite some semblance of a collective mind available to the Shadows as a species, and the great psychic power that this collective possessed, the Shadows did not possess telepathy in the literal sense of the word, which is why they were forced to reinvent the wheel. Well, or they simply considered it beneath their dignity to personally participate in something like this. Equally probable options. In any case, what the Corps telepaths had done to the mind of their would-be colleague before the ship's interface was implanted in her brain was not irreversible. Yes, some residual effects might remain, leading to sudden mood swings, rare outbursts of aggression, and so on, but this could be easily managed with medication. The alternative was a very deep intervention into the woman's personality and consciousness, something Bester would never have agreed to. Having completed the scan and erased all foreign inclusions from the woman's brain as best as possible, the Behemoth licked her nose in a completely cat-like manner and, with an unperturbed look, jumped out of the sarcophagus onto the floor, immediately starting to lick himself. Over the replicator network, the Jirinx sent a detailed report on the condition of the patient and the number of bookmarks removed.
Caroline?
Noticing the woman stirring and trying to sit up in the sarcophagus, Bester jumped up to her.
Alfred, what are you doing here? And where the hell am I?
Miss Sanderson,
I draw attention to myself.
you are aboard my ship, located at the moment near the station Babylon 5. Are you familiar with this name?
Yes, Babylon 5. I know this station, of course, but how did I end up here?
The last thing I remember is having dinner in Madrid, and then I think I fell asleep right at the table. No, she frowned. I can't remember. My thoughts are all jumbled up. What's wrong with her? Behemoth freed her from someone else's influence, I turned to the telepath. Some relapses, mood swings, possibly nightmares are possible. But over time, this will fade away. She doesn't remember the latest events? A protective reaction of the body, I spread my hands. Biologically, her brain is completely healthy. But psychologically, this can be corrected, of course. But if I were you, I would wait for the improvement to occur naturally. Even with all the possibilities of the Durinks, it did not risk interfering with her mind on such a subtle level. I understand. Alfred, what do you understand? What's going on? I'll tell you a little later. I have so much to tell you. The main thing is that you are safe now. Lord Bale, thank you. Lord Bale? Caroline turned in my direction in shock. That very ambassador of the Goa'uld? At your service, Miss Sanderson. I give a slight bow with a smile. I think that's how you say it on Earth. They haven't spoken for a long time, Bester grumbled. Lord Ball, I will fulfill my part of the deal. Or at least I will do my best to do so. I assure you. I believe you, Mr. Bester, I answered the telepath with a slight squint. The man wanted to say something else, but a beam of light from the ceiling carried him and Caroline back to Babylon 5. Well, the impulse of pragmatic altruism was satisfied. It was time to return to the role of a pan-galactic troll, mercilessly taking out the brains of those around him. Yes. And also, it is definitely worth thinking about your plans for the near future. If the shadows have become active, very soon what is happening in the galaxy will reach its home stretch, which, as far as I could remember the ending of the original series, has many wonderful discoveries in store for us, especially in the sense of revealing the true face of the Vorlons and the shadows, and the complete discrediting of the former as forces of light, thanks to the efforts of the evil twin brother Kosh, whatever his name was. Kosh. This definitely needs to be thought about. Interlude. Frozen telepaths, secret plans of the shadows, the arrival of Alfred Bester, who suddenly turned out to be a little less of an asshole than he always thought, and who also demonstrated quite human feelings and emotions. It was only the third day since the beginning of this mess, and Sheridan already felt like a squirrel running in a cosmic wheel, without a goal, meaning, or even a hint of a finish line. And after all, he still had his current captain's duties and affairs, diplomatic meetings, although shortened after the break in relations with Earth, the daily routine of Babylon 5, the approval of all sorts of schedules and timetables. No, Ivanova, as his immediate deputy, took on most of the work, but even with her help, there weren't that many of them. John sighed heavily and rubbed his eyes with his fingers, putting aside a stack of reports from the Rangers who were vigorously patrolling the territories of the younger races and collecting information about the situation and the movements of their forces. He always did this work with his own hands, not allowing himself to let things slide even for a second. Captain, Marcus approached the man, the latest messages from Brakiri space. You should take a look at them. Judging by your tone, the captain winced, there's something bad there? I'm afraid so. Ranger Solix suspects that the situation near the Brakiri motherworld will soon become very tense.
Marcus handed the printout to John.
Come on! Yes!
The captain read for a few seconds, periodically turning his gloomy gaze to the star map on the large screen located on the opposite wall, checking the locations of the systems and planets mentioned in the message. It turned out not particularly cheerful. As in many other worlds of the League, over the past month there have been more frequent attacks by pirates and border skirmishes with neighbors, but if you know where to look, the picture looked more joyless.
I would like to be wrong, but I suspect that the calm is ending, and the shadows will strike in the very near future. And I think I know—
Often? Ivanova almost ran into the room equipped for collecting information and tracking events not related to the current work of the station.
What's happened?
Just received word that the shadows have invaded the Brukiri sector. Openly. The defense fleet on the border of their territory has been destroyed. Ships are heading to the mother world. The Brukiri ambassador requests an urgent meeting. In Marcus's eyes, a short, capacious, but thoroughly unprintable word was clearly read, perfectly expressing everything that Sheridan himself was now feeling and thinking. Brukiri, one of the civilizations of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds, almost on the very edge of explored space, far from the most influential race in this part of the galaxy, but open aggression? Tell the ambassador that I will receive him in my office in half an hour. The captain sighed. At least that will take a shower and drink coffee. You should get some sleep, Captain. Ivanova shook her head. After the meeting. If it works out. The man shook his head. Marcus, tell Delenn that I would like to talk to her tomorrow afternoon. Will you do that? Of course, Captain. The Ranger nodded, although these were not his duties. But John's workload was obvious to anyone, and a simple visit to the Minbari and the transmission of a short request, it would be simply stupid to refuse. Thank you. Sighing again, Sheridan grabbed a stack of reports, including the one Susan had brought, and headed towards the exit of the hall. At this particular moment, thoughts of a refreshing shower and a cup of strong black coffee, albeit synthetic, attracted him much more than any and all duties and affairs. Unfortunately, the respite would not be as long as he would like. Only half an hour. Finishing his disgusting and boring, but still invigorating coffee on the go, Sheridan entered his office. To the captain's surprise, they were already waiting for him there. In addition to the Brukiri ambassador, in the second guest chair sat a representative of the Geem race, their former neighbors in space. While waiting for the owner of the office, both aliens quietly talked, obviously discussing some of their own affairs. It was impossible to read the Geim's face. The helmet of his spacesuit interfered, which representatives of this species wore on the station almost constantly, taking off only in the part of the Babylon allocated for them, where the necessary atmosphere was maintained. But the Brukiri was clearly very concerned, and even alarmed. Thank you for agreeing to meet, Captain Sheridan. The Brukiri rose to his feet abruptly, noticing the owner of the office entering. Ambassador Bartrado. John nodded politely to the alien, then turned to the Geim, who had also risen. Ambassador Sheila, I apologize for the wait. You came quickly, Captain Sheridan. The Geim made a series of clicking sounds, causing the translation device on the table in front of him to light up, voicing the spoken phrase in a mechanical voice. We are grateful to you. I have been informed, Sheridan sank into his chair, gesturing for the ambassadors to do the same, that your territory, Ambassador Bartrado, has been attacked. That's right, Captain, the ambassador nodded, holding out the data crystal. Here is a recording from a surviving reconnaissance satellite made before its destruction. The technology of these black ships is far superior to ours. We are simply not able to defend ourselves without outside help. My government has authorized me to ask for help from Earth, from you, Captain Sheridan. Now, Earth has its own problems, John sighed heavily. He clearly and in advance knew why the ambassador was sent to him, but it didn't make things any easier. By declaring the station's independence, We deprived ourselves of military and other support from home, and now, he spread his hands, I have far fewer opportunities to help than I would like.
As sad as it is to admit, we ourselves deprived ourselves of most of the fleet in the war with our neighbors. The game made a sound that his translator either did not recognize or refused to translate. But it was obvious, the far from respectful meaning of this statement. Now, we can't cope on our own. I know this may sound like a joke, John said slowly. But how could you believe that by giving in to the shadows you would be something important to them, and not just another toy? They wanted you to kill each other. And I've tried to convey this truth to you many times. We thought they were acting in our interests. Our government thought. I don't know what exactly the shadows are trying to achieve, Sheridan shook his head. I'm afraid that no one in the galaxy knows this except them, but it's obvious to me that no matter what they do, they are pursuing only their own interests. I understand that it was our mistake, but the ambassador sighed heavily.
We have no one to turn to. And what about you? Sheridan turned to the ambassador of the games. As far as I know, you are the closest neighbors of the Brikiri. And in your region, there are at least 4 more races that can provide assistance. We tried, the Brikiri answered instead of the game. But they all said they would only join if the games joined. And Ambassador Sheila said that the Queens will not interfere in this conflict, the ambassador of the insectoid race said through the translator. But why? We were not attacked, and they may not be. If we help the Brikiri, they will pay attention to us. The life of the Roy is more important than anything. But you understand that sooner or later the shadows will come for you. You can't know that, Captain. But if we stand up for the Brikiri, they will definitely attack. The enemy is very strong. The Queens will not risk the entire swarm. I told you. Let Kizumbartrado spread his hands.
The enemy is too strong. The ambassador of the game spoke up again. The Queens will enter the war if you show that you are equally strong. Can you win, Captain Sheridan? Are your forces equal? A tense silence fell over the room. The question was difficult. The only thing that came to Sheridan's mind was to contact Delenn and send the White Stars. But there were catastrophically few ships. He didn't know how few. The Minbari had only let it slip that his ship was only the first of a whole line of new ships, but he didn't know the exact number. But this meant an open entry into the war with the shadows. He was sure that their ship had been remembered after the capture of the transport, which meant that this time they would be ready, and this would put everything at risk. I ask you to contact your government again, John sighed. Try to convince the Queens to help the Brikiri, at least nominally, so that other races will join the fight.
If it does not lead to victory, then at least it will save their people from destruction.
Ambassador Bartrado, I will do everything in my power to help your people. We have practically no resources, certainly not for a full-scale war. But I will do everything I can. I can't say that this is the answer we were hoping for, the Brikiri shook his head. But we understand you too. I will wait for happy news from you, Captain Sheridan. I only hope that it will not come too late for us, and that there will be someone to listen to it. The alien spread his arms, rose to his feet, and bowing briefly, slightly hunched over, headed for the exit of the office. Game, grabbing the translator, silently followed, leaving the captain alone. A short business meeting. Sheridan sighed, sitting down at his desk and wearily propping his cheek up with his fist. Options. He needed at least some options. For now, he saw only one. Get into a fighter, go into hyperspace, and, turning off the navigation system, squeeze everything out of the accelerators, getting lost in degenerate space. Suicidal thoughts are a great way to end a working day. With a twitch in his cheek, John finished the last sip of his now cold coffee, and leaving the cup on the edge of the table, slowly trudged to his cabin. He could definitely use a few hours of sleep. If he continued to rape his body, thoughts could very quickly become actions,
and going down in history as the first Babylon 5 commander to commit suicide on the job would be the saddest and most joyless end to his career as an officer. Chapter 75. Conviction. It is not the strength of the body that is important, but the strength of the spirit. J.R.R. Tolkien. Interlude. Bester's face was frozen, in an expression that was unusual for anyone familiar with the man. A mixture of tenderness and doomed determination. He looked at Carolyn, who was sleeping restlessly in thought. The first wave of shock had subsided. And now, having settled into the passenger compartment of a transport ship flying to one of the distant Earth colonies, he could more soberly comprehend the recent events. The ease with which Lord Ball had healed his beloved spoke volumes about how easily, if necessary, this sentient being could simply, and without fuss, destroy both her, returning everything to its original state, and himself. And that's without even trying to think about all the possibilities of the technologies available to him. Hell, teleportation alone opened up such possibilities that Alfred involuntarily shuddered. A picture of a nuclear bomb being transported directly to the right place, to any of the planets or space stations, suddenly appeared in the telepath's head, bypassing all defense systems, without the need for a landing party to break through, bypass the orbital defense network. And this was using completely, quote, civilian technology. What would military technologies be capable of then? The Goa'uld are a terrible enemy, if they are made to be one, and Bester would do everything in his power to ensure that this never happened. And it wasn't just that he was afraid of Bell. No, he was sincerely grateful to him, although many, he was sure, did not believe in the very possibility of him experiencing such feelings. Not only did the Goa'uld ambassador return Caroline to him, freeing her from alien implants and most of the psychic bookmarks, Bale somehow resolved the issue with Dr. Franklin and provided him with 2 tickets from the station, although Alfred was afraid until the last second that they would be accepted at customs, and he would have a long and difficult conversation with Mr. Garibaldi and Captain Sheridan. But no. And even his fighter was somehow miraculously attached to the external cargo sling of the transport, although usually the owners of such ships preferred not to take obviously military cargo. However, all these thoughts only distracted him from the main problem and task. He needed to hide Caroline somewhere where the Corps or the Shadows could not reach her. And then, find out what happened to the records of Ironheart's creation. The fugitive telepath covered his tracks well, running away from the lab. But Lord Ball was right in some ways, claiming that such information was never stored in a single copy. Something, even if not everything, had to be preserved, and he would try to find out what and where exactly. The first part of the plan was perhaps not so complicated. The telepath took a metal bracelet out of his pocket, thoughtfully turning it between his fingers and reading the engraved data of the runaway telepath. He had access to the Corps database and therefore, theoretically, he could change Carolyn's data. However, he suspected that since she had ended up on that ship, the woman should already be listed as dead or missing in action in the card index. And then he had 2 options: to concoct a new identity for her, retroactively entering the data into the files and arranging for her to be a regular telepath at some more provincial station, or simply hide her, conceal her under false documents among ordinary people. Both options were good and bad at the same time. The Corps rarely paid close attention to all of its telepaths, especially if they were nothing special in the base. In this case, the position of a full-time telepath at a trading station somewhere on the border of the Earth Commonwealth territories was a profitable and calm choice. Most often such telepaths carried out superficial scanning, making sure the parties were honest when concluding deals. But, As Bester's experience told him, even at remote sites, Psi policemen could appear, and this meant involuntary attention and an unscheduled check of the personnel. Trying to pretend to be a non-telepath, although it reduced the potential attention of the Corps to the woman, Alfred could teach her to hide her mind, and Caroline's strength would be quite enough for this. But at the same time, it meant constant vigilance and underground existence. Despite the fact that in reality the Psi Corps was not the invincible force and all-knowing organization that they tried to present it to the public, one accidental mistake in the presence of another telepath would be enough for them to come for her again. Perhaps she should decide for herself here and only help Alfred's case in its implementation. The telepath sighed. How he wanted to send everything far away. Buy a house in a cozy corner of Earth, or one of the colonies and just live for his own pleasure. Alfred? The woman called out to him as she woke up. Yes, Carrie? Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, the telepath turned to his companion, putting her bracelet back in his pocket. Carrie? No one has called me that for a long time. I'm sorry it happened, Alfred sighed. Even though you should have accepted my offer and joined the Corps, I still had to keep an eye on you. You're an idiot, she nudged the man with her shoulder. In any case, we still have 9 hours to fly, and you promised to tell me everything. What happened to me? How did you find me? What does the Gold Ambassador have to do with all this?
Are you sure now is the right time?
What, no? Caroline twitched her cheek.
Alfred, I'm not blind and not such a fool as I sometimes want and can pretend to be. And the fact that I woke up on an alien ship in the company of you, whom I haven't seen for a long time, and an alien ambassador, about whom in the Commonwealth space only some farmer from a shabby agricultural colony doesn't know. And also that 5 meters away there was an easily recognizable antibiotic capsule. I don't remember the last events, although something inside tells me that nothing good happened there, but I haven't forgotten how to think.
Okay.
Bester exhaled. I don't know everything that happened to you since our last meeting. Despite all the attempts to find you, I was very skillfully led astray.
I knew that something was wrong in the Corps, but until the last moment, until an old friend contacted me, I did not suspect how bad it was. It was thanks to Carl that I found you and 100 other telepaths.
So many.
Dr. Franklin said that there were 119 of you there, all frozen. Bester hesitated for a moment. I don't know exactly why and where you were transported, but it was unlikely to be a trip to a resort.
And you still haven't learned to lie, Alfred.
Caroline shook her head. However, right now, this is enough for me. So, you found me. What does Ambassador Ball have to do with it?
Lord Ball.
The telepath involuntarily corrected the woman, causing her to chuckle skeptically.
All the telepaths on that transport had some kind of implants in their brains. Dr. Franklin doubted that he would be able to quickly figure out what they were. So,
implants. The woman's face trembled, distorted for a moment in agony before her eyes. Like a flash, a vague but all the more frightening vision memory arose. The trembling faces of aliens bending over her with surgical instruments in their hands. A feeling of fear and pain. They. The disgusting crunch of a skull being drilled, turning into a wet sound of tearing tissue, ringing in her ears, and a whisper, rising from the very periphery of consciousness, becoming louder and more insistent, demanding, ordering. Carrie? Caroline? Concerned, Bester turned to the woman, wrapping both arms around her shoulders. The woman's gaze focused with difficulty on Alfred, who was shaking her. For a second she jerked, clearly about to scream in horror, but immediately went limp, breathing rapidly. For 10 long seconds, The man peered into Carolyn's pale face, torn between the desire to scan her, to understand what was happening, and perhaps to help her cope with the painful memories that had clearly surfaced. But the next moment she opened her eyes, smiling weakly at her companion. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to happen like this. I'm fine." "Memories?" Bester asked dully. And, although the flash was very brief, for some reason I don't want to remember everything else. "Lord Baal said that your memory will return to you over time, that this is a temporary protective effect of consciousness, protecting you from traumatic." "Are you sure he's an ambassador and not a psychotherapist?" The woman grinned crookedly, causing the telepath to grimace in response. "Let's move on. Next. Are you sure?" "Yes," she nodded, "before I change my mind." "Well, actually there's not much to tell. To tell the truth." "Lord Baal transferred your capsule to his ship, placed you in that sarcophagus," Bester shrugged. "And then somehow, you were already completely healthy. Only that cat, the Hemoth, checked your mind and cleaned out everything alien." "A cat? Yes, I remember some animal. Wait, a cat? A telepathic cat? Is that even possible?" "Considering that it wasn't just you who saw it, but Alfred involuntarily shuddered from the memories of the consequences of communicating with the Jerinks. Even felt its power on themselves. It seems that such things happen. I can't believe it. Neither could I, until I found myself scratching him behind the ear. The entire time I was talking to the ambassador, without my knowledge." For a second the woman was silent, staring in amazement at the confused Psi Corps, and then she laughed quietly, but loudly. Alfred Bester, scratching an alien cat behind the ear. Under telepathic suggestion. This picture looked so surreal that it was almost impossible to believe in it. But it seemed that her companion was not lying, and this only added zest to what was happening.
Okay, so what are we going to do now?
"That's up to you to decide," Bester sighed. "We're flying to Isaac's 14 now, a remote colony with a more or less developed infrastructure. There we'll see what can be done with your documents. I have a couple of debtors in those parts."
Yes.
Londo nodded contentedly, looking at himself in the mirror.
Everything is fine. Just take it off a little bit at the waist, and it will be absolutely wonderful. Yes, Ambassador Malari.
The tailor nodded, removing the blank for a new dress uniform from the Centauri's shoulders.
Anything else?
I think we can use the fabric you suggested last time for the lining. It will look better.
We'll do it. Everything will be ready in 3 days. I'll invite you to the final fitting.
Wonderful. Malari watched the tailor as he gathered his things, picked up a tall glass of cocktail from the table, and sipped the refreshing drink with pleasure. The ambassador's eyes occasionally wandered to the gilded watch on the table. Veer should soon be returning to the station with Adira. While he was busy adjusting his suit, the terminal had already signaled that the transport ship he needed had arrived in the Babylon 5 system. All that was left was to wait for the station personnel to take him to the designated dock and assign him a passage number for disembarkation. He would have just enough time to change and walk there from his cabin. Londo threw on his jacket, glanced in the mirror, convinced that he was as beautiful as ever, and, picking up a bouquet of Adira's favorite flowers, star lace, from the vase, he left the cabin with a smile. He felt an unprecedented emotional upsurge, perhaps for the first time in the last month. He did not feel the oppressive feeling of the events happening around him. Even the preparatory chores before her arrival, which he would have undoubtedly dumped on Veer before, did not cause him any problems. The ambassador even booked the most expensive suite on Babylon 5 himself, ordering delicacies and elite alcohol to be delivered to it. It was unusual, but he managed. Yes. Ambassador Malari, nodded the security officer standing at the customs terminal, waiting for the first of the passengers. Yes, yes. Good afternoon. Malari smiled. Has the transport Lenari arrived yet? Yes. The man glanced quickly at the small screen. They're just bringing up a transport hose to it. I think the first passengers will show up in a couple of minutes. Please step aside a little, or you'll get trampled.
I'll stand here. Londo moved slightly to the side, to one of the metal beams, so as to keep the passage in sight. He wanted to see the guest first. Finally, the first passenger appeared in the aisle, and the ambassador began to peer impatiently at the stream of people and aliens flowing toward the customs officer. 2 Drazi. Several people. A Centauri man and woman unknown to Malari, clearly a married couple. More people. Where? Well. Londo! The familiar voice of Vir Kato made the ambassador start and turn his gaze to the middle of the line. Yes, there stood his attaché, attracting attention with the waves of his hand, and next to the Centauri. Yes. Next to Vir, he saw a graceful female figure, draped in a seemingly weightless silver cape, with a hood thrown over her shaved head. Adira Tiri even from afar, even under the hood, but he would always recognize that chiseled neck, the contours of her lips, now curved in a slight smile. The minutes before their turn arrived dragged on painfully long. Fear! A wide and, as it seemed to him, incredibly stupid smile involuntarily crawled onto Malari's face. You finally arrived! Adira, the light of my whole life! The ambassador opened his arms to meet the Centaurian who stepped towards him, trying to hug her and hand her a sparkling bouquet at the same time. Londo, I'm so glad to see you again. Did you send Vir to meet me? It was completely unnecessary, but he brightened up the flight with a friendly chat. The girl, obviously also happy about their meeting, chattered sweetly, sharing news and emotions, and Malari turned his gaze to the unusually serious attaché. Something had clearly happened during the flight that had alerted his assistant, but which the girl either did not know about or did not pay special attention to. Londo nodded seriously to Vir, showing that he understood his unspoken hint, and, taking Adira, who had buried her face in a bouquet, by the arm, walked down the corridor towards the elevators. I booked the best room for us, my dear, Malari smiled, leaning towards his companion's ear. But I need to get myself in order after the flight. There is everything you could possibly need there, I assure you. Well, in that case, you'll have to wait for me, Ambassador. Adira laughed, managing to make a semblance of a curtsy on the go, causing a wave of goosebumps somewhere inside Malari. I've been waiting for you all this time. I can wait another half hour, my dear. I'll just leave a few instructions for the irreplaceable Vir, so that no one and nothing distracts us from each other. The rest of the way to the suite Malari had reserved was spent in the meaningless, joyful chatter of the girl and the satisfied assent of the ambassador, who every now and then caught Vir's serious gaze waiting for an opportunity to talk. Finally, when Adira slipped inside the cabin, began to look at the furnishings of the room decorated especially for her with an enthusiastic look, and then disappeared into the bathroom, winking at the happily smiling Londo, Malari turned to Vir, who sighed with relief. Tell me. You were right, Londo. The attaché lowered his voice and leaned forward. I met her at the Sator 12 station as you ordered and told her that you sent me to keep her company so that she wouldn't get bored on the way to the station. Well done, Vir. The ambassador nodded. Yes. At first everything was fine, not the most comfortable transport, but now, given the difficult situation... Vir, get to the point, please. Ah, yes. The Centauri nodded. No one tried to harm her as you feared, but I did notice a few sentient ones that caught my eye too often nearby. Well, everything is as you taught me. Who was it?
Centauri? Malari frowned. 2 humans and 2 Centaurians, nodded the attaché. I'm not sure about one of them. I've only seen him once, but he could have just watched from the side. Yes. You say they often caught your eye. Yes, he nodded. Once, as if by accident, we bumped into the waiter who was bringing us lunch. Luckily, he dropped the tray, so we had to order again, but Veer cast a quick and slightly embarrassed glance at the closed door to the bathroom, from behind which the quiet but very contented humming of a girl was heard. I quietly took a cake with me. Conduct a poison analysis, the ambassador nodded. That's what I was planning. And Londo. Veer scratched his chin doubtfully. I'm not sure, but I think I saw one of the Centauri at home, in the palace. I see. Malari narrowed his eyes. Try requesting a passenger list. If necessary, use my access. The data on the Centauri will be reported. Let's check who it was. I will, nodded Kodo. Be careful, Londo. I don't think you and Lady Tiri will be in any danger at the hotel. The place is proven and respectable. But I'll be there, Ver. Let me know when you find out anything. Well, he grinned. Not earlier than in about 5 hours. Well, you understand. Certainly. The door closed behind Ver and Malari, shaking himself and driving away unnecessary thoughts. Smoothly took off his jacket, casually throwing it on the back of the chair. Ver will figure everything out, but for now, you need to be able to switch. Dr. Franklin's thoughtful and slightly doubtful gaze could be seen and felt from the opposite end of the Zocalo. Perhaps the medic was going to visit me, but upon seeing me among the stalls of the shopping section of this sector of the station, he abruptly stopped at the wall, absent-mindedly waving away one of the vendors, who thought his stop was an interest in some souvenirs. Good afternoon, Dr. Franklin. I approached the medic with a smile, who seemed to have lost sight of me in the crowd, which is why my call made him flinch. Decided to rest and take a walk? Guff! Lord Ball. Good afternoon. Yes, Stephen sighed, shaking his head. Yes and no. To tell you the truth, I was going to come and talk to you. I'm all ears, Doctor. I smile, gesturing for him to follow me and slowly moving on between the stalls. I hope you won't mind a little walk? Franklin nodded and followed, although he was in no hurry to start a conversation. The man was clearly gathering his thoughts, as if trying to decide whether to ask or say what he wanted. However, the topic of conversation was almost obvious. 118 frozen telepaths, carefully stacked in one of the station's warehouses. The disappearance of the capsule with Bester's woman had not gone unnoticed by his assistant. But to my surprise, having received a message about it from the obviously shocked woman, the doctor did not report what had happened to the captain or raise any other fuss.
Tell me, Lord Ball.
Stephen began at last.
You have already demonstrated that Dr. Ishimura informed me.
Doctor. I sigh, stopping at the counter with souvenir figurines. Allow me to make your task easier. I believe you were going to tell me that you believe me responsible for the disappearance of one of the cryogenic capsules located in storage room number X114 and containing a frozen telepath named Carolyn Sanderson, number 893M5, who, quite by chance, was the subject of increased romantic interest of a member of the Psi Corps, Alfred Bester, who, if I'm not mistaken, I chuckle, left Babylon 5 and is now approaching one of the remote colonies of the Earth Commonwealth. Franklin froze, pretending to be a pillar of salt, and could only nod slowly. This is the first time I've heard of this, I say, tilting my head slightly to the shoulder and spreading my arms, smiling slyly. But you just... Okay, I stopped the medic with a wave of my hand. It was just a joke. I couldn't resist. But you should have seen your face. Lord Bale, if it makes you feel any better, the capsule is already back in its place. Accountable property, a battle trophy. I understand.
No! Lord Ball, you've confused me.
In that case,
You actually pulled this woman out of the capsule and cured her of all the consequences of what was done to them.
the universe is rich in miracles, I say, throwing up my hands again.
I'm not sure I should ask this, but
Stephen closed his eyes for a moment, massaging the bridge of his nose with his fingers. Yes, I can cure them all in the same way, dropping the joking tone. I look at the medic with an attentive and intent gaze. I suppose to return their minds to normal, you will need a strong telepath, or large supplies of cream, to convince Behemoth to work instead. But if I were you, I would think about another aspect of this problem.
a hippopotamus? Your telepathic cat?
Stephen nodded thoughtfully. Yes, I understand. I think we can find the right...
Ugh,
The doctor shook his head.
another aspect of the problem? What are you talking about?
I suppose Captain Sheridan won't be too pleased about 118 runaway and most likely untrained telepaths suddenly showing up on Babylon 5. Franklin blinked, looking deep in thought. No, it wasn't as bad as I'd described it. Most of the telepaths on that transport, as Bester had mentioned, had come from re-education centers, meaning they'd received at least some basic training to reduce their danger to society. But that didn't change the rest of my point. 100 brainpeckers, with no regard for the Corps or the social rules it espoused, were not the best neighbors. Then again, 100 telepaths who were grateful to the station captain for saving them, and equally disrespectful to Earth, which had essentially handed them over to aliens for experimentation. That was a formidable force to be reckoned with. I admit, the doctor said slowly. I haven't looked at the situation from that point of view. At least, not yet. I have to agree with you that, although it disgusts me, right now defrosting all these unfortunates could cause more problems than good. At least until we decide what to do with them next.
A wise decision, Doctor.
But I can turn to you with a request for help in the future.
I suppose if it comes to that, I see no reason for an absolute refusal.
Thank you. And, Lord Ball, may I ask one more question?
Doctor?
Why?
Why what?
Why did you help Bester?
How nice to see that no one believes in your altruism. Corone will be happy. Stephen was clearly embarrassed. Nothing, Doctor, I smile. I think Mr. Bester shouldn't know about this, but, in fact, it was a peculiar way of apologizing.
Apologies.
Some time ago, he had the opportunity to, communicate closely with Behemoth. I suppose the consequences of interaction with a Psi telepath unknown to the Corps, who was also an intelligent animal, were not the most pleasant for him.
Paranoia, so to speak. Oh, a mixture of understanding and sympathy appeared in the eyes of Stephen, who was clearly familiar with the general rules and traditions of the Corps. So, a small act of altruism was very welcome, especially since it required so little effort from me. And at the same time, you have acquired a personal debtor in him, was clearly written on the doctor's face. But Dr. Franklin was a well-mannered, reasonable man, and so he remained silent, only nodding thoughtfully, so that what he thought remained only his property. In any case, the man stood next to me for another 10 seconds, absent-mindedly sorting through the souvenirs on the counter near which we stopped, and then bowed briefly, and, without saying goodbye, went towards the elevators. Interlude. You look tired, Captain. Delenn looked worriedly into the man's face, finding him in the tactical room reading the latest reports.
I know.
The man sighed, raising his head and smiling at the Minbari.
I know.
Even though I forced myself to sleep for 5 hours, it didn't solve the overall problem. And I can't just sit back while all this is happening around me. New reports? The ambassador sat down on the next chair. Yes, I had a meeting with the Brakiri and the Geems. The first shadows have already attacked the territory, and now... He demonstratively picked up the printout from the table. The Rangers have reported several more attacks, and these reports make no sense. What do you mean? They attack the territories of League worlds. They strike here and there, destroy a couple of stations or knock out a defensive fleet, and then disappear again. He threw up his hands. They do not seize territory. They do not even go as far as genocide. There is no sense in this. Absurd. That's exactly what they did 1,000 years ago.
Everyone is tense. No one knows where and when to expect a new attack. Fear, ignorance. Their weapons are on par with ships and cannons.
There has to be some goal.
The woman shook her head in response. The only hope for all of us to survive what's happening is to unite the League, the Narns, the Minbari, everyone we can to create a single alliance against the enemy. And there's no way in hell we'll succeed. Sheridan jumped up from his chair and began to pace the room. Delenn watched him sympathetically, but remained silent, letting the captain speak. John felt cornered. Okay. He himself couldn't help the Brakiri or the Drazi, who had suffered from the Shadow's attack just recently, but the other members of the League of Non-Aligned Worlds seemed to be pretending that nothing was happening around them.
And that was exactly what the Shadows were trying to achieve. They weren't attacking everyone, but every other one, creating the appearance of safety for individual opponents, pretending that they didn't care about them. And the naive governments were happy to take the bait. And something else is worse. Sheridan stopped and looked sadly at the Minbari. What then? I lie to everyone. I lie to the League members. I lie to Narn. I lie even to myself. Read the reports, Delenn. He pushed a stack of printouts towards the woman. Yes, I have ideas. I have some, very small. Resources. We can snap back. Do something. Somewhere. But the further we go, the more we have to admit that we are not able to cope with their ships. Not in a full-scale battle. Calvados and White Star can recapture one system, yes. He nodded. If we're lucky. But after that, we will no longer have these two ships. They will simply be destroyed, without uniting the League. He waved his hand sadly. But I only need one victory. One demonstration that everything is not in vain. Then give them this victory. Delenn looked seriously at the captain. Give it to me. Just like that? It's that simple, the woman nodded. But how can we do this if you have everything you need, Captain? You just need to see it and make a decision. And I thought that only Kosh likes to speak in riddles. Sheridan looked up at Delenn, understanding dawning. That was an idea. Who could take on the Shadows, an ancient and powerful race? Only another race as ancient and powerful. And the only one he knew of that was the Vorlon. Well, to be fair, there was Lord Bale, who had already threatened the Shadows with war for any aggression against the Goa'uld and seemed to have no regard for them or the Vorlons, but... No. Kosh first. Now if he refused, then, no. Kosh first. Yes. Thank you, Delenn. I think I know what to do now. The ambassador bowed her head with a smile, watching the captain as he almost ran out of the hall. When intelligent beings know what they need, it can't help but please. It means they are following their destiny. Well, or they are simply doing crazy things, but the Minbari ambassador usually believed in the best. Captain Sheridan was clearly not crazy. Almost running into the elevator, John sent it to the passage to the embassy sector, only then wondering if Ambassador Kosh was in his quarters now. Fortunately, this was solved in a fairly simple way. Firstly, the Vorlon really did spend most of his time in his cabin, occasionally appearing in the Zocalo or in the park, and secondly, a short query to the station's control room, and Ivanova confirmed that the computer had detected the Vorlon Empire ambassador entering his cabin half an hour ago. Having thanked Susan, the captain exhaled, calming his heartbeat and collecting his thoughts.
If he wanted to persuade Kosh to take military action against the shadows, he would need all his eloquence. Intuition told the man that the ancient alien would dig in his heels with his missing horn, though maybe not missing since no one had ever seen him without a spacesuit in his natural form, and would drive his interlocutor crazy until the very end, speaking in riddles and metaphors. Ambassador Kosh, I was just looking for you. Sheridan was just about to exit the elevator at the right level when he ran into a Vorlon walking down the corridor towards him. Okay? Narrowing his eyepiece, the alien stopped, seemingly even taking a step back. We all need your help. You know that the shadows have started attacking the League of Non-Aligned Worlds? They are disunited. No one is ready to stand up for their neighbors, and they themselves cannot stand against such an enemy. They are simply not ready to fight if they have no hope of victory. That is why I was looking for you.
For what?
You are the oldest of civilizations. Your technology is not inferior to the technology of the shadows. You can be the ray of hope that everyone needs. If you could convince your relatives to join the battle, attack the shadows, fight off several attacks— No. The Vorlon's voice, even through the mechanical intonations of the vocabulator, was filled with discontent. I understand that you cannot win this war for us. The entire fleet of shadows, all their forces, you cannot defeat. But if you won at least one duel, showed that this is possible, in principle, you can win, right? Perhaps, Kosh answered after a long silence, turning away and heading back to his cabin. But there are too few of us. We are not ready. For now, fight on your own. What? What the hell? Don't turn your back on me. Shocked by such unprecedented impudence, Sheridan caught up with the Vorlon ambassador in 2 wide strides, standing right in front of him.
Kind enough to respect your interlocutor. What the hell, Ambassador? For 3 years in a row, you've been walking around the station, pulling everyone's strings, letting loose your philosophical maxims. You've declared a higher goal, the cause of light, the fight against the shadows, and you haven't lifted a finger. Where is your vaunted power of the Vorlon Empire? Show what you're capable of. Kosh's eye shrank almost to a point, and John felt a vague and very unpleasant feeling somewhere inside, as if he was now being examined by an evil and extremely dissatisfied with his existence beast, thinking about whether to rush forward. But the captain could no longer be stopped. The tension of the last few days had exceeded all his reserves of patience and self-control. Ostap was carried away, as they used to say on Earth several centuries ago. You have a saying, truth is a blade with 3 edges, and we have an idiom, don't try to fool me. Rude. Having walked around the man, Kosh tried to move further down the corridor. Rude? And there are no other methods left? The captain caught up with the Vorlon again. I will not leave until you give me a normal answer. Either consent or a reasoned refusal. Without your favorite philosophizing and riddles. Enough of this crap. Bravo, Captain Sheridan. Bravo! Lord Ball came out from around the corner of the corridor, demonstratively applauding the man's words, smiling broadly. Kosh's eye narrowed to a point, and Sheridan felt a buildup of some kind of energy, as if he were standing not in the middle of a corridor, but near faulty, sparking wiring. Ambassador! Ambassador! Ball shook his head sarcastically. Where is your upbringing and manners? Besides, the captain's behavior was a completely natural result. I did not say this directly, hoping that you would be able to realize the truth on your own, but the Gua'uld spread his hands, sympathetically shaking his head. Lord Bale? Feeling extremely unpleasant goosebumps running down his spine,
John looked at the ambassador in bewilderment. What are you talking about? Just about what seemed obvious to me, Captain. About the fact that pathos and excessive secrecy are, of course, good. The Gua'uld smiled slyly. But sometimes it is worth discarding the chaff and learning to convey important information to your allies openly, without omissions. Ambassador Kosh's vocabulator made a strange, untranslatable sound, and for a moment Sheridan thought the Vorlon would have a stroke from indignation, if such a thing were even possible for a member of his species. But who could say they understood Ambassador Kosh's physiology? This doesn't concern you, Kosh finally said, turning to Bale. Go away. Oh no! I think Lord Bale is right. Having noticed a slight change in the atmosphere in the corridor, John decided to put the squeeze on his interlocutor. Enough of the omissions. Just tell me straight out that you don't give a damn about all of us, about the attacks of the shadows, about the deaths of hundreds and thousands of intelligent beings. You only think about some of your own high matters. The next second, the ambassador's eye opened wider, shining with a familiar green light, and John felt an unknown force lift him into the air and press him against the wall, press so hard that he could barely breathe. Bale, who was standing next to him, seemed completely unsurprised by such an act. He only shook his head with obvious disappointment on his face and sighed. Ambassador Kosh, I can understand your desire to kill the annoying captain, but it will not bring any benefit. You will only lose one of the intelligent beings who share your views. You kill me? Feeling his eyelid twitch, the captain forced out an angry snort. Hell no, Lord Bale. Even if he tears my head off, I won't die until I get answers. I'm already up my ass up to my nostrils. I broke with my homeland. Every day I sift through reports of attacks on half of this fucking galaxy. I won't rest until I see his fellow tribesmen. Sheridan shook his head, feeling the invisible hand loosen its grip a little. Finally start moving. It's still early, came from Kosh. Too early. And who decides when it's time? You? Do you think it's that simple? No way. You literally drove me into a corner, forced me to accept the challenge. So now it's too late to back down. Ambassador Kosh. John almost spat out the last words. If you want me to fight, for us to fight, we will fight. But fight the way I say. No. No? Under the interested gaze of Baal, who leaned his shoulder against the wall and followed the course of the conversation with unflagging curiosity, Sheridan grimaced contemptuously. Then kill me right here, because I have nothing left to lose. And the galaxy has nothing left to lose. You dragged us into this shit. Dozens and hundreds of intelligent beings die every minute. Isn't that enough for you? Do you want more? So kill me and be done with it. You'll finally get your perverted sadistic orgasm and I'll get some sleep. Kosh silently glared at Sheridan, who was seething with anger, with his one eye. Baal was silent too, thoughtfully shifting his gaze from the captain to the ambassador and back, waiting for the latter's answer. The pause dragged on. Finally, with a sound more like a heavy, doom sigh, Kosh bowed his head, and John felt that the unknown force that had held him, pressed against the wall until now, had disappeared. Okay, I will fulfill your request, Captain Sheridan. There was melancholy in Kosh's voice, even through the vocabulator. Perhaps it will be right. Perhaps not. But everything in the world has its price. And my help will have one, although we will both pay for it. Now go away. Something in the intonation of the Vorlon, who had given an unusually long and unusually verbose reply, made Sheridan swallow the new caustic comments that were bursting from his tongue. The captain only bowed his head silently, turning away from the ambassador.
Having already turned and walked towards the elevator, the man heard a quiet, "Well, after all that you have heard, Ambassador Kosh, I suppose you will also be very interested in a conversation with me," from Bale, and a melancholy groaning sound from the Vorlon. Feeling a vindictive satisfaction from the understanding that it seemed that he was not the only one who would have a hard day, John entered the elevator and, breathing a sigh of relief, pressed the level button. He still had things to do, although, with much greater pleasure, he would have simply gone to the nearest pub. Chapter 76. Motivation. 4,022 people were saved. Cal. Doctor Who. Interlude. If Ambassador Kosh Naranek were not a representative of a highly developed civilization in the biological and other senses, having rejected the problems and urges of the mortal flesh, he would very much want to drink himself into oblivion and crawl off to his own cabin to come to his senses. For a few days. Or, better yet, a week. I mean, he wanted to do this now, but he was simply unable to do it. Having reached the level of pure energy beings, it became very problematic for the Vorlons to get shit themselves to the point of non-standing with anything. No, there were still purely conceptual methods, but Kosh had neither the time nor the opportunity to fly to the nearest black hole to allow its gravitational field and accompanying physical effects to wrap his consciousness in a knot, giving him the opportunity to disconnect from reality, at least for a little while. The conversation with Lord Baal, from which he failed to merge technically, brought Naranek a huge number of topics for reflection and to state, the closest to which was the human phrase, a splitting head. The alien, who was increasingly interfering in what was happening in the galaxy, understood and knew much more than could be expected from him. But, at the same time, it was simply impossible to calculate him. Neither the ambassador's rich life experience nor his monstrous, by the standards of any organic species, telepathic power, helped. Baal simply was, and he did what he wanted, without taking into account anyone around him. And the most depressing fact was that nothing could be done about it. Even the brilliant plan of his relatives to send the gates to the third space, to Lord Baal's territory, did not help, despite the general belief that they were not the lost creators, but were under careful and constant control. No, they sent the gates, of course, and Lord Baal even opened them, letting into this world the creatures in the battle with whom the Vorlons themselves preferred to retreat, pretending that there had never been any gates, and in general, these were all myths and legends. But then, everything went completely wrong, and in the wrong direction. At least, at the moment when the Goa'uld ambassador thanked Kosh for the gift, but asked him to refrain from such ambiguous actions next time. The Vorlon, for the first time in his life, felt uncomfortable next to a representative of what might seem to be a younger species. Anyway, the eye of the ambassador's spacesuit narrowed, reflecting his mood. Captain Sheridan had finally persuaded him to directly intervene in the situation. No matter how untimely it was, no matter how much his kind tried to avoid direct confrontation with the shadows, the man had managed to convince the Vorlon that the situation needed to be resolved somehow. And resolved here and now, even though it could have led to very unpleasant consequences for Kosh personally. Floating to the communication terminal, Kosh caught himself thinking that for the first time in a long, very long time, he felt unsure of what he was going to do next. He was very clearly aware that his direct intervention would most likely provoke an equally direct response from the shadows, even more direct than direct attacks by black ships, on the worlds of the younger races, if that was even possible. What was there? He was almost 100% sure that if he sent available ships to one of the systems that his people's vis-a-vis were going to attack in the near future, they would come to him. They would simply come. Right on Babylon 5, bypassing any and all security systems.
Allowing himself another brief moment of doubt, Kosh sent a short energy pulse into the Vorlon communications device levitating in the air near one of the walls, causing it to activate and begin receiving the host's telepathic transmission. Like the vast majority of Vorlon technology, the flat and uneven screen was entirely organic, an artificially grown, non-sentient creature capable, however, of receiving and transmitting telepathic files over an impressive distance. Yes, it still used the station's primitive technology as amplifiers, but even in its pure form, Kosh could contact one of his people's ships in the reach zone and relay the message further, and further, and further, until, finally, it reaches the desired mind. The pilot of the heavy cruiser responded to the call. The Vorlon connected to him, greeted Kosh, and asked what he needed from him. A short exchange of information packets, only remotely resembling a normal conversation between two intelligent beings deprived of the telepathic gift. And a dozen living ships began to move, opening transition zones and diving into hyperspace. For an outside observer unfamiliar with the social structure of the Vorlons, it would be difficult to explain the entire multi-level system of rights and opportunities that each individual representative of their species had. Even the concepts of state and government were only distant analogies, accessible to the understanding of younger races, and therefore were used only in communication with them. In the case of Kosh, he had the right to order these ships and the Vorlons who were their crews. And he took full advantage of this right. He took advantage and began to wait for the consequences, returning his thoughts to the conversation with Lord Ball. The offer made by the Goa'uld, as people say, was one that could not be refused. The stranger was offering Kosh a life, not the one that he would most likely lose in the near future. Ball was adamant about this. He would not personally interfere in their conflict. Not this time, and not in such a straightforward manner. However, this was precisely what Kosh himself had asked him for, right? Non-interference? No, Lord Ball was very skeptical and even contemptuous of what he had then called the fuss of two giants in a sandbox among babies, and Kosh was sure that one way or another he would intervene in the events, but this would happen only when he himself deemed it necessary. Lord Ball was offering Kosh a new life, a different one, much less free in many ways but still much better than the complete cessation of existence. Few knew for sure, but the Vorlons could share their essence, their self, placing these particles into the bodies and consciousnesses of material life forms. That's how they traveled without moving even a meter. That's how they learned about other people's experiences, sometimes without giving away their presence. That's how they extended their lives, because each of the particles could exist further, even after the death of the Vorlon's main self. Not forever, this is not a way to ensure immortality. And not fully, after all, it was only a part, a small piece of the personality and memory of the original Vorlon self. But, for Kosh Naranik, even though he had several fragments of his mind placed into other beings, the death of his body would still remain death, the fading of existence and mind, sooner or later, but inevitably. That is why the stranger's offer, as tempting as it was incredible, kept popping up in the Vorlon's memory again and again, forcing him to return to its content and think about it. The shadow ships felt like they were practically the masters of this region of space. The younger races, the Gams and Brakiri, had nothing to offer the fleet of the ancient civilization, and it was foolish to expect direct participation from the Vorlons, their opponents. He was one of them, one of the terrifying ships, like the worst nightmares of any intelligent species that inhabited this corner of the galaxy. Once upon a time, yes, long ago, he too had been one of them. One of the younger ones. Perhaps. But not now.
Now all that mattered to a creature that had forgotten even its own name was to follow the orders of the voice that sounded louder than all the others in its head, louder than even its own thoughts. Then, and there weren't many of those thoughts left, a set of commands that controlled his body, data streams from alien, and at the same time, his own sense organs, the sensations of the cosmic vacuum that washed, like a warm tide, the iridescent black skin of the ship's hull. Nothing mattered, only the goal ahead and the power of his own new body which the ship didn't remember. But that didn't matter either. The flight continued, and along with it, the unity with the machine continued. A sharp flash cut through the pilot's consciousness, somewhere in the immediate vicinity of the flying ships. Space shuddered, distorted, ready to give birth to a funnel of hyperspace transition. The warning to the fleet went out by itself, automatically, and the responses that came an immeasurable fraction of a second later only confirmed the initial conclusion. Attack. Something is coming out of degenerate space into normal space, intending to come in from the flank and cut the line of ships in two. Attack! Attack! One after another, the ships of the old enemy emerged from hyperspace. Vorlon, several light ships, and a heavy cruiser. With a furious mental screech, the ship's mind sent its body forward and to the side, simultaneously moving away from the possible attack trajectory and preparing to attack itself. He knew the others did the same, breaking up the already broken formation, trying to outflank the suddenly attacking ships, not letting them do the same. Feeling how his perception accelerated, and the ship's systems went into combat mode. The pilot felt only anticipation, a thirst for battle, to strike himself, to destroy, to burn the enemy. Not to let. Pain, a powerful blow shook the entire ship, followed by a searing pain from the damage received, forcing it to let out another squeal and turn in the direction of the attack. Another hyperspace transition funnel, a very small ship, which nevertheless managed to inflict significant damage. The command for a return salvo. A bright purple beam cut through space, hitting the enemy ship right on the spot, knocking it off course and burning through the hull, bringing a sense of triumph. Victory! Victory! Consciousness faded, only having time to notice a huge surge of energy coming from somewhere behind. A new attack, perhaps? But it didn't matter anymore. Now there was only silence. The message with one short word, yes, from Ambassador Kosh made my lips curl into a satisfied smile. The probability that the Vorlon ambassador would agree to the alternative offered to him was 72.113%, which was impressive, but still left some room for maneuvering. But it seemed that the energy silent one still valued his life, enough to seize the opportunity to save it, after agreeing to Sheridan's adventure of directly attacking the shadow ships. However, John could also be understood without the active participation of the ancients in the conflict. The prospects of the only emerging alliance of races were very, very ephemeral, especially in light of the combat power demonstrated by the shadows during their attacks. Well, Kosh agreed, in any case, both to the captain's request and to my generous offer. This opened up space for a small experiment. Of course, with much greater pleasure, I would have engaged in direct and uncomplicated dissection, especially since I did not yet have a native Vorlon in my hands, but another representative of this species would appear on the station anyway, having flown in to replace the dead ambassador. In addition, I still had a poor idea of how exactly to conduct research on what replaced physiology for the Vorlons and shadows. Haste was inappropriate here. So, for now, I gave the command, and the juniors on the Emperor's will, still drifting near the station, began to construct a special device that would soon become Ambassador Kosh's new home.
The technology was not particularly useful in practical application, but it potentially opened up interesting prospects, if not right now, then certainly in the abstract distant future. The replicator databases stored information about the process of, let's call it that, digitizing the consciousness of a sentient being, and then placing it in a technological container. As far as I vaguely remembered the original canon of my body's home world, and I remembered it rather fragmentarily, something similar was used by one of the Goa'uld system lords during the interrogation of the Asgardian Thor, in order to extract from his consciousness either access codes to some Asgardian defense system or something similar. This was no longer so important. What was more important was the fact that Thor had managed to penetrate with his consciousness into the main computer of the Goa'uld ship, on which his organic body was located, to penetrate and feel quite comfortable there. There were some nuances in terms of the preservation and further viability of the original body, but in my case it meant little. Kosh was ready to die anyway. And to translate the consciousness of a creature which already consisted almost entirely of reason and energy into pure information seemed to me an interesting and quite solvable task. Well, the original technology did not allow this in the word at all. But here the ability of the replicators to refine with a file and combine the incompatible came into play. A computer simulation of the ongoing processes showed that, with a probability of 89.41%, the combination of the technologies of the Soul Hunters, the interrogation mechanism used by the Goa'uld on Thor, the modules of the Great Machine and the basic ability of the replicators to absorb and retain energy, will ultimately yield a result impressive in its absurdity. Still not a quantum uncertainty cake, safely tucked away in a secure vault aboard the Will of the Emperor, awaiting its time, but crazy enough to make Corone shake his head in disapproval. Again. If everything goes according to calculations, the soul, the mind, the essence, God knows what to call it. In short, Ambassador Kosh Naranik, having died at the hands of the shadows that arranged a dark for him, will not perish completely, having been preserved in the last second of his existence in a new container. And no, I have no idea why, when thinking about this, an association with a smart speaker named Alice came to my mind, or Siri, or who else existed in the 21st century on Earth, when even the very thoughts about the real possibility of creating AI were only just emerging in people's heads. Interlude. Captain Sheridan stirred under the blanket. Ivanova had sent the commander off to sleep after several days of exhausting work, muttering something clearly unflattering in Russian. John had only caught the word coffin from the entire sentence. But Delenn had joined Susan, with a reproachful look and 2 words, as only she could, finally convincing the man to go to rest. And now he lay in his cabin and tried to sleep. But sleep stubbornly refused to come to him. In his head, the captain replayed the conversation with Kosh over and over again, each time feeling unpleasant goosebumps running down his spine. At the moment, with the sensation of an invisible force lifting him above the floor and squeezing his throat, practically depriving him of the ability to breathe and speak. It would seem that it was worth rejoicing. The stubborn Vorlon had finally agreed to demonstrate to the League of Non-Aligned Worlds that the shadows could be defeated. But his last words, "Everything has its price, right?" And they would both have to pay it. The feeling that he had misunderstood the alien, not as the alien had expected, itched in the man's brain, preventing him from sleeping. There was something in that phrase, something that left behind a feeling of tense anticipation of some kind of disaster, and he stubbornly could not understand what kind. How to parry a blow if you do not know, not only when it will be delivered, but also from where. How? By whom? Sheridan rolled over onto his stomach, pushing the pillow under him and resting his chin on it, staring at the wall. John. Johnny. A quiet, familiar voice coming from the entrance to the cabin made the captain shudder and turn sharply on the bed. "Oh, Father," the captain said,
not believing his eyes, sitting up. How did you... I don't have much time, son. David Sheridan came closer, stepping into the dim light of the nightlight burning on the nightstand. I want you to know, John, you were right. With a heavy sigh, the man slowly sank onto the bed next to the captain. What are you talking about? I didn't want to admit it, even to myself, the guest interrupted Sheridan. Because of pride or fear. I don't know. At my age, it's hard to change, but you have to change. Don't blame yourself for what, David shuddered, grimacing as if in pain, happened. Dad? John jumped up in bed, throwing off the blanket and clutching his parents' shoulders. Are you sick?
What's wrong with you?
Too late, John. He shook his head. Forgive me for what I did. He looked with some longing at the scratch left on Sheridan's cheek after the conversation with Kosh. I knew how it could end. I suspected, and probably, I was just scared. Do not believe those who say, he grinned, that a long life helps to stop being afraid of death. Everything is completely the opposite. And now, when what happened, I only regret that I did so little for you, as well as the fact that I did not have time to tell you everything I should have. I don't understand, Father. You will understand. The man nodded. You will understand everything soon. But just know, he grimaced again, twitching, that you were right. The time has come to fight, and Ball was right, no matter how much I disliked my own words. Ball? What? A sudden revelation flashed in Sheridan's head, hitting the captain's consciousness like a big dusty sack. Father!
Posh?
It's hard to explain, Johnny, and I already have time. David Sheridan clutched his chest, his face turning pale. I don't have enough time to say everything, but just know that as long as you live, John, I will be with you. Lord Bale. The guest's figure flared with a bright white light, arching and throwing Sheridan away from him, who fell backwards and rolled off the bed. Tangled in the blanket, John spent a few seconds trying to get back on his feet, and when he finally managed, he opened his eyes, sitting up on his own bed. Not understanding what had just happened, feeling only his heart beating wildly and the sweat covering his entire body. The cabin was empty. Was everything he had just seen a dream? His father, Cat, something. The next moment the station shuddered, and the captain felt as if a scorching hot wind was rushing through his body, coming from somewhere far away. Or from the direction of the embassy sector of Babylon 5. He did not have time to understand anything. The phenomenon, having suddenly begun, stopped just as abruptly, as if cut off. The light that had flickered was again burning dimly but evenly, and on the bedside table, the personal communicator, taken off for the time of sleep, demandingly beeped. Sheridan, the man answered hoarsely, reaching for the device and accepting the call. Captain, you are needed urgently. Ivanova's worried voice was heard. I'll be there now. Where to? To your office. With a heavy sigh, the man massaged his temples. It seemed he would never get enough sleep. He was beginning to catch himself thinking that, as soon as he thought about rest, the universe would start preparing a new surprise. And if he did start resting, willy-nilly, you'd start thinking about karma and wondering how he'd managed to mess it up so much in his past life. Having quickly washed his face with ice water, Sheridan pulled on his uniform and, unsuccessfully trying to smooth his tousled hair with a wet hand, quickly headed to his office. Even in the corridor, he felt a growing anxiety and a smell similar to the smell of burnt bones and meat. Not burnt food, And exactly that. The bad smell of a burnt corpse, which, it would seem, should be the same as a poorly cooked barbecue, but still different, and significantly different. A familiar and unpleasant smell, which he had smelled more than once during his service. In the office, they were already waiting for him on the sofa. Ivanova was sitting with her hands clasped together. Delenn was deathly pale in the next chair, and a tense Garibaldi was walking along the panoramic window, clearly pacing this distance not for the first or even 10th time. But the worst thing was what John saw on the table. The helmet of Ambassador Kosh's spacesuit, covered in black, greasy soot, pierced in the very center by something sharp and hard. It was from this that smell emanated, and it only intensified when he walked inside. "Thank you for coming, Captain." Ivanova stood up to greet him. "John." "Cat?" John asked, tearing his gaze away from the remains with difficulty. "Kosh." Michael sighed. A signal came from the embassy sector. The guys carefully examined Kosh's cabin, but found nothing. No fingerprints, no DNA traces, not even anything that could be remotely mistaken for a body. The locking device on the door was broken. Judging by the delay with which the alarm went off, Garibaldi winced. The unknown person used a military electronic master key. That's how it is. "You won't find the body," the Minbari woman said weakly. "So maybe he's dead," Sheridan shook his head. "But just trust me, Michael. I know it." The man looked at Delenn, who nodded at him. "And the Vorlons, I suppose, know it too. There was no official announcement, but yes, I think they already know. Delenn, what can they do now?" "I don't know, John," the woman sighed. "There will undoubtedly be some note, and very soon. The death of their kin is an extraordinary event, as you say. But even with all their grief and indignation, I do not think the Vorlon will do anything drastic. The alliance of the younger races that you have assembled thanks to Kosh and his sacrifice is still young and can be easily destroyed. They will not devalue this sacrifice. I think—" Delenn hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "They will send someone to take his place." Everyone was used to Kosh not leaving his cabin for weeks, ignoring council meetings. If a new Ambassador Kosh appears, no one will even notice the substitution. That's what worried him. That's why he so stubbornly didn't want to interfere. He knew that he would die if he interfered in the war on the Vorlon side. "And I, a fool," Sheridan involuntarily touched the scratch left by Kosh on his face, "thought that he simply wanted to punish me for my insolence." He was afraid, although it was not outwardly noticeable. "John, when the Vorlons come to us," Delenn walked slowly toward the captain, looking into his eyes, "they will want Kosh's suit and all his personal effects placed on his ship. Vorlon ships, they are alive. Not like you or me, but alive in their own way. Kosh's ship was grown specifically for him, and he is bonded with his pilot. And now that the ambassador is gone, he cannot live without him. And so he must say goodbye to his master and friend, and perform his last duty in Kosh's memory." "We'll do everything," Sheridan nodded. "Ivanova, will you organize it?" "Of course," the commander nodded. "I'll send technicians to move things to the dock next to the ship." "Thank you," Delenn bowed ceremoniously. "If there are any additional instructions from the Vorlons—" "If they contact Minbar," the woman nodded, "I will notify them immediately." "Okay, Ambassador Kosh," I couldn't help but say, looking at the golden, open-work cubic structure located in one of the halls of the Will of the Emperor. The receptacle created for the Vorlon was a complex interweaving of conductors and metal structures,
some of which were actually made of pure gold, in the center of which was a large translucent bluish crystal, in the depths of which was also an interweaving of threads of gold, platinum, and neutronium.
The association with a smart speaker was absurd, but there were no witnesses to what was happening, except for Koroni and Yuki, who were already accustomed to my antics, just as there was no need to restrain the base impulses of the soul. Захват души, будем называть это так, Коша произошел довольно просто и буднично. Насколько вообще возможно простое и будничное выполнение такой метафизической операции? Когда пришедшие с Морденом тени фактически убили Варлонца, проломив его скафандр и мощным энергетическим воздействием, сенсоры репликаторов посчитали, что такого количества энергии, будь оно высвобождено в виде взрыва, хватило бы, чтобы разбросать треть Вавилона-5 по окружающей системе. В последнюю долю секунды, когда его структурная целостность уже была готова окончательно распасться, в каюту посла ударил широкий луч телепорта, модифицированный для переноса энергии максимально широкого спектра.
Это было куда более лютым, чем хрестоматийное забивание микроскопом гвоздей, тратило на процесс энергии почти втрое больше, чем было высвобождено из коша. Но по сети репликаторов пришло уведомление о благополучном завершении последней проверки. Вся энергия, собранная в каюте посла Коша и совпадающая по параметрам с излучениями, считанными с его тела в момент пробития его скафандра тенями, была успешно собрана и перемещена в новое вместилище. По сути, собранная младшими конструкция была цифровым аналогом нервной системы живого существа, усложненным в достаточной степени, чтобы обеспечить примерные параметры среднего варлонца в вакууме. Разумеется, это не даст Кошу привычной телепатии, а все параметры были взяты на глаз ввиду отсутствия достоверной информации о биологии варлонцев. Но какие-то нестыковки можно доработать и позже. Если, конечно, система вообще заработает.
Добро пожаловать назад в эту безумную галактику, посол Кош. Хмыкнув, отдаю команду на активацию устройства, одновременно внимательно вслушиваясь в получаемые репликаторами данные. «Я жив?» Раздался странный вибрирующий голос, казалось, издаваемый самим материалом куба. «Я не буду начинать первый разговор в вашей новой жизни с фразы «я же говорил», — качаю головой. Но исход вашего решения был очевиден. Да, но это нужно было сделать. Куб замолчал, перемигиваясь искрами свечения, пробегавшими по его внутренностям. Что я теперь такое? Я не чувствую разумы вокруг, но непонятным образом все еще вижу. Помещение. Тебя. Это не Вавилон-5. Это воля императора, киваю необычайно многословному варлонцу. Мой корабль, расположенный неподалеку от станции. «Чем я стал?» — снова спросил Кош. «Чистый разум в оболочке из сплавов и кристаллических элементов. Информация, если хотите». «Компьютер?» — издал он похожий на знакомый вздох скафандра звук. «Синтетическая форма жизни скорее». It was interesting to observe the thoughts of the resurrected Vorlon. His body was connected to the replicator network, allowing it to record in detail all the processes taking place inside. But at the same time, it had no way to go outside. Yes, technically speaking, it is almost impossible to make a completely one-way communication channel. But in the case of the computing power of the replicators, even if Kosh somehow bypasses the digital fence that prevents him from sending requests to the network on his own, there will be a monstrous ocean of information and the technical garbage that accompanies it waiting for him there. This can be compared to a huge tidal wave that does not allow him to leave a small island. In any case, even if he somehow copes with this, he will not be able to do it unnoticed, so his connection did not pose any danger. Most likely,
But then I could very well keep an eye on his adaptation to the new conditions. At the same time receiving, albeit only mental, but the characteristics of the physiology of his species. To the extent that is now possible, of course, now I am starting to see many things differently, the Vorlon sighed. Interestingly, even in his new state, deprived of telepathic abilities and, generally, the usual form of existence, Kosh made attempts to close his memory and consciousness from the surrounding device. And he could have succeeded, if his new body had not been literally part of the replicator network. And this meant that, in fact, I now had the complete Vorlon knowledge base in my hands, at least in the part that the ambassador himself owned. And, yes, I could well extract this knowledge. The only thing that stopped me from such an operation here and now was the 38.416% probability that the personal part of the data would simply be destroyed during the process. However, this did not mean that I would refuse such a source altogether. I would receive the information in any case. It would just happen slowly, carefully, and most likely completely unnoticed by the patient.
Am I a prisoner?
After a prolonged silence, accompanied by the active mental activity of the cube, the Vorlon asked, "What an interesting question, Ambassador." I smile, maintaining a theatrical pause. "And equally stupid. Can I destroy what is left of you?" With a slight effort of will, I nod. "Am I going to do that? Why? I thought we had come to some kind of mutual understanding."
That's not an answer.
A familiar situation, isn't it? I smile even wider, knowing that he can see me perfectly well. And, as we all know, smile. It irritates everyone.
Rude.
And petty, I know. In any case, I answer seriously. Now you are limited by your new container. The technology that I used for your, resurrection is not ideal. And therefore, your personality, what remains of the former Kosh Neuronic, needs time to return to normal. It is too early to say what will happen in the future, but, theoretically, I see no obstacles to, over time, creating a new body for you, an organic one, forgive me.
Better than nothingness. What will happen to Sheridan?
А что с ним? Капитан Шеридан прекрасно справляется со своими обязанностями на Вавилоне-5. И, смею предположить, также справится и с остальными проблемами. Ваш конфликт с тенями? Пожимаю плечами. Он весьма упрямый человек и рано или поздно вяжется в самое пекло. Чем это закончится, не дано предвидеть ни мне, ни вам. Ты не вмешаешься? Не более, чем до сих пор. Проблемы этой галактики не мои. Если я возьму на себя труд решать их за окружающих, придется делать это и дальше, до бесконечности.
Когда твою работу делают за тебя, внимательно смотрю в точку куба, где была расположена замена глаз Варлонца. Это расхолаживает. К тому же, мне просто лень. Или, как говорили сородичи капитана, «А таки шо мне за это будет?» Корж замолчал, уйдя в себя. Кажется, совокупность произошедших событий, наконец, сломала Варлонца. Впрочем, ему и в самом деле было нужно прийти в себя. Хоть я и лукавил, утверждая о несовершенстве технологии, даже репликаторам не удалось захватить абсолютно всю энергию и информацию, выделившуюся при смерти посла в каюте. А неизбежные ошибки и неточности при переносе приводили к... В случае человека это можно было сравнить с состоянием тяжелого похмелья и затянувшейся простуды одновременно. Ничего особенно опасного для жизни, но трезво мыслить и поддерживать активное существование было затруднительно. Интерлюдия. Последние дни выдались для Бестера наполненными суетой. Courageous, он едва успел долететь до станции Айзекс-14 и, заплатив кругленькую сумму, оформить для Кэролин новые документы.
способные не вызывать никаких подозрений. Если, конечно, она не будет выбираться чрезмерно близко к Марсу или Земле, попадая тем самым под более пристальное внимание соответствующих служб. А дальше было самое сложное для него дело. Ив Руиса оставить только что обретенную возлюбленную одну, отправившись отрабатывать оказанную ему услугу. Нет, он не слишком опасался за безопасность женщины. В конце концов, его должники на станции были людьми настолько проверенными, надежными и обязанными ему лично, насколько это в принципе возможно в окружающей безумной галактике. Просто ему было морально тяжело снова расставаться. Пусть и на небольшой срок, но пришлось. Он вернулся на Землю. Во-первых, ему было необходимо отчитаться о командировке, в которой он официально находился, отправившись на Вавилон-5.
As that was peaking the Murms at their forgotten empire. Bergli de Wendens, there's repred around 2000 Western documents sloking by the Wender. Improving по пути на станцию, он залетел на одну из колоний, с которой и в самом деле приходило сообщение о подпольной организации телепатов-людей. И он даже провел там по обыкновению тщательное расследование, за пару часов просканировав указанный в донесении городок и выявив всех людей с активным телепатическим даром. 3, включая штатного телепата корпуса П-8, приписанного к этой планете. 2 только пробудивших дар подростков-беспризорников были переданы на попечение коллеге, а сам Бестер полетел дальше, не обнаружив незаконной активности. Да. And secondly, it was only at home, on Earth, that he had the opportunity to access the Psi Corps databases, which could contain information about the experiments conducted on Jason Ironheart. No, in addition to the headquarters, there was information in the very lab from which Jason escaped, but fly to the opposite end of the Commonwealth, to a practically completely destroyed lab, during the escape from which the main character strenuously covered his tracks, erasing all information about himself. He believed in miracles, Santa Claus, and other fairy tales, but not in the fact that something could be found there. Not now. Welcome back, Mr. Bester. The duty telepath sitting at the entrance to the Corps headquarters nodded. How was your trip? Good morning, Stephen. The telepath nodded in response, depicting a more or less warm, routine smile on his face. The young guy was one of his former students. It seemed good. He found 2 new telepaths, sent them to study. But, it seems, the trip was in vain. Okay, sir. The duty officer also smiled. Have a good day, and to you too. Entering the elevator that took him to the 56th floor, where his personal office was located, Alfred exhaled, leaning his back against the wall. After everything he had learned about his native organization, he could not feel at home within its walls. He understood in his mind that the ordinary workers were in exactly the same conditions as he himself, having nothing to do with selling people to aliens, but that was with his mind. Despite all the self-control cultivated over the years of service, you can't command your heart. In the office, the telepath sank into his chair and entered the password to access the work terminal, inserting the information crystal into the appropriate slot on the panel. First, download a brief report on the mission, then everything else. While the document, successfully compiled during the return to Earth, would squeeze through the bureaucratic thorns of the organization, he would be able to calmly find all the required information on Ironheart. If, of course, there was something to look for. The man's fingers ran over the keys and his eyes began to carefully read the lines on the screen, checking the correctness of the report for the last time, and correcting minor flaws in the official wording. Finally, having made sure that everything was written exactly as it should have been, Bester loaded the file into the system and froze for a moment. Now he could still play it all back,
Just spend a normal working day and go home, forgetting about the promise he made to the alien ambassador. It was unlikely that Ball would be able to find him or Carolyn specifically, especially one who had changed her name and documents in the galaxy. And it was still a question of whether he would do this out of a desire for petty revenge. And Bester himself could simply say that he found nothing. Gritting his teeth, the telepath looked sullenly at the screen. Carolyn. No, he would not forgive the Corps for what they had done, and wanted to do to his woman.
No matter how he felt about the dirty methods of the organization he served in, no matter what he thought about the famous phrase, the end justifies the means, which was so well used by telepaths, including them, when it came to the safety and prosperity of Earth. Now what was happening had become very personal. So, casting a quick glance towards the closed door of the office, as if making sure that no one would decide to catch him red-handed, the man entered the database of classified Psi Corps projects, entering the number of Ironheart's development from memory. When he and his partner were sent to catch him, Bester was given the opportunity to get a limited look at the files, and he remembered the code. Since then, he had grown somewhat in the hierarchy, having received a sufficient level of access, so that the system would not see anything seditious in the very fact of his request.
Bale was absolutely right. The Ironheart project, although listed as closed due to unprofitability, remained in the database, as did all the developments that had been sent from the laboratory before the escape of the main participant in the process. Having inserted an empty crystal into the terminal, Alfred started the copying process, absent-mindedly running his eyes over the open documents. The names of scientists, unsuccessful reagent sequences. The first results. Yes, before Jason's success, the laboratory had managed to accumulate a decent-sized personal graveyard of written-off objects, but this was quite... What the hell? The telepath sat up straight in his chair and stared at the terminal screen, feeling a rising wave of anger. In front of him was a section of files dedicated to the selection of candidates for man-made evolution, as the scientist in charge of the project called it. And there, among a long list of telepaths who matched his genetic markers and ability level, he saw Carolyn. Years ago, when the project was just starting, the Corps had intended to use his beloved as a test subject. If it hadn't been for the success with Ironheart, or Blind Chance, or if Jason hadn't become what he became and destroyed the facility during his escape, Carolyn Sanderson would have taken his place on the lab bench. He told Sheridan that this was now his war. Hell yeah. This wasn't just his war, and it was a very personal matter. Feeling his fists clench, Alfred jerked the crystal out, barely waiting for the signal that the data had finished downloading. A thoughtful thought was spinning in the telepath's head. Whether he could somehow persuade Lord Bale, or at least Captain Sheridan, to bomb the Corps headquarters from orbit, while the director and a dozen other high-ranking telepaths were there. Chapter 77. The Paradox of the Unkilled Grandfather. Dr. Samuel Beckett never returned home. Quantum Leap. Interlude. Jeffrey Sinclair breathed in the cool Minbari air with a slight smile. Almost 2 years already. Who would have thought where his service would lead him? First the war, then command of the International Space Station, which acted as a gesture of good intentions and an attempt to avoid new conflicts by all means. Then the role of ambassador, a kind of wedding general in the Minbari manner. And now the head of the Rangers. The man stopped in the middle of a long promenade gallery which offered a gorgeous and colorful view of the crystalline rocks of the Minbari homeland sparkling in the rays of the morning sun, and an equally breathtaking waterfall around which the organization's training complex was built, the main and largest of them, or rather, once upon a time, it was just one of the many Minbari temples, places for solitude and self-knowledge. But as soon as he was transferred here, literally 6 months after his appointment, an already middle-aged Minbari, came to his office, and as usual, bowed respectfully and called him to follow him. Who would be surprised that right now, right about him, and right on Minbar, some ancient texts would be discovered, majestically and highly spiritually denoting something. In general, he could not resist for too long after he himself learned about the true state of affairs in the galaxy. However, he did not resist too much. He liked the culture of yesterday's mortal enemies, and now one of the few honest and noble allies. He even began to dress just like them, finding the local style and materials surprisingly comfortable. Well, and the traditional cape with a deep hood, which was due to him as Entelza, the head of the Rangers, part-time, almost spiritual leader, was very convenient for hiding his face. Not that it was really necessary, certainly not on Minbar, but it was easier for him. Despite all the warmth of the attitude of those around him, with all the respect, he still sometimes felt the glances of the Minbari, and felt, even if it could be simple suspiciousness, that he was an outsider here. "Entelza!" a slightly breathless voice rang out. "Entelza!" Sinclair tore himself away from admiring the scenery and turned around. Rathan, the same Minbari who had once come to his office, entered the gallery with a quick, hurried step. In his hands the man held a silver metal box, made in the usual Minbari style. The only exception could be the massive seal that held the lid of the chest closed. Now the seal was broken. Frowning, Geoffrey glanced puzzledly at the two trefoils, made in the classic Celtic style, not the symbol he expected to see so far from Earth. For him personally, the reference and analogy were quite clear. A direct reference to the triluminary, one of the main relics of this people, but not for the Minbari themselves. "What happened, Rathan?" Sinclair nodded. "I was sent for you." The Minbari stood before him, taking a couple of deep breaths to catch his breath. "The ancient books told us that today, exactly this year and this day, no sooner and no later, we were to enter Valen's sanctuary and open this box. We did not know what was in it, but it had been waiting, sealed, for more than 900 years. We do not know why or how, but it had been waiting for this very moment for a long time." A vague premonition sent a chill down Sinclair's spine. Throwing back his hood, he reached out, carefully lifting the lid of the chest. Inside, on a velvet lining, lay an ordinary envelope. No, not quite ordinary plain paper would not have survived for so long in such perfect condition. However, the whole point could have been in the tightness of the chest and its careful storage, but the envelope looked exactly like any other sheet of white paper-like material, folded in a certain way and glued together. And on this envelope was his name, Geoffrey David Sinclair. "How could he know it would be you?" Rathan asked breathlessly. "How could Valen know your name?" "I wish I knew that myself." The premonition of a sudden plot twist fell upon Sinclair with renewed force. Valen was an iconic figure in Minbari culture, a spiritual and military leader who suddenly appeared out of nowhere during the First Shadow War, uniting the Minbari castes, forcing their entire people to fight as one against a common, terrible enemy. When he arrived on Minbar, becoming Entelja, one of the first things Sinclair did was familiarize himself with this part of history. He had a hard time parsing the ancient Minbari texts, especially since they had no full translation into other languages. But he managed. He managed and then walked around in a very thoughtful state for almost a week. It was Valen who had been the first Entelza, literally creating the Rangers, the Anlashok, from scratch. It was also Valen who had convened the first Grey Council, both of which not only ensured victory in the First War, but also laid the foundations for the key changes to Minbari civilization that made it what it was today. And it was all the more ambiguous that a letter had appeared, addressed to him personally, from this very person. What do we know about this box? Jeffrey finally squeezed out. Only that it is more than 900 years old, as I already said. The Minbari, who continued to hold it in his hands, shook his head in bewilderment. And that, judging by the texts, it was placed in the sanctuary by Valen himself at the end of his life, having given direct instructions to Anlashok. But how... Can I read it? Of course, Entil-Za. The man handed the box to Sinclair with a respectful bow. It's addressed to you, after all. Then, give me some time, please. The Minbari bowed and walked away, leaving Jeffrey alone, and the leader of the Rangers, taking a deep breath, walked away from one of the benches in the gallery, lowering himself onto the polished wood. He really didn't want to pick up the ancient letter, but his name on the envelope literally left him no choice. If the ancient Minbari had put so much effort into contacting a human, an alien who would live almost 1,000 years later on a completely different planet, well, there must be a very good reason for such an action.
Hello, Jeffrey. This will be very difficult to understand, but believe me, it was not much easier for me to write this.
Sinclair's eyes moved with great difficulty from the greeting to the first line and beyond, written in pure and correct English, but, as if that were not enough, the frowning man suddenly realized what exactly confused him most in the written lines, what exactly his gaze had clung to from the very first letter. The 1,000-year-old message, written by Valen and addressed to him, was written in his own handwriting. Yes, there were some small differences, but nothing more than what happens when you don't write by hand for a long time or, for example, when you are restoring the mobility of your fingers after an injury. He had seen similar things in his subordinates.
What the hell?
Sinclair exhaled with feeling. With a great effort of will, Jeffrey forced his eyes to drop to the second line.
Well... He was brought back to his senses by the voice of Ratton, who had returned and was looking worriedly at his face. Judging by the cooler air, as well as the way the Minbari star had shifted in the sky, he had been sitting with a couple of sheets of paper in his hands for more than 1 hour. However, returning to what he had just read, there were very good reasons for that. I'm sorry, Ratton. Sinclair shook his head. What did you say? The letter seems to have disturbed you? The Minbari repeated patiently. Perhaps if you told me its contents. Thanks, but it only concerns me, Jeffrey sighed. Will you do me a favor? Anything, Entil-Za. I'll need transport to Babylon 5. Of course, Rathan bowed, gesturing to one of the Rangers passing by. Khotan, I have an assignment for you. Entil-Za requires a ship bound for the Babylon 5 system. Prepare the saw. No need, Sinclair interrupted him. I'll fly alone. I just need a ship. Prepare the ship, the Minbari nodded, agreeing with the wishes of the Ranger's leader. I'll do everything, the Ranger bowed first to Rathan and then to Sinclair, turning around and almost running in the opposite direction, in the direction of the spaceport. Rathan, tell the others to work in my absence as before. Let everything go as usual. And thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. When I was first appointed ambassador, I doubt any of you trusted me. You were the first. I follow where Delin points. Rathan bowed slightly. She pointed to you. I have done my duty. Perhaps, Jeffrey nodded. But it was with your help that we were able to create something greater than we could have ever imagined, much less designed a living organism. Now the Rangers, what they have become, will be able to fulfill their task. Take care of them. And goodbye, Rathan. Sinclair bowed ceremoniously to the Minbari and, pulling the hood of his cloak back over his head, walked slowly down the gallery. The letter tucked into his inner pocket felt like it was burning his side through his clothes. He needed to pack his things. Because he was not destined to return to Minbar. At least not as Entil-Za Sinclair. And certainly not in this era. Excuse me. A nondescript but rather suspicious-looking man called out to me, emerging from around the corner as soon as I passed the turn and came into his field of vision. I don't smoke. And I don't advise you to either. There's no change. I can't find any to call. And? I glance at the stranger with a skeptical expression. And, if I find some? An extremely old scam, hardly appropriate on a space station. The man really did look nondescript. Like hundreds and hundreds of other inhabitants of Babylon 5, who lived on the lower levels of the station.
Moderately worn clothes, a face not too disfigured by intellect, bearing the stamp of years lived and far from the most prosperous. A typical gopnik from the gateway. Perhaps the only thing missing to complete the set was some sunflower seed husks on the floor. It was all the more surprising to see him on a quite respectable level of Babylon, not far from the recreation area and park, where the inhabitants of the embassy sector often hung out, which meant that quite high-quality security was provided. Mr. Garibaldi was not at all happy to clean up scandals with robbed diplomats. The only thing that stood out from the image was some kind of, glassy look, as if the man was on some kind of substance. What? The stranger blinked in surprise, shaking his head a second later and smiling crookedly. I'm not a customs officer. Well, anyway, that's not my business. He peered out of the side corridor, making sure no one was eavesdropping.
You are Lord Baal, ambassador of the Gua'uld Empire, aren't you? Let's say. I raise an eyebrow and come closer. This kind of approach was interesting in itself. I was hired to deliver a package to you. He demonstratively pulled out a small box from his bosom with a slow movement, in which lay an information crystal. In that case, continuing to carefully monitor the behavior of the unexpected interlocutor, I extend my hand, palm up. You can hand the cargo to me. I am Lord Baal. Okay, he nodded, and the box with the crystal fell onto his outstretched palm. Only now, upon closer inspection, it became noticeable that on the plastic surface of the protective box for the crystal, a barely noticeable due to the transparency letter Psi was cast, eloquently hinting at the possible sender of the message. It seems that Bester still decided to fulfill his part of the deal. True, he chose a very colorful messenger for this. Or did he have a reason for that?
May I ask what your employer looked like? I shake the crystal in my hand and continue to look at the messenger. Bester. The man frowned. A man, I think, yes, no. I can't remember his face. I was on Earth, I remember that for sure. And he approached me in one of the bars, asked me to fly here and find you, to deliver a package. But why did I agree? After all, definitely Bester. Okay, I don't remember. It's not important. Waving my hand, I put the information carrier in my pocket, immediately starting to disassemble the shell with nanites, simultaneously creating a structure for reading the embedded information. What do you intend to do next? Well, since I've completed the task, he scratched his head, I'll go and turn myself in to the security service. We need to find Mr. Garibaldi or his deputy. Surrender to Garibaldi? But why? The man's face twisted as if in agony, but then he smiled broadly, nodding.
I was on Babylon 5 a few years ago. I have 24 murders of guests on the station to my credit. I escaped to Earth, of course, but I think. He nodded again. Yes, I think I should do what is right, according to my conscience. I will turn myself in and answer for my crimes. Yes, it would be right. Giggling nervously, Bester's courier turned around,
and walked back down the corridor he had come from with a jerky gait. The replicator's sensitive hearing continued to pick up his "this would be right" and "I need Mr. Garibaldi" for a long time. Just as the station's cameras noted his further path, which indeed led in the direction of the security post on this level. Well, Alfred certainly has some methods. Although, the decision was brilliant in its simplicity and lack of principles. With this choice of intermediary, the telepath not only paid off his debt to me for treating his woman, but also made a small and non-binding, but undoubtedly pleasant, gift to Mr. Garibaldi, fully aware of how much he loved the criminals who had escaped from under his nose and escaped punishment. And in this way, Bester covered his tracks quite well. Babylon 5 is outside the jurisdiction of Earth, which means that he not only removed a witness to his not entirely legal work in the depths of the core databases from the planet, but also guaranteed that he would not show up in any of the systems in the colonies, because for such an extensive service record, he could well be sentenced to erase his memory and rewrite his identity, reliably destroying all evidence. And the fact that the sentence will most likely be carried out by Talia Winters, who does not have overly warm feelings towards the organization she serves in anyway, and certainly will not fly home to inform on a colleague. Well done, Bester. Well done, son of a bitch. Having cast a last glance through the surveillance cameras at the courier who had gone to the dream of justice, I shrugged my shoulders, moving further in the direction of the park area of Babylon 5. There it was possible to combine the pleasant with the useful, that is, to walk among the trees, demonstrating the social life of the ambassador, and to get acquainted with the information received from Alfred Bester. The nanites of my body had already unpacked the crystal, embedding it in a structure simulating a typical reading device for such information carriers, and a stream of data went into the replicator network. I was right. The Psi Corps databases did indeed contain records of the project, during which scientists created Ironheart. Man-made evolution of the mind, as they modestly called their brainchild, existed in the depths of the organization for almost 5 years. Bester, without thinking twice, simply leaked everything that concerned the project and was available to an employee with his access. Theoretical calculations, notes from scientists, of whom almost 400 people had changed during the work on the project, a meticulous list of test subjects who did not survive the early stages of experiments, unsuccessful formulas for the drugs used, attempts at both gene therapy and all sorts of mind-expanding substances. In short, literally everything that could somehow relate to the process and lead to success in the future was entered into the data. Unfortunately, as was expected, the results of the most recent iteration, which had led to Jason's transformation into what he had become, were not in the database. There was primary data from the very beginning of the work with this test subject, but the successful results simply did not have time to be transmitted. The rabbit escaped, destroying the laboratory complex and scientists along the way. At the moment, the project was listed as closed due to unprofitability. Theoretically, the replicators would be able to restore the data by simulating the process and deriving the final formula. If necessary, it would even be possible to repeat the process completely on the volunteer, but creating a second Jason was not in my plans yet, and, The signal coming from the great machine, which the younger ones were still monitoring, made me stop in the middle of the park path and thoughtfully raise my head to the sky, where behind the opposite wall of the barrel of the hydroponic recreational section of the station, the planet with the installation was located. It was at that moment that the machine emitted a powerful tachyon pulse focused on Sector 14, where Babylon 4 was once located, before it disappeared and was sent to the distant past. And the fact that at Babylon 5 right now, literally 3 minutes ago, a private Minbari transport with a single passenger on board arrived, suddenly, down to the last letter in the name and surname, coinciding with the former commander of the station, Jeffrey Sinclair, only confirmed the initial conclusion. Drawl believed that the time had come to send Babylon 4, complete with Valen, to its proper place in the galactic timeline. The second installation, located on my territory and almost completely identical to the original Great Machine, confirmed the data, recording a developing temporal distortion in the same area.
And a few seconds later, the same distortion was picked up by the sensors of Babylon 5, raising an amusing panic among the officers in the command center, who suddenly heard a message from a possible future from Ivanova. However, much more interesting was not all these temporal fragments, but the thought that the very fact of their existence led me to, if I do not have access to the latest data on Ironheart, due to the destruction of the laboratory, what prevents me from looking at the lab itself? In the past, at the moment when Jason was still there and just preparing to escape, it was an idea worth considering. There was no exact date for his escape, listed in Bester's files. But for the sake of completeness, it would still be best to study the entire timeline concerning Ironheart. Eventually, arriving at the beginning of his transformation and, as a result, his escape. The only thing that presented some difficulty was the amount of information that needed to be processed. For the Great Machine, it made no fundamental difference whether to show a 5-minute episode or all 5 years. But it did make a difference for the operator, through whose mind all this wealth passed. And here, unfortunately, even for the replicators, there were exactly 2 options. Slowly and gloomily watch the movie at only a slightly increased speed, the maximum that the brain operator could endure without consequences. Or give it an afterburner, literally burning out the neurons with a stream of information. The results of the query sent to the replicator network showed that in such a mode it would be possible to achieve almost 200-fold acceleration of viewing, reducing 5 years of events to some 9 or 10 days. But the organic part of the operator would suffer irreversible tissue damage, with subsequent termination of life activity after 12 hours of viewing. Well, the association with the Emperor of Mankind, who was fed 1,000 psychers daily to maintain the work of the Astronomicon, came to mind by itself. No, there were alternatives. It was possible to upgrade the Great Machine, allowing it to work with several operators simultaneously, which was not currently provided for in the design. However, even ignoring the difficulties of the upgrade itself, there was no guarantee that the module responsible for working with time was even capable of multi-threading. Simply increasing the number of brains did not provide a proportional increase in productivity. Everything happened according to exactly the same principle as with the attempts to create computing machines with several processors simultaneously, carried out on Earth, and probably in other species. By analogy, a couple of centuries ago, it would seem that 2 information processing modules should be more powerful than 1. But in reality, it was not enough to simply install them side by side. A connection was required to ensure synchronization of the process within the system. And it was precisely this connection that could eat up a decent percentage of resources for its very existence, up to the complete depreciation of the installation of the second module. In the case of replicators, everything was not as scary as on personal computers of the 21st century on Earth, but the task was somewhat more significant than the everyday needs of ordinary people. The second way to get around the problem was to constantly heal the operator's brain damage with a Goa'uld healing device, or variations on the sarcophagus theme. True, this option did not provide a guaranteed advantage either. The sarcophagus extinguished the subject's consciousness during healing, and its simplified version, in the form of a handheld device, could not cope with all injuries.
In addition, the brain, and especially the brain of a telepath, was a rather complex structure, and, even constantly recovering from damage received, would work much worse than without any damage at all. And the replicators failed to create a completely inorganic operator. The machine was disgustingly picky in its work. Perhaps it was worthwhile to immediately engage in complete reverse engineering of the device and improve its design. But what can you do now? Yeah, I didn't think. Corona may be pleased. Good to see you again, Lord Ball, came a tired but still incredibly pleased and familiar voice. Commander Sinclair. I smile, taking a step towards the man who appeared among the fruit trees. Ambassador Sinclair, he corrected me, to be precise. Ambassador Sinclair. I nod, looking him over. And, I assume, one of the Minbari Rangers. You are observant and erudite. It is nice to know that nothing changes on Babylon 5. Have you come on business? You could say that. The same one, because of which the device on the planet below us is now mocking the space-time continuum in a particularly perverted form. You know. Sinclair sighed affirmatively, shaking his head. However, what am I surprised about? By the way, I didn't even expect such an incredibly beautiful ship when I was flying up to the station. A small gift from home, Commander. And your furry subordinates, the man chuckled. I once thought that changing from a commander's jacket to an ambassador's suit on Minbar could be an interesting and exciting way to spend time. But something much more fun was clearly happening here.
I think Captain Sheridan will give you some breaking news that you might have missed on Minbar.
I'll definitely ask, the man nodded. But for now, I just wanted to take a little walk here in the park. When else will I have the chance? Sinclair was obviously making small talk, but even without the telepathic cat nearby, it was obvious that the reason for his arrival and the upcoming events were making him nervous. That, doomed readiness to do what must be done, even if you don't want to do it. And he clearly wanted to say something to me personally, or ask. But he couldn't decide whether he really wanted to. Tell me, Lord Bale, after a short silence, the former commander finally spoke.
Ambassador?
Time. What is it?
Well, you have some questions.
I slowly shake my head, feigning a puzzled expression.
I'm afraid that even my knowledge and experience of my entire civilization will not be enough, not only to explain what time is, but also to clearly understand it myself. I know so many contradictory theories and have seen so many contradictory facts that I throw up my hands.
Well, at least try.
Okay. Usually, reasonable people believe that time is a clear sequence of causes and effects, built in one line. It is this theory which comes to mind of almost any civilization that gives rise to dreams of a time machine and the possibility of correcting something in the past, thereby changing the present.
Yes, Sinclair nodded. Somehow it always seemed that way to me. Although, of course, he frowned for a moment, fell silent, but then waved his hand. Yes. The murdered grandfather paradox subtly hints that everything is not so simple.
Bravo, Ambassador Sinclair.
I smile contentedly.
On Earth, as far as I know, there is one theory. I think it belongs to Novikov. It says that even if you manage to travel back in time, you still won't be able to do anything that could change the present that already existed for you. The universe, I wave my hand around the park, simply compensates for any possible changes, either with other events that ultimately lead to the same result or simply by not allowing you to perform the only action that can change something. But this means predestination? Not exactly, Ambassador. In your present, you can choose any scenario you want. Go to Captain Sheridan now, or stay here, or go have tea with Ambassador Malari,
or even return to Minbar. But if you were to go to the past, let's put it this way. I smile at the clearly moved man. If you've already visited the past, you literally won't have a choice since your actions there have already happened. And good luck to you in your endeavors. It won't hurt. Still in a state of not the lightest workload, Sinclair gave me a ceremonial Minbari bow, turned around and slowly walked towards the entrance to the station corridors. An interesting conversation, however. As far as I could remember, Valen Sinclair had written a letter for himself, which he was supposed to receive and read just recently, just before his flight from Minbar here. Logic told me that, in the letter Valen Sinclair, already understanding what was happening much more than his present past self, could well have left exhaustive explanations and instructions, ensuring that very principle of Novikov's self-consistency, which I spoke about a couple of minutes ago. Yes. But it seems, what he read left an indelible impression, forcing him to talk to me before meeting with the captain. Of course, there was a certain chance that the letter was written about me, 12.441%, as a participant in the events in the past, but the replicator network did not contain a single record, even a fragmentary one, about any temporal anomalies, paradoxes, and other wonderful anti-scientific nonsense that would inevitably have formed if I had moved 1,000 years into the past. The probe I sent to Babylon 4 spoke about this in the most direct way, without recording anything there except the station itself, the White Star, on which Sinclair and company would fly, and Sinclair himself 2 years ago, rescuing compatriots who had fallen into a time anomaly. Could I close myself off from the replicator network so as not to be noticed by myself from another timeline? Theoretically, but when I tried to calculate the probability of such an outcome, the network caught the blue screen of death, giving out probabilities from 0.005 to 98.991%, replacing each other with each iteration of the calculation, literally meaning the result, who the hell knows. Feeling a wave of anxiety from Korone and Yuki, thickly mixed with tense bewilderment, I still threw conceptual matters out of my head. 1,000 years ago, this world existed and coped perfectly well without my participation, and since 3 years ago, everything here was as it should have been. The best thing I can do will be to simply not interfere with the games with time. Not this time. Paradoxes are a very unpleasant thing, and it would be very awkward to accidentally destroy 2/3 of the universe with my participation. Yes, I'd better go watch a movie, prepare the operator of my great machine for an express rewind of several years of the history of the secret Psi Corps laboratory.
A fascinating story with crazy evil scientists, unfortunate test subjects, and the heroic overcoming that accompanies the escape of the last of them. Yes. Interlude. It was dark in Ambassador Delen's cabin. The only light was a tiny candle, illuminating only a small section of the tabletop on which it stood, and an ancient metal box, now open, but once sealed with a massive seal depicting a strange, unfamiliar pattern to Delen. The Minbari herself was in a state of deep thought, bordering on religious ecstasy, as strange as such a combination might seem. And there was a reason why it wasn't every day that a courier from one of the leaders of the religious caste to which you belonged came to you, handing over an ancient casket that had been kept in the temple for almost a millennium. A casket that had been ordered to be opened on a specific day and hour. A casket that contained a simple letter addressed by an author who had lived centuries ago, specifically and personally to you. The ambassador had read the message 3 times already, but each time it did not add a grain to her understanding of what was happening, only giving rise to more and more questions. The last thing she could have expected was to receive a personal letter from Valen, sent from the abyss of years. However, understanding is not required, only obedience, right? Sighing, the woman extended her hand, closing the box. If Valen wrote to her, then it was necessary. and she would fulfill what was written, word for word, to the best of her ability and capabilities. Dylan, Lanier entered the dark cabin, stopping at the entrance and blinking, letting his eyes adjust after the illuminated corridor of the station. "Where are you, Dylan?" "Is he at the station yet, Lanier?" the woman said quietly. Yes. The Minbari turned to the voice. "But where from?" "Then the time has come," Dylan sighed, holding out her hand to the candle, palm forward. "We are the Greys. We stand between the candle flame and the light of the star. He is my friend, Lanier." "I know." The attaché nodded, feeling uneasy. "But I don't understand. Sometimes you have to do what is required, but not what you want at all. But if you don't do this, then the dream will die, and many of those living now will perish." The woman slowly moved her hand near the fire, feeling a sensation of heat, bordering on pain on her fingertips. "Dylan, it's a pity there's so little time left. Although, time is the only thing we have left. Let's go, Lanier. I have a task for you." Sighing, the Minbari took one last look at the letter lying in the box and rose to her feet, extending her hand to her more gloomy assistant than usual. She really did have time to go. There was still time before the moment indicated in the message. But it was getting shorter and shorter with each passing second. And she still needed to convince some people to follow her. "I will do whatever is required, Dylan," Lanier bowed. "Prepare the White Star for takeoff. Minimum crew. I don't want to risk people more than necessary. No combat is expected, but I'll do everything." The attaché bowed again. "The ship will be ready in half an hour." "Thank you." Dylan nodded and walked quickly towards the elevators, and from there to the tactical room, where the captain had spent most of his time in recent months. Valen had said and explained a lot in his message, but he had devoted even more space to urgent requests and instructions on what, to whom, and how exactly she should communicate in order to avoid great trouble. It was not easy to comprehend and understand this, but as has already been said, understanding is not required.
Hello, John.
She entered the hall with a smile, heading straight for the captain standing at the table.
Marcus.
"Dylan!" Both men nodded.
Any news?
"There haven't been any new shadow attacks for almost a week." Sheridan waved his hand at the galaxy diagram. "This is both pleasing and alarming at the same time. I think they've rethought their tactics," Marcus chuckled.
Not surprising after the Vorlon attack.
"They rethought it, yes. But I'm afraid," John sighed, "their counterattack, and it will certainly follow, will be much more terrible and stronger than everything that came before. If only we knew what to prepare for." "We'll get through this, John." Dylan smiled encouragingly at the man, but then grew serious. "But for now, you must follow me to the White Star. Lanier is preparing the ship, and we must leave the station in half an hour." "But we need to finish things." "Things can wait. I'm sorry, John," the Minbari woman said sternly, turning to the ranger. "Marcus, we need you too. We'll also need Ivanova and your guest." "Guest?" Sheridan frowned in confusion. "But who?" "I suppose you're talking about me." A pleased and vaguely familiar voice came from the second entrance to the hall. "Captain Sheridan." The gray-haired man extended his hand for a handshake with a smile. "Jeffrey Sinclair, pleased to meet you." Likewise." John shook hands, dumbfounded. "We haven't seen each other." "Yes, since the war on Mars." "Hello, Marcus." "My respects, Antilza." The ranger bowed his head. "Dylan." "Hello, old friend." The ambassador smiled. "But why are you here? I didn't even know you arrived at the station." "Oh, I just flew in a couple of hours ago and asked Zach not to advertise my presence too much."
Sinclair smiled slyly. But I had time to walk around the station, enjoy the memories of old times.
Everything is as before. You did an excellent job of your duties, Captain.
The communicator on the captain's hand beeped, not letting him finish.
Not a moment's peace, huh? The former station commander chuckled. Oh, you've noticed, haven't you? John chuckled, accepting the challenge.
Sheridan here. Captain, a shuttle has taken off from the planet below us, Ivanova's voice said in confusion. It seems to be Zathras.
Which one? Sheridan asked, under Sinclair's still mocking gaze.
If you can tell them apart, I'll get you a government award on Earth, Ivanova grumbled. But he's flying toward you.
I understand. Let him sit down. I'll meet him at the dock. And, Ivanova?
Yes, sir?
We have business. Hand over your watch and come over there. Delenn says we need to go to the White Star. It seems Zathras is here for the same reason.
Oh, was all the woman could answer, hanging up. Chapter 78, The Possible and the Improbable. Zathras spoke.
But no one listens to Zathras.
Zathras. Interlude.
Captain. Sinclair let Delenn go ahead and turned to Sheridan, who was walking next to him. Will you do me a favor? A favor? John raised an eyebrow in surprise, but nodded after a second. Of course I'll do it. What's the problem? I assume Mr. Garibaldi is now in Sector 14? Right, John nodded. As soon as we received the signal about the anomaly, he took a fighter and went there to check. He said that he could never sit still. Sinclair shook his head. He was a fidget. If you don't mind, don't tell him I was on the station. And if we meet his fighter on the White Star, don't tell him I'm with you. But why? I'm afraid he'll join us, Sinclair sighed. And I don't have enough friends to let them take risks where they don't have to, Captain. Okay, after a short silence. The man nodded. This argument was quite clear to him. The main thing is to remind Ivanova about it, but I think she will figure it out herself.
I'll talk to her. Thank you, Captain.
Now I just need to understand where and why we are flying.
I'll tell you everything, John, Delenn said. Let's get to the White Star, and I'll tell you everything. Now I can only add that we need to fly there, to Sector 14.
But why? When we discovered the anomaly, the computer recorded a stream of tachyons coming from the bowels of the planet below us. If the great machine controls the rift, then it would be more logical to go down, no?
Too long.
The woman shook her head.
Trust me, John. I rarely ask you for anything, but now is the time. Please, just trust me.
Okay.
Sheridan nodded. The captain liked what was happening less and less with each passing minute. He couldn't stand not understanding something, especially when it directly concerned him or his subordinates. And now he didn't understand anything at all.
But Delenn was right. If the situation forced her to ask, to simply trust without asking questions, then the situation was serious. The Minbari didn't allow herself strange jokes and pranks. And if you add the fact that Sinclair and one of the Zathras from the planet had arrived on Babylon 5, the situation must be very serious. Captain! Ivanova greeted him with a nod, already waiting in the dock. Ambassador Delenn. Commander Sinclair? Susan smiled involuntarily, noticing Jeffrey entering behind the Minbari. Ambassador Sinclair, Commander, the man corrected her with an equally warm smile. Good to see you, Susan. And I'm so glad, sir. Zathras is also glad to see the One. A voice literally bursting with joy rang out, and from behind one of the shuttles standing in the dock jumped out a shaggy alien, already familiar to everyone present, dragging an impressive-sized metal case in his arms. I've heard that word before. Sinclair frowned.
But you said I wasn't the one. Zathras spoke?
No! He shook his head. Another Zathras. Future Zathras. Or the past. Zathras doesn't know, but Zathras is glad that the One remembered what was said. Usually, no one listens to Zathras.
There are 6 of us, Ivanova sighed. Preferring to pretend that she hadn't heard anything unusual, we'll have to take 2 shuttles. I've already obtained permission to take off, so if we're not expecting anyone, we can go. Thank you, Commander Ivanova. Delenn nodded. We really do need to go. Ivanova nodded and waved her hand toward the 2 nearest shuttles, motioning for those present to settle in. Sheridan, Sinclair, and Marcus took their places in the one on the right, and Ivanova, Delenn, and Zathras, who, with a concentrated sniffle, pushed his burden into the cabin before settling in himself, took their places in the one on the left. Shuttles 1 and 2 are requesting clearance to depart, Sheridan said, strapping himself into the pilot's seat and contacting the station's dispatcher.
Shuttle 1, we read you. Cleared for takeoff. Clearance has been transmitted to Shuttle 2.
Thank you, Babylon. John gently moved the joystick and lifted the ship into the air, heading for the nearest airlock. Sinclair sat silently nearby, not disturbing the captain. The shuttle was a small and nimble ship, but some of the landing pads were extremely inconveniently located, so piloting the transport ships became an annoyingly unpleasant business. I admit, having taken the shuttle out of the airlock, Sheridan directed it towards the transition zone and turned his head towards Sinclair. I was very surprised to see you. Usually we are warned in advance about the ambassador's arrival at the station. There was no time. Jeffrey smiled with the corner of his lips.
Believe me, Captain, this visit to Babylon 5 is no less of a surprise for me than it is for you. Really.
John chuckled. But Delenn didn't seem surprised at all, as if she knew about your arrival in advance, and it was certainly not by chance that she asked us to go to the White Star today. There are no coincidences, Captain Sheridan. That's not an answer. The captain grimaced with displeasure. I have a feeling as if... Captain, Marcus said, if I were you, I'd just give up. There's a saying on Minbar. If you want an answer from a ranger, learn to understand his words while hanging upside down from the ceiling. And how does it help? Quite. Marcus chuckled. When you lose consciousness, if you're lucky, enlightenment descends upon you. Sometimes, however, it's just a headache. But then, they say, you have to repeat the process again, until you get the desired result. Delenn will explain everything to you, Captain. Sinclair sighed. I could have made some comments myself, but I was asked not to do so. Asked, but who? Wait literally half an hour. We'll fly to the White Star and you'll find out everything. But for now, tell me better, how are things here on Babylon? In the almost 2 years that I've been gone, I've rarely managed to get at least somewhat detailed news. Sheridan just shook his head. It seemed that everyone around him had conspired to arrange this show with secrets and intrigues. Well, as for the White Star, so he could wait until the White Star. Especially since the flight was really very short. Under Sinclair's slightly mocking gaze, clearly guessing the thoughts wandering in his interlocutor's head, the captain nevertheless nodded and began to share the latest, and not so, gossip from the station. The former commander of Babylon 5 listened with genuine interest. It seemed that Sinclair really missed his old place of service. However, John could understand him quite well. Despite all the madness of the station, this was precisely its highlight. Unlike many other places where he was taken by orders from the command, there was no time to be bored on Babylon. Wanting to hang yourself, or go out the airlock from the diplomat's next tricks, yes, but not to be bored. The graceful lines of the White Star's hull appeared directly in the shuttle's path, forcing Sheridan to interrupt yet another tale of everyday life on the station and focus on piloting again. However, he did this mostly for the sake of order. Although the Minbari Vorlon ship did not have the usual automation system, the dock on the White Star was very conveniently located, and it was easy to get the shuttle there. Meeting the others in the dock, Delenn only silently waved her hand inviting them to follow her. Contrary to the captain's expectations, the Minbari led the company not to the control room, but to the next room, something like a tactical room, the existence of which Sheridan did not even suspect on board. "So, Delenn, we're on board. Now can you explain what's going on and why we're all here?" "Now I can," the woman nodded. "Do you believe me, John?" An inappropriate question. The captain frowned, puzzled. "The most relevant question in my life. Do you believe me?" Sheridan told to Kivnul, отбросив все шутки. «Тогда присаживайтесь. То, что я расскажу, это будет не просто осознать и принять, но выбора у нас всех немного. Как вы уже упоминали, капитан, дождавшись, пока присутствующие займут кресло, Минбарка продолжила. Сканеры Вавилона-5 засекли тахионное излучение, направленное из недр Великой машины в сектор 14.
Кроме того, он со значением посмотрела на Синклера.
В мое распоряжение поступили некоторые данные. Как вы уже знаете, последняя война с тянями была 1000 лет назад. С помощью Ворлана нам удалось нанести им поражение и заставить покинуть планету Захадум. Однако есть нечто, чего вы до сих пор не знали. Более того, до сих пор этого не дано было увидеть никому, кроме самых высокопоставленных членов касты жрецов и Серого Совета. Делена подошла к стоявшему в конце зала возвышению и коснулась голубоватой светящейся сферы на его вершине. Тотчас стена подернулась серой полупрозрачной дымкой, и в следующее мгновение прямо из воздуха соткалось изображение. Шеридан увидел явно минбарскую боевую станцию, внушительная конструкция, окруженная кораблями Минбара и сторожевыми буями. Изображение сместилось, и Джон понял, что это видеозапись. Из-за кадра вылетело несколько кораблей теней, столь же черных и внушающих ужас, как и те, что встречались им сейчас.
Minbarka Predaligen. The one of the 32 ways of the Womans at the time of Mr.
And no much of the termin of Cansiv Warlon, managed than we extended it from the Jag Apurity Bulls. That's the days was critted of claim our flawed, we will e non-brawn. But that red, active one of our mind, the cuppin is dealt as secrets to the bulls, and in letter is added to. John and Ballin on wild day to golographics agran, and thread clares to sieve the rage, only work in new long tin to the matter gile Inglis. Bear the Southie, standard is Mingers of Side, Vivalon 4. Vavilon 4? We make us, Sheridan. Господи. Иванова покачала головой.
Мы знали, что станция была перемещена во времени, когда исчезла, но мы считали, что ее перенесли в будущее. Нет, он перенесся в прошлое и помог победить теней. 1000 лет назад. Не будь этой станции, мы бы проиграли войну. То есть Шеридан нахмурился. Вы утверждаете, что минбарцы выкрали Вавилон-4? Не выкрали, Джон. Эти данные есть в базах Великой машины, я проверила. Вавилон-4 исчез 6 лет назад, но 2 года назад он почему-то вернулся обратно. Вы видели это и были там. Минбарка склонила голову в сторону Синклера. Вместе с мистером Гарибальди. Вы спасли экипаж. And it wasn't the most pleasant experience of my life, nodded Jeffrey. We almost died. But we still don't understand what happened there, and who is behind it. Now many things are becoming clearer. But for now, I don't really like it. You'll understand now, Captain. Delenn sighed, touching the sphere again. This recording was made shortly before Babylon 4 disappeared, the first disappearance. The Shadows recognized this station and understood what had happened and would happen. And they sent their ships to destroy it. To change the past. But several shadow fighters appeared on the holographic screen, pulling an elongated structure behind them. It was difficult to understand what it was, but everyone present, as one, was absolutely sure that the device could not be anything good. And the next moment, several bright flashes flashed from behind the frame, obvious shots from a pulse weapon. And a flew out to intercept the shadows. White Star! Sheridan, along with the rest of those present, jumped to his feet. Only Sinclair remained sitting in the chair, smiling sadly. Lord Bale's words, spoken by him during the last conversation, and what Jeffrey had read in the letter on Minbar. Now it all made sense. Absolute and inexorable. I'd really like to punch someone in the face, Sinclair muttered under his breath. But you can't punch yourself, can you? Jeffrey rose to his feet, joining the others and speaking at a normal volume. So it turns out we'll steal Babylon 4? Ambassador? Entilja? Marcus and Sheridan looked at the man in confusion. That's right, Delenn nodded. We have to do this, because that's what we did 1,000 years ago. And if we retreat, this will have unpredictable consequences for the universe. Sinclair finished for the Minbari. There will be a paradox, Zathras said. Paradoxes are bad. Paradoxes threaten everything, Zathras warned. The alien had been sitting so quietly all this time that Sheridan had forgotten about his presence, which is why the voice that suddenly rang out made the man shudder. A paradox? Sheridan asked. A paradox, Zathras nodded. A terrible paradox. Time, space, everything is torn, distorted. Even Zathras, the shaggy alien, threw up his hands, sadly summing up. Bad. Damn it, Delenn. Question of where exactly Babylon 4 disappeared to has haunted everyone on Earth. And now you're claiming that we ourselves stole it? Are you kidding?
John, this is history. It's already happened. You can't just erase the events of 1,000 years ago. Too much depends on whether Babylon 4 appears before the Minbari ships or not.
But, Captain, sighed Sinclair, it is no easier for me to understand than it is for you. I had a conversation with Lord Ball back at the station. I just wanted to understand how what we must do was possible. I do not. He hesitated, but then winced and continued. I should not say what I will say, but it is better this way than torment you with doubts. Time is a very complex matter. Perhaps neither you nor I, nor anyone else, will ever understand how it works, but... Sinclair finished with a deep sigh. When you suddenly receive a letter addressed to yourself, but written 900 years ago, it is refreshing. What? A letter? A letter, Captain, nodded Jeffrey, with a detailed story and instructions, signed Jeffrey David Sinclair, and written in my own handwriting. I received such a letter too, Delenn nodded under the shocked looks of everyone present. And in mine, it was written among other things. Sinclair chuckled meaningfully. Lord Ball likes to mock those around him, but he is almost never wrong.
What does Lord Ball have to do with this?
Sheridan exhaled resignedly. If you've already been to the past, you literally have no choice since your actions there have already happened, and they led to the chain of global events that brought you here today, Sinclair said slowly, clearly carefully quoting Ball. But if I were you, I would still try not to step on butterflies, just in case. Feeling an irresistible urge to slam his head against the bulkhead, the captain sank back into his chair with a heavy sigh. Paradoxes. Bad, Zathras said. The alien nodded sympathetically. Reviewing the past of the laboratory where Psi Corps created Jason Ironheart turned out to be a somewhat more tricky task than might have seemed at first. Firstly, as expected, the brain operator, forced to process the incoming data stream in continuous mode, could not cope with the process fully, despite the practically perfect genetics of the artificially grown organ. 3 hours after the start of the process, the life support system of its container recorded an increase in tissue temperature to dangerous values, and individual groups of neurons began to fail when transmitting information. And secondly, although I could compensate for the problems that arose by tissue restoration or a more advanced cooling system than a normal human body could provide, the resulting video sequence was a bunch of short, episodic fragments. The great machine, for all its epicness, was still not designed to work as a temporal cinema. However, this could also be dealt with. The network of replicators was quite capable of assembling a complete picture from disparate images, filtering out repetitions and episodes not related to the topic of the search. But it will take a little more time than was originally calculated at the maximum possible acceleration. Taking into account the inevitably falling productivity of the brain due to short-term damage, the process will take not 10 days, but almost 14. 13 days, 20 hours, 12 minutes, and 44 seconds, if we believe the updated duration data. Well, it will be a long movie night. However, the possible result was definitely worth it. By the final stage of the research, the core scientists already had, albeit a rough understanding, of the procedures that needed to be carried out on the test subject to obtain the desired result. When Jason landed on the lab table, they already had a proven technology for enhancing a person's telepathic gift by 2 levels, according to the existing classification. A stable and error-free technology, the mere fact of its existence giving the Earth Commonwealth and the Core a sharp jump in the number of strong telepaths, something that people so lacked compared to older species in the galaxy. But they decided to go further. Charles Menkel, the project's lead scientist, wanted to get not just a telepath, but a telekinetic telepath, bringing this branch of genome development to a dominant state, so that it would manifest itself not in 1 out of 10,000 telepaths, as the official statistics said, but in the overwhelming majority. Somewhere in human history, there was already such a manic belief in human superiority and a thirst for achieving it. Ahem.
In any case, with all his anti-moral virtues and high principles of a vivisectionist, Menkel kept very detailed records and protocols of the research, scrupulously noting all the successful and not-so results. Perhaps, if you have free time, it is worth paying attention to the previous experiments of the complex. The algorithm for enhancing the telepathic gift looked promising, even from the point of view of replicators. The modeling conducted by the network showed that the procedures used on the test subjects and the medications applied would be effective even on a telepath of the behemoth level, who was already designed to be practically ideal from a genetic point of view. Yes, in his case, the increase will not be as impressive as, for example, for the same Alice or even Talia Winters, but 5% of the gain in the case of the Jirinx, who is already capable of twisting the brains of a P12 category telepath into a tube, forcing him to scratch his ear, completely unaware of it.
Yes. And why did I suddenly get the idea in my head about creating an analog of the librarians among the felinids, with an adjustment for telepathy instead of the warp, due to the absence of the latter here? In any case, even though the great machine had only just begun to look through Ironheart's past, and there was a decent amount of time before the very moment of his evolution began, I could already see some, not difficulty, no, but dubiousness in the idea. The problem was that the method developed by the Core was designed for a human, an organic humanoid with a certain genetic structure and principles of physiological functioning. And if I could still adapt it for a Jirinx or felinids, and this was in fact not so difficult, then using it as a universal means of ascension would be somewhat problematic. In the sense that replicators as a life form had somewhat different principles of their existence, no matter how unexpected it may sound. Theoretically, I could create an organic body for myself, grown according to the same principle as behemoth or felinids. And the experience with Kosh, who still had not emerged from his existential rethinking, showed that the transfer of consciousness between different platforms was possible. But when I thought about this, the pathetic phrase, "there is no strength in the flesh, only weakness," popped up in my head, and hymns in praise of the Omnissiah sounded. Ahem, yes. In addition, even though I did not remember the history of my body's native world in detail, I could state one thing with a certain degree of confidence: the formation of the ancients. The ancients were tied to much more than just the physiology and biological basis of their bodies. There was some episode in that story where this was explained, although I could not remember the details. In general, the situation was ambiguous.
The technology itself, as another building block of knowledge, was, of course, useful, good, and applicable, even as a gift for the Felinids or the same Alice, if I suddenly wanted to make one. In addition, I firmly believed in the famous phrase about a sufficiently developed technology, already perfectly confirmed by the example of technomagic, which means that sooner or later, one way or another, the quantity of accumulated knowledge may well turn into quality. But right now, no. The knowledge about the experiments on Ironheart was simply an interesting fact of his biography, and useful encyclopedic information for the replicators. Still applicable, but so far useless for me personally. "You shouldn't have let Ironheart go himself," came a message from Corone, filled with curiosity and thoughtfulness. Nika had clearly been watching the movie in real time, coming to the same conclusions as me, sister. Based on the data available to the replicators, at that moment the probability of capturing the being that was the human telepath Jason Ironheart was estimated at 0.334%. The second NECA snapped at her. "Yes, I know." Corone twitched her ear, clearly annoyed. "You're attaching too much importance to such nonsense." Behemoth suddenly joined the conversation. "Besides, since we've gained access to the lab data, what's stopping you from repeating the process on your own test subject and studying it for as long as you want? I think I now understand what it's like when— What? Was that even possible?" Judging by the silence on the net, so effective that, as they say, you can hear the binary code rustling in the programs, similar thoughts came to the girls' heads. With one simple phrase, Behemoth literally broke the system, offering a solution that, we would have come to it ourselves, of course, but the fact that I didn't even consider this option initially. That's for sure. Cats are higher beings. Even artificially bred telepathic cats with two tails. This is a completely feasible option, I admit that Jirinx is right, taking into account the new technologies received and the growth of the total number of network resources. At the moment, the probability of containing or destroying a creature like Ironheart is already 68.339%. Still not a guarantee, but enough to think about. The result of the forecast was indeed much higher than the initial one. Strictly speaking, the announced 0.334% of the initial chance were greatly underestimated. The problem was not to destroy Jason in case of aggression, but rather to keep him within the required limits. Now, having gained access to a new source of energy, having built up fat in the form of a reserve of replicator blocks and resources in general, I could well create a prison that would hold even a creature made of pure energy. In fact, it would be easier and more convenient for replicators to work in the case of an energy creation. True, there was still a question left out of the equation. What exactly such a creature would be capable of? But nothing but an experiment would be able to give an answer here. And if the energy suddenly is able to operate with the conceptual laws of the universe, and the ancients, as I recall, handled some of them quite freely, even the replicators might feel uncomfortable. So, the movie continues, but I will still think about the inhuman experiments. Interlude. Okay. Sheridan sighed resignedly. I agree to this madness, although the need to steal the station makes me uneasy. I understand, Captain, Sinclair nodded sympathetically. But there really is no choice. When we arrive at Babylon 4, Delenn gestured at Zathras, we'll need to place a beacon in the station's systems. The draw beacon on the Great Machine controls the distortion in time, holding the passage and synchronizing the flows. But even it requires a specific target, a marker to navigate by.
That's why Zathras brought what he brought.
The servant of the Great Machine nodded, handing one of the cases to Sinclair, who was standing next to him.
This is an anchor. The same as those I will give you all, only bigger, more reliable.
Anchor?
Zathras said so, yes. Time travel. It's dangerous. You can get lost, or make a mistake, return to the wrong place or at the wrong time. Oh, very bad. The only thing worse are paradoxes. But with an anchor, everything will be better. The great machine will tune into them, will be able to synchronize the time flows, bring you to the right point. If you don't have an anchor, the alien clicked his teeth and shook his head. Is it protection? But from what?
Sheridan frowned. When we travel through time, Zathras opened one of the cases, revealing a series of silver devices inside. We ride great waves of tachyon pulses. As Zathras was saying just now, you can get stuck or not find your way home. Time, he shrugged. Captain, Ivanova remembered. When Babylon 4 showed up last time, we sent a fighter there for reconnaissance. The pilot came back dead, from old age. How fun, John grumbled, reaching out and taking one of the devices. Time distortions, nodded Zathras, moving on to the next crew member. Finally, after making sure that everyone present had taken a device and secured it to their belts, Zathras clapped his hands in satisfaction, tossing the empty cases into the corner. Judging by the fact that he had many more of them when they first met, the skin-clad servant of the great machine had somehow managed to distribute the rest to the Minbari aboard the White Star. Or, at least, that was the only conclusion that came to Sheridan's mind.
Can we fly further now? Now we can, Zathras nodded, meaningfully raising his finger up. Anchors. The coordinates of the anomaly were already very close, some 5 minutes of flight. Having gathered those present in the control room, the captain sat down in his usual place, realizing that, despite agreeing to participate in what was happening, it was still difficult for him to accept it. The lens stood next to him, carefully placing her hand on his forearm in a gesture of encouragement. "Is Mr. Garibaldi's fighter here?" Sinclair asked suddenly. "Sensors are blank," Marcus replied after a moment. "There's residual evidence of the engines, but I assume he's already headed back to Babylon 5. This is good. Perhaps you should contact him after all? We can relay the signal from here via..." Sheridan turned to the ambassador. "No, Captain. Let him fly home." Sinclair shook his head. "As you say, in that case, lead us into the rift, Lanier." Attaché Delenn nodded and touched the control crystals on the panel in front of him, sending the White Star forward. The haze of the anomaly, barely noticeable against the background of the stars, appeared directly ahead, becoming brighter with each second the ship approached, until it forced the captain and everyone present to simply close their eyes. The next moment, John felt as if some invisible wave passed through his body, like a tight stream of headwind, only scorching hot and freezing at the same time. And a growing high-frequency squeak sounded in his head, forcing the man to wince. But before the sensations had time to become completely unbearable, another bright flash broke through his lowered eyelids, and their ship again emerged into ordinary space. Only now, in a different time. "Scanners at maximum," the man frowned. "If the shadow ships are here, we should see them before they see us." "There's a signal." Lanier responded literally 2 seconds later.
6 fighters and some kind of device. "Show me!" John rose from his chair, stepping forward. A holographic projection of the scanner's readings unfolded before the captain. Frowning, Sheridan saw the familiar device Delenn had shown him in the 1,000-year-old recording, the bomb that would destroy Babylon 4. "High radiation levels," Ivanova confirmed his guess. "The design is unfamiliar, but it looks like a nuclear bomb. If you attach one to the hull near the station's reactor, they'll have time to fly away before the explosion. And from the outside, it will look like an accident." "Damn it. Lanier, how far is it to the targets?" 1,000 kilometers. We can attack, but the accuracy will be insufficient." "Acceleration. As soon as we reach minimum distance, shoot." "Yes, Captain." The White Star accelerated sharply, catching up with the black blobs of ships and the bomb they were towing. Unfortunately, it wasn't only the Minbari ship that had good scanners. They were noticed almost immediately, and 2 fighters turned away, heading to intercept the enemy that had appeared. Feeling the growing tension, Sheridan watched the decreasing distance between the marks on the hologram, throwing short glances out the observation window. Very soon, the first shots flashed ahead. The shadows didn't wait for the guaranteed range to attack first. Despite the distance, one of the salvos still hit the white star, causing the ship to shudder and John to clutch the seat of one of the crew members with his hands.
Damage. Minor deformation of the outer skin.
Lanier reported.
We can attack in 10 seconds. Fire at will. We need to shoot them down before the station gets into the bomb blast zone.
They've accelerated.
Captain,
The Minbari raised his head in alarm.
we won't have time to get to the range of the guidance systems.
Damn it.
I can try manually.
She took a step towards Ivanov's weapon control panel.
Go ahead. The main target is the bomb. If the ships survive, they can be finished off later.
Susan nodded, and pushing aside the Minbari operator, concentrated on placing her hands on the control crystals. A second, 2, and on the third, a series of twin flashes of shots from the White Star's pulse guns struck ahead along the course of the movement. Another burst, and another. Finally, the salvo hit its target, right on target, and the brightest flash of a bomb explosion cut through space, and Susan was caught in it.
Lanier, take the ship away!
John only had time to shield his eyes from the stream of light, turn to the Minbari, and hear his tense, "Too late," in response to the unspoken order, when a wave of energy from the explosion hit their ship right, throwing it away from the station. Sheridan's last thought was the realization that the bomb apparently was not a simple nuclear one. And then he felt a burning pain piercing his entire body. The time anchor on his belt cracked pitifully, splitting, and everything around him disappeared. Only in his ears sounded a frightened, "John," from Delenn. Chapter 79. Trio of Paradoxes. The best way to deal with temporal paradoxes is to not think about them. Captain Catherine Janeway, Star Trek Voyager. Interlude. Consciousness returned slowly and reluctantly. Sheridan felt as if he had been put through a meat grinder, rolled into a meatball, and then sent flying with all his might to the nearest wall. Strange associations, but for some reason these were the comparisons that came to mind. Perhaps it was all about the floating state of consciousness which he had only experienced once before, with a fierce hangover at the wedding of his school friend many years ago. After the bright flash of the explosion and the wave of pain that rolled through his body on board the White Star, the last thing he remembered before consciousness faded was the feeling of lying face down, his cheek resting on some kind of carpet or blanket. But now? "Get up!" A hard blow to the ribs, accompanied by a short order spoken in English with a monstrous accent, brought him out of his attempts at self-digging. It seemed that now everything would become clear to him anyway. "I'm getting up. I'm getting up." With difficulty, feeling his hands trembling, John raised himself from the surface on which he lay, carefully opening his eyelids. It was indeed a carpet. Purple pile, vaguely familiar patterns that he had clearly seen before, and, without waiting for him to rise, strong arms caught him, literally yanking the captain to his feet, and at the same time keeping him from falling again. Swallowing, Sheridan still managed to open his eyes, blinking through the murky haze around him. It was, Londo? The man croaked at the sight of an elderly Centauri who bore a striking resemblance to Ambassador Londo Malari, but he was now sitting in a high-backed chair and wearing on his chest the symbol of the imperial power of the Centauri Republic. How did I end up here? He had never been to Centauri Prime, but he had seen descriptions and rare footage of the throne room of the imperial palace. And it was that throne room, an ancient chair that had served as a throne for many generations of emperors, rich draperies, gold and gilded decorations on the walls and furniture. And it was held by, well, exactly, Imperial Guardsmen. He had seen this uniform on the station when Emperor Turhan flew there. Welcome back from the abyss, Captain Sheridan. Although, I hardly think I should call you that now. Do I? I don't understand. John closed his eyes for a moment. This is your normal state. Malari waved his hand wearily on the throne. Just as you didn't understand anything on Babylon 5, you don't understand anything now, do you? Well, he grinned, you might want to take a look outside. Maybe that will help you understand something. Maybe. Another wave of the hand, sharper and more commanding, and a fist of one of the guardsmen slams into the captain's side, causing the man to wince painfully. An excellent flight on the White Star, nothing to say. Carefully restoring his ragged breathing and waiting out the flash of pain in the kidney area, John feverishly, as far as his not yet fully cleared consciousness allowed, thought over the situation in which he found himself. How could the explosion of a nuclear, or not quite, bomb in Sector 14 throw him to the capital planet of the Centauri Republic? Moreover, judging by the appearance of the aged Lundo, who had also become an emperor, throw him into the future. For 10 years? A longer period? That's for sure nobody ever listens to Zathras. And yet the furry alien warned about the potential danger of their journey, even handed out temporal anchors, which, fuck, Sheridan muttered barely audibly, realizing that the massive metal thing was no longer on his belt. It seems you're beginning to understand something, right? Malari grimaced, clearly having heard this. Leave us. The hands holding him disappeared, and John, straightening up, heard the doors to the throne room quietly open and close behind him. The guards left him alone with the Emperor. Lundo leaned back tiredly on the back of the throne chair, measuring the captain with a gloomy look and clearly thinking hard about something. Finally, breaking the prolonged silence, the Centauri rose to his feet with an old man's groan and took a step forward. I should execute you, Captain, for all your crimes against my people, but then, he spread his hands, I would be no better than you. Crimes? What crimes? Neglect, egoism. Malari grimaced. You started a war with the shadows. You did well. You drove them away, defeated them, as much as it was possible. Yeah, that's right. And have you ever tried to think about the consequences of the adventure you started? Or do you think, Captain Sheridan, that only the Vorlons have followers like your beloved Minbar? Seriously. Londo gestured weakly towards the curtained window, calling John to come closer. Look at the fruits of your labor. Although the captain had a premonition of what he might see there, the landscape that opened up before his eyes still made the man gasp. Once upon a time, this had certainly been a rich and beautiful city, the capital city of the capital planet of an ancient space state. But now, everywhere, as far as Sheridan's gaze could reach, there were fires and conflagrations, as if someone with sadistic pleasure was methodically destroying everything that could be destroyed. No, here and there more or less intact buildings were visible, but the overall impression of the picture was awe-inspiring. Why don't I order the fires put out and the city rebuilt, Captain? Londo chuckled. Because as soon as I do, they come back and destroy most of what was rebuilt. I've rebuilt it 5 times already, and I assure you, the picture won't be any better elsewhere on this world. How do you like the aftermath of your just war? What year is it now? What time is it? Time? 17 years have passed since you began your righteous campaign, Captain. 17 years. 17 years, the captain muttered. Emperor Malari stood nearby, his tired gaze scanning the landscape outside the window. So did Sheridan, trying hard to understand what exactly had happened to him and how it could affect. Had he been transported to the future? Could he change it? If only he knew what exactly would lead to such an outcome. Lord Bale's words about the butterfly, spoken by Sinclair on board the White Star, involuntarily surfaced in his head. Wouldn't he make things even worse by trying to fix what he saw here and now? Yes, Captain. Exactly 17 years. 17 fucking years from that very day when... What can we do now? Malari waved his hand again, swaying slightly, and Sheridan realized with surprise that Londo was quite drunk. It wasn't that the former ambassador's addiction to alcohol was news to John, but he usually didn't allow himself to appear in public in such a deplorable state. Usually, you could see him tipsy at most, but not in a way that affected his behavior or coordination. But now... The Emperor sighed, leaning against the windowsill, and it suddenly became obvious to the captain. Londo Malari had been on a deep bender for at least a month, maybe more. Moreover, a conscious bender, and only occasionally interrupted by moments of sobriety. Perhaps, when he needed to fulfill his duties as a ruler and go out in public, or speak to the remnants of his people and government. You know, Captain, I never really believed it. The Centauri turned to the man, frowning and shaking his head. Although now, all these years later, I still think that I was the fool of the two of us. But who could have thought that, well, you'll soon disappear, Captain, as suddenly as you appeared. Malari staggered back to his throne. And I'll have to live with the consequences of what I did. Or rather, what I didn't do. I don't understand. Londo, I can see that you're drunk, but... Oh, I'm not just drunk, Captain. I'm dead drunk, as they say on Earth. But this is the only way I have at least a little time to be alone with myself, while my overseer is in oblivion. Overseer? Instead of answering, Londo turned sideways to the captain and carefully pulled back the high, lush collar of his suit. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sheridan had a hard time keeping himself from flinching away. Some kind of creature was sitting on the Centauri's neck, firmly clinging to his skin with long tentacles. John had never seen anything like it before. A small body, no larger than a grown man's fist, covered in thick black skin, glistening wetly in the dim light of the lamps. And an eye. A single eye, now relaxed and closed by a leathery eyelid. But even from his place, the captain could see how the eyeball twitched under the eyelid, as if its owner was indeed sleeping restlessly or tossing and turning in delirium. This, too, is the fruit of your labors, Captain. Many of us have such, and your appearance here, in the palace. You have no idea how lucky you are to appear here at this very moment. If you had appeared at least a little earlier, or later, Londo grinned. However, he will wake up very soon, so you must hurry. Go on. Do what you must do there. Go back to your time. And in the meantime, I'll have another glass. I don't think I should, not at my age. But this way I can enjoy the silence in my head for at least another half hour. London, Go! Emperor Molari raised his voice. Hey! Whoever is there! Take him away from here! One of the guards looked into the throne room, attentively focused and stern, ready for any order from the monarch. A questioning, expectant expression froze on the Centauri's face. He was clearly asking Londo to clarify, to detail the order given. Molari waved his hand first in the direction of Sheridan, and then somewhere in the direction of the window. A moment later, as if realizing that he was still not understood, the Emperor frowned with annoyance and said irritably, Out of my sight. Get him out of the palace. Anywhere, but better yet towards the spaceport. In an hour, no, in 40 minutes. There should be no trace of him on the planet. That's it. Do it. The guard stepped forward, managing to combine this movement with a respectful bow, and practically pulled Sheridan back to the doors by the scruff of the neck. The captain managed to take only a couple of steps, pushed by his escort, when a richly dressed Centauri jumped out from around the corner to meet them, measured the man with a puzzled and surprised look, and slipped into the throne room. John already heard Malari's even more irritated voice behind him, and a quiet, respectful answer. What else? Your Majesty, Velius Latienia has arrived. He requests an audience. He says, Latienia. I've heard that name somewhere. To hell with it. Bring him here. He didn't hear what happened next, being pulled by the guardsmen towards the palace exit. And after taking a few more steps, he didn't care about that anymore. A wave of familiar pain and heat twisted the captain, forcing him to fall to his knees. It felt as if some monstrous force was pulling him along. The world before Sheridan's eyes flared brightly and then faded, plunging him into the darkness of oblivion. Затрес сосредоточенно пыхтел, ковыряя отверткой лежавший в углу коридора скафандр. Несчастный случай с темпоральным якорем Шеридана был неприятной неожиданностью. Но кто же мог вообще ожидать, что белая звезда подставится под взрывную волну от бомбы теней? А ведь Затрас говорил, предупреждал о том, что якоря — устройства нежные, важные. А искажения поля времени могут приводить к непредсказуемым последствиям. Вот и результат.
Как ему теперь вылавливать блудного капитана из где бы он там ни казался? Работа Затраса была сложной. Скафандры и сохранившиеся элементы от поврежденного якоря капитана плохо подходили друг к другу. Нет, устройство, взятое Затрасом со складов великой машины, было простым и надежным. Но вот скафандр Вавилона-4 усложнял процесс тот факт, что у Затраса не было нужных инструментов, чтобы производить тонкие манипуляции в тонких и высокотехнологичных схемах. Как сказали бы люди, попробуй починить ядерный реактор при помощи кувалды и зубила, ага. «Ты не мог бы помочь нам?» — окликнул его Маркус. «Чем ты вообще там занят? Мне казалось...» «Нет, Затрас занят. Очень занят. У Затраса есть идея. Затрас может вернуть капитана Шеридана. Затрас думает, элементы питания скафандра, если у Затраса получится...» Инопланетянин мотнул головой. «Это поможет темпоральному стабилизатору капитана найти дорогу в нужное время. Притяни его». Мне казалось, стабилизатор остался на белой звезде, когда капитан исчез. Маркус нахмурился. Остался, да. Затрас сначала закивал, а потом замотал головой в отрицании. Но и нет. Затрас сложно объяснить. Он может снова затеряться, но... Пожав плечами, Затрас склонился над пультом на рукаве скафандра, принявшись курочить электронику и переподключать проводки по-другому. Работа. У него много работы. Нужно вернуть Шеридана. Нужно помочь украсть Вавилон-4. Затрас сделает. Но как же сложно, когда Затраса никто не слушает. Продолжая бурчать комментарии себе под нос, служитель великой машины все-таки умудрился справиться с миниатюрными схемами скафандра. Теперь, после добавления в них элементов темпорального якоря, выглядящими как изобретение безумного ученого из старых земных фильмов. Теперь оставалось только включить системы скафандра и надеяться, что потоки времени вынесут капитана в нужное место. Все
Все. Закончил. Теперь нужно торопиться. Удовлетворенно кивнув, Затрас быстро поковылял в сторону проплавленного в полу коридора отверстия, через которое они и проникли с белой звезды на станцию. «Черт побери, он сумасшедший!» — покачал головой Маркус, с трудом разминувшись с Затрасом в узком тоннеле. «Раз думает, что Шеридан вдруг появится внутри пустого костюма. Мы воруем космическую станцию, исчезнувшую 6 лет назад, чтобы отправить ее на войну, гремевшую 1000 лет назад, когда нас и в проекте еще не было. Это тебя не смущает?» «Вот уж точь!» «Капитан!» Out of the corner of his eye, Marcus noticed that the suit, which had been empty just a second ago, had straightened up, as if inflating from the inside. And the next moment, his arm moved weakly, as if the person inside was trying to rise but couldn't. Ivanova jumped to her feet too, almost tripping over boxes of tools and the necessary components for the large temporal anchor they were to install on the station.
"Nobody listens to Zathras," came a phlegmatic voice from somewhere in the depths of the tunnel connecting Babylon 4 and the White Star. "They say Zathras has gone crazy. Zathras is strange. But Zathras doesn't take offense. Zathras is used to it."
Captain, are you okay?
Ivanova, with some difficulty, pulled off Sheridan's spacesuit helmet, revealing the man's pale face. "I guess." He groaned as he sat up, trying to catch his breath. "It feels like I've been put through a meat grinder. Twice. But, yes, I'm back. Where's Sinclair? What have you got here?" "I'm here." Jeffrey's voice rang out, and a second later he appeared, dressed in exactly the same spacesuit. "How was your flight?" "Go to hell. Into the time rift." John waved it off with a grin. "I saw a lot of interesting things. There's something to think about. Share, if you have a chance." Sinclair nodded. "We've cleared the way to the reactor. The cameras in the service tunnels are off. The crew will think it's sabotage or a malfunction. I remember last time it happened roughly like this. So, we can begin." "Great. Then let's get started." John grabbed the helmet more comfortably, preparing to put it on his head.
John!
Delenn ran past Sinclair, alarmed, as he headed for the nearest service airlock.
"Are you okay? John!" "Yes. Everything is fine."
Sheridan nodded, still catching his breath.
"We definitely need to talk. Later, when this is over. But for now, everything is fine."
He nodded. Still looking extremely agitated, the Minbari nodded in agreement, and followed Sheridan, who had hurried after Sinclair, with an attentive, intent gaze.
"Mr. Garibaldi, judging by your face, something bad happened. Did I miss the start of another interplanetary war?"
"Huh? What?
Lord Ball."
Michael blinked in surprise and threw up his hands indignantly.
"What kind of joke are you, for God's sake?"
The head of security did indeed look very tense and puzzled. To put it mildly and evasively, a man in a state of extreme thoughtfulness, I would even say stupefaction, sat at a table in one of the cafes, staring at a glass of water in front of him. He even noticed my appearance only when I came closer and called out to him. "But you woke up," I shrugged. "I wasn't sleeping." Garibaldi looked at me gloomily and returned to contemplating the glass. "Tell me, Lord Ball, Mr. Garibaldi, damn it, what have I come to? I'm trying to talk to a shady stranger, and even more so, an alien, but I don't know where to start. Ahem. Sorry for being so abrupt. Don't worry." I sit down on the next chair with a smile, gesturing to the waiter who has materialized nearby at one of the bottles behind his back. This is not the worst description of me that I have heard in my life.
It just so happens that I'm currently on a small, break in my duties, let's call it that. So if you need a silent drinking buddy, listener, you can use me. For now, I'm kind. The break-in duties did take place, in some way that was incomprehensible to me and to the replicators, which was the strangest thing. The work of the great machine on Epsilon 3 affected its clone on the opposite end of the galaxy. No, given the distances and the fact that the machines were assembled from different elements, repeating each other only in functionality, there could be no talk of any direct connection. However, at the very moment when the younger ones, observing the machine on the planet below Babylon 5, recorded a sharp increase in energy consumption, accompanied by an expansion and a kind of blurring of the flow of tachyons emanating from the device, a strange interference came to literally all the systems of my own machine. The parasitic signal did not have any critical impact on the work process, but for some unknown reason, it overlapped with Ironheart's visions of the past, partially replacing them with completely different episodes. The machine showed an obvious future. At least the replicator network received frames of the virtual future from the Babylon 5 destroyed by the shadows, captured even by the station's base receiver, as well as distorted pictures of Sheridan on Centauri Prime, which was completely incomprehensible, since, as far as I could remember from the original series, they were not visions but some alternative branch of the time continuum, into which the said Sheridan was brought by a time distortion. It wouldn't be long before he started to regret his decision not to interfere with the time loop that was spinning around Babylon 4. Well, in any case, what was happening was adding to the load on the operator's already overworked brain. And since viewing Ironheart's past wasn't vitally urgent, the process could be slowed down to almost a one-to-one state.
Don't get me wrong,
Garibaldi finally sighed after a short pause. Usually my drinking buddy, as you put it, is Ambassador Malari. But Londo has locked himself in his cabin in recent days, and judging by the statistics of his orders in restaurants, Michael chuckled, he has a very busy personal life now, which means that we can't count on his help. In any case, since you agree to listen, I don't have many people whom I can call my friends, and that makes it even more unpleasant to realize that one of them flew to the station, but did not consider it necessary to meet with me in person, limiting himself to a message on the answering machine. I can assume, I tilt my head slightly to the side, that we are talking about post-Sinclair? Where from? Oh, yeah. Michael waved his hand, and on his face one could easily read something like, oh yeah, it's Lord Bale. Yes, you're right, Lord Bale. I can understand and accept the urgent need. After all, an order is an order, and business is business. But, damn it, I couldn't even open this message yet. Jeff password protected it. Mr. Garibaldi, if your former commander did this, he must have had a good reason. I suppose he, like you, doesn't have many people he could call friends. And if he chose to hurt you a little, but keep you from something, the reason must be really good. That thought also crossed my mind, the security guard nodded. But, purely as a human being, it doesn't make me feel any better, somehow. It's strange to realize that he exchanged a few words with that same Zach at customs, and with you, if you believe the witnesses, Michael chuckled. He even took a walk in the park, and then he just dumped me. What a horror, I nod, taking a sip from the glass the bartender placed in front of me. Yeah, Garibaldi chuckled again. That's the kind of madhouse it is. What can I tell you, Mr. Garibaldi? I believe Ambassador Sinclair knows you well enough to be able to predict your reaction to any decision he makes. He is quite a, intelligent man. So again, he had good reason to make sure you stayed on the station. Garibaldi raised an eyebrow skeptically, but there was really nothing to object to. The man sat silently for a while, twirling his glass of water in his fingers and looking straight ahead. Finally, Michael clicked his teeth in annoyance, took a symbolic sip,
and turned in my direction. It's hard to argue with you. Thank you for listening.
I hope I haven't caused you too much inconvenience, Lord Bale. The head of security nodded briefly, rising from his chair. Have a good day, Mr. Garibaldi, I say, smiling as I salute him with my glass. Yes, yes, and good to you too. The man left, and I, having finished the contents of my glass in one gulp, swiped my card over the reader, paying for the drink, and also rose to my feet. Garibaldi, obviously, took Sinclair's decision not to communicate with his friend before leaving for Babylon 4 very much to heart. However, the latter could be understood. Jeffrey knew very well how difficult it would be to send his friend back once they were already on the vanished station. Perhaps he had some additional motives, but even this fact alone was enough to keep Garibaldi out of the events with all his might, especially when Sinclair was not destined to return. Interlude. Watching Michael Garibaldi, Ivanova, and himself fly away from the station was harder than Sinclair had expected. He even tried to contact one of the shuttles to pass on a warning to his friend about the ordeal that awaited him, especially about that ill-fated shot in the back from a man he trusted, but
the subscriber is out of range.
The spacesuit's transmitter was not designed to provide communication in such conditions. A ship rushing to fly away from Babylon 4. A huge amount of interference around the station. It was already a miracle that back then, several years ago, they could hear themselves. What about now? Sighing, the man took one last look at the ship that had disappeared, in a brief flash of temporal distortion, and turned to one of the technical gateways. The main thing was that Michael would return to Babylon 5 and would not fly to Babylon 4 the second time it appeared, which was now. Apparently, Ball was right after all. If you've already been in the past, it's useless to try to change anything that you've experienced. Even if you succeed, you'll only make things worse.
Are you ready? Delenn met him in the airlock, looking at him, as always, with an understanding and slightly sad look, as if she understood what was coming ahead. However, in this case, that's exactly what happened, wasn't it?
I tried to warn them, to contact. Sinclair pulled his helmet off his head, spreading his arms helplessly. But everything happened exactly as I remembered from the last time. I know, the Minbari nodded. You couldn't have done it. Changing your own past from an even more distant past is... She shook her head. We have to go. Everyone is waiting, only for you. You are right. Feeling the accumulated fatigue, Sinclair slowly walked towards the crew's locker rooms, in one of which he had left his ranger clothes. The helmet from the spacesuit fell out of his unclenched fingers with a quiet thud, remaining lying on the floor near the airlock's hermetic doors. The most important, and perhaps the most difficult thing, remained. To explain to his companions, to explain to them why exactly he needed to stay on the station, how this should happen, and why all the fuss with time travel was started in the first place. Quite a task, in his opinion. He entered the station's bridge already in full dress uniform, having managed to partially regain his calm and composure, and at the same time to collect his thoughts, and at least, in rough outline the upcoming conversation. Ivanova, Marcus, Sheridan, Zathras, everyone was already waiting for him, and Delenn, completing the final preparations and erasing any information from the computers of Babylon 4 that could affect the course of history. We're ready, Ambassador Sinclair, Susan said, stepping forward from the console as she saw him. We've reconfigured the control system so Zathras's transfer device can be launched right here. We can begin. Okay. Jeffrey nodded. Go back to the White Star. As soon as the ship departs, I'll send Babylon 4. What? But until Za, Marcus cried. Didn't you always say that half-truths are worse than lies? I'm disappointed. I don't understand what you're talking about. Sinclair looked gloomily at the Ranger. We were in such a hurry, rushing to complete all the manipulations, all just so that we wouldn't even have time to think. The system we installed. Marcus waved his hand at the control room terminals. Is not automatic. Drawl provides energy and the flow of tachyons, but the process needs to be controlled from here. Someone needs to take the station into the past. A one-way ticket. Is that true? Sheridan asked, looking between the people. Unfortunately, yes. Jeffrey nodded. But it's simple, Marcus said again. You go back to the ship, and I'll stay here and take the station to where it needs to be. Marcus. Jeffrey shook his head, moving closer to the Ranger. I'll run the station. It's an inevitable historical fact. I always do it, and I have to do it now. In terms of... Remember what Lord Bao said? If you've already been to the past, you literally have no choice, because your actions there have already happened. But this is some kind of nonsense. Ivanova threw up her hands. I don't want to question Bao's knowledge, after all, the woman hesitated. He repeatedly demonstrated the entire gap between our levels of technological development. But, a letter, Ivanova, Sheridan said quietly. A letter? What letter? A memory of exactly the same, almost exactly the same scene on the White Star flashed through Ivanova's eyes when Sinclair told about the letter, written in his own handwriting, but sent 9 centuries ago. A letter, Jeffrey nodded. The one I was talking about earlier. A letter sent by me, to myself, and written almost 1,000 years ago. But I thought, how is this even possible? Who knows, Sinclair shrugged. One thing is for sure, I was there 1,000 years ago, and I wrote this letter leaving instructions for myself. And the second letter is for me, Delenn nodded, which means that I was the one who brought the station into the past. And given what's at stake, I can't risk seeing if history would change. If someone else were on Babylon 4. I don't agree. Susan, if I go back, even ignoring what I just said, the effect of the time distortion will simply crush me. It would be very stupid to die without a purpose and without meaning. This doesn't mean that I like what's happening. Not everything in this life is meant to be liked. Now, Susan, Marcus, if you don't mind, could you please leave us alone? There's something I need to discuss. And, as much as it hurts, it would be better for the integrity of the time continuum if you didn't know. Ivanova took a deep breath, clearly about to say what she thought about such secrets. But looking at the serious, intense Sinclair, she nodded resignedly, gesturing for Marcus to follow her. After waiting for them to leave the control room, Jeffrey sighed again, collecting his thoughts, and turned to the puzzled Delenn and Sheridan, who were waiting for his words. Zatras, Jeffrey turned to the servant of the great machine. You mentioned, it seems, that you followed the one, but then you couldn't know who it would be. And you pointed to Delenn, the alien nodded. Zathras knows more than you think. Zathras is the oldest servant of the great machine. Zathras has been doing this for 110 years. Zathras has studied the machine. Zathras knows things that Drawl doesn't even suspect. Zathras knows you, his finger pointed at Sinclair. You, at Delenn. And you, he finally turned to the surprised Sheridan. The whole history. Minbar believes in a sacred number. 3. 3 castes, worker, warrior, and priest. 3 languages, light, dark, and gray. 9 in the Gray Council, 3 from each of the 3 castes. Always 3. You 3 together, Zathras gestured at those present, are also the one. You are what was, he pointed at Sinclair again,
You are what is, his finger pointed at Delenn, and you are what will be. You are the beginning of the path, the middle of the path, and the end of the path. Zathras is not a master of explanations. Zathras shook his head, but Zathras thinks that you understand. You feel in your hearts that Zathras is right. Don't make that face, Captain, Sinclair smiled. We each have our own path, and yours is just beginning.
You've a lot to do when you get back to Babylon 5, and Zathras will remain with the One. Zathras nodded in agreement. Zathras's place is with that which was. Zathras's path ends 1,000 years ago. Sheridan clearly had something to say. He clearly wanted to say it. Sinclair could easily see all the emotions that overwhelmed the man on the captain's face, but the captain held back, kept silent, only nodding seriously and extending his hand for a handshake. A second later, he took a step back and Jeffrey turned to Delenn. The Minbari smiled sadly at Sinclair, pressing her left hand to her chest near her heart and stretching her right palm forward, an ancient Minbari farewell used in the priestly caste when no unnecessary words were needed. Jeffrey nodded, repeating the gesture, and a second later he watched the departing man in Minbari, remaining in the wheelhouse only with Zathras, silently watching what was happening and nodding to himself. Well, it will be an interesting experience. Sinclair watched the White Star slowly undock from the station, picking up speed as it flew toward the rift in the time field, and turned to Zathras. The hard part was yet to come. The part of the letter that had left him with the most questions and doubts. The part that, by and large, had been the whole point of this whole thing. Sinclair sighed, and his hand reached into the inside pocket of his ranger's cape and pulled out a small triangular case decorated with ceremonial carvings. The last thing he wanted to think about was whether the chicken or the egg had come first. He would just do what he had to do. Everything she had seen and heard on Babylon 4 had affected Delenn more than she could have imagined. As she followed Captain Sheridan back to the White Star, she went over every phrase and word she had just heard, trying to figure out what it was that was bothering her. A thought was nagging at her brain like a splinter. The letter she had received from Sinclair from long ago, while it had answered many of the mysteries that had plagued her as a young woman studying the religious texts of her people, had added, as it were, even more questions. Stepping onto the ship's bridge, the Minbari exchanged glances with Lanier, and, giving her assistant an encouraging nod, stood behind the captain's chair where Sheridan had sunk. The captain looked no less thoughtful and tense than she did, but unlike her, John still had to get the ship back to Babylon 5 and decide what to do next. Life went on, and victory over the shadows was still a long way off, if it ever would be. "Captain," Ivanova called to John, "we've passed through a time rift. It seems—" "Yes," she nodded. "The flow of tachyons has changed. The rift is closing." "It seems Drawl is not eager to let in random guests?" Sheridan chuckled, turning to the woman. "Yes," Delenn answered instead of Ivanova. "That door is now closed, and it's not the only one. But it seems that some secrets have become clear to me." "Secrets?" "I told you before when you first arrived on Babylon 5 as the station's commander," Delenn looked at Sheridan seriously, "that 1,000 years ago, the souls of the Minbari and humans began to mix, to flow from one to the other. The souls of my people were born in the bodies of humans. Something opened that door between our peoples. My transformation," she gestured with her hand around her face, "was meant to restore balance. With the help of the Triluminary, the device we received, 1,000 years ago, I became who I am now. I don't quite understand, but I think I'm starting to guess," Marcus said slowly, looking at Delenn with wide eyes. "Yes. The Minbari would never have accepted Babylon 4 even if the station had been empty." But it wasn't empty. They wouldn't have accepted the station if it had been brought in by a human, but a Minbari born not of a Minbari, the ranger whispered, echoing Sheridan's thoughts. "A Minbari born not of a Minbari," Delenn nodded. "But how is that even possible?" Sheridan frowned. "I've known Jeffrey Sinclair for years. both as the captain of Babylon 5 before me, and as a naval officer and war hero. How could he be? Valen just kind of came out of nowhere, the Minbari sighed. There aren't many detailed records from that era, other than religious books and his teachings. But he never told anyone who his parents were, what caste he was from. We're all part of the universe, he said. But that was all you could get out of him. At least, Delenn shrugged. The priests don't have anything more detailed. As Zathras would say, Sheridan sighed, paradoxes are complicated.
Chapter 80. The Evil Twin Brother.
Do what you must, and come what may. Marcus Aurelius. To be or not to be. I mean, to create or not to create. That is the question. A review of the past of the laboratory where Jason Ironheart was created, or rather, what he eventually became, still brought what I expected from it. A practically complete, worked-out scheme of artificial evolution for a telepath, genetically similar to a human. Even with a detailed review, there were still minor gaps in the data, 6.221% of the total volume, due to the fact that Dr. Menkel either did not have time or did not want to record everything from his developments. But they fell at the very end of the study, and as could be understood from the context, related more to polishing the product with a file and not to the main process. At least, the replicator network was quite capable of restoring 5 of these 6.221% by indirect signs, reducing the rest practically to the level of statistical error.
And now, looking through the compiled algorithm of the manipulations carried out on a person, I was thinking whether it was worth conducting practical tests on the volunteers I had appointed, or, having satisfied myself with receiving new data, putting them off for later, as not presenting obvious practical benefit here and now. However, perhaps there was practical benefit, at least potential. Firstly, I was increasingly thinking about giving Alice a small gift. I was unlikely to stay in this world forever, especially since my great machine was already capable of opening passages to other worlds, providing, albeit minimal, but still a forecast of the exit point, and therefore, leaving my ward completely defenseless was somehow not very good. Yes, the young telepath had recently spent all her time with the monks who had accepted her, learning from them a lot of life wisdom and practical skills in working with information. But she still remained under my supervision. And we are responsible for those we have tamed, right? And having become stronger, even without reaching the level of Ironheart, she will receive a certain amount of confidence in the future. I suspect that even the Corps will spend some time thinking before making too abrupt movements towards a telepath who surpasses their own elite. And Plan B, in the form of the possibility of emergency forced development into an energy entity, if everything goes completely wrong, no one has cancelled. I don't know yet whether it will be possible to build such a mechanism into the girl's altered genome, but there were chances. Secondly, well, the thought of the felinid librarians was giving me more and more pleasure. I liked the way the species I had created turned out, and I didn't want to leave them with nothing either, and a telepathic gift with the potential for ascension in the distant future was just what the doctor ordered, as they say. Especially since literally all the civilizations in the galaxy that I knew about were developing in exactly this way.
Yes, so I felt like the father of a large family, thinking about his inheritance. In any case, any of these moments required some time for additional development, one way or another. But I could not use Menkel's developments in their pure form. The percentage of guaranteed success was too low. I mean, the scientist himself was absolutely sure that he finally succeeded, and Jason was direct confirmation of this, but the replicators thought a little differently. Yes, the assembled algorithm from the procedures and the drugs used allowed us to get the result from a super telepath to a minimal god, but that was the problem. it was still not a guaranteed working technology of the black box level when it was possible, without thinking, to download a patient on one side and get a Superman on the other. Having finally made a decision, I gave the command to the juniors to begin a series of simulations to improve the algorithm proposed by Menkel. When the probability of success exceeds 80 to 85%, we can think about adapting the process. For representatives of other biological species, I think that felinids and behemoth will not refuse the opportunity to become stronger and better, especially since
I'm happy with everything as it is.
the Durinks transmitted through the replicator network.
Becoming stronger is good, but I don't want to become like Ironheart. A creature made of energy doesn't need to eat. And I love tasty fish. And not only that,
И только начала думать, что привыкла к вашей нелогичности. Донесся от Каране образ тяжело вздыхающей Неки, массирующей пальцами переносицу. Но ваше творение вас переплюнуло. Отказаться от становления существом, которых слаборазвитые виды называют богами, мотивируя это нежеланием отказываться от еды, теперь я видела все. Айронхарт не бог, задумчиво отвечаю Неке. Да, став энергетическим созданием, он получил куда больше возможностей, но это не идет ни в какое сравнение с божественными возможностями. Вопрос терминологии. Посчитав диалог законченным, Короне демонстративно повесила трубку, передав по сети образ независимо отвернувшейся Неки, удаляющейся по коридору в направлении их с сестрой любимого кафе. Оставалось только покачать головой. Хотя, конечно, решение бегемота было неожиданным — отказаться от потенциального бессмертия и практически неограниченных возможностей в пользу сметаны и свежей рыбы. Это сильно.
Да. Я уже собирался встать с дивана и направиться на поиски своей подопечной, чтобы, во-первых, проверить, как продвигается ее обучение у монахов и как вообще дела у юной телепатки, а во-вторых, обсудить с ней мое предложение о небольшом усовершенствовании генома. Вдруг она тоже, как Джирингс, откажется в пользу каких-то высоких ценностей, но... Система связи Вавилона получила сигнал из гиперпространства об открытии зоны перехода, а буквально через десяток секунд после формирования светящейся воронки из вырожденного космоса вынырнул небольшой варлонский корабль, брат-близнец транспортника посла Коша, разве что отличающийся другим оттенком корпуса. Варлонский корабль, пройдя через воронку, двинулся в направлении станции, а затем словно налетел на невидимую стену, моментально погасив инерцию движения и замерев в пространстве. Одновременно с этим воля императора, по-прежнему занимавшая соседнюю орбиту с Вавилоном-5, зафиксировала попытку сканирования.
Как и в прошлый раз, когда это делал ворландский крейсер, прилетавший уничтожить Джадур, транспортник получил в ответ облако помех, каким выглядел любой мой корабль, построенный репликаторами, но в отличие от боевого судна, транспорт нового посла, а это, судя по сопровождавшему открытие зоны перехода сообщению, был именно Улкеш, предпринимал попытку за попыткой, незначительно меняя диапазоны сканирования, казалось, забыв, что вообще-то он прилетел на станцию в роли официального представителя своего государства. It's funny, but at the same time as my ship was being scanned, Ulkesh's transport emitted a barely noticeable energy pulse against the general background, similar to some kind of energy information scream. Similar data had already been recorded earlier from the dock, where the ship of the deceased Kosh had been, and from the Vorlon himself. Then the replicators simply recorded an anomaly, but I did not analyze its essence, not seeing any particular meaning.
But now, having Kosh in my hands personally, I had something to compare it with.
This was clearly some kind of alternative method of communication, doing without the usual telepathy. Simple and effective. Interesting. Ulkesh flew to the station, having received a message about the death of his predecessor, but he still tries. What? To shout to him? To his ship? To check if he really died? Or does the question of death have a slightly different meaning for the Vorlons than everyone thinks? The scream itself was an interesting phenomenon. But what was even more interesting was the fact that Kosh, who now represented a volume of energy and information enclosed in an artificial shell, caught this scream. Without telepathy, without having a usual form of existence, but the cube's sensors clearly tracked a sharp increase in energy information exchange within the structure, which was most similar to a sudden, awakening from a deep sleep. Kosh seemed to perk up, looking around, trying to understand what or who had called out to him. First, the flight to Babylon 5 was murky for Lyda Alexander. As always, when the Vorlons took representatives of other species on board their ships, the passengers spent the flight asleep, in an artificial and deep sleep, little different from a medically induced coma. She once tried to find out from Kosh what such principledness was connected with, because even so the ship communicated, interacted with the passenger, sang songs to him, showed some images, but although the Vorlon agreed, after much persuasion, to try to explain the reason, she was still unable to understand it. It was far beyond the bounds of simple human psychology and logic. And Lyda, even with all the genetic improvements carried out on her by the Vorlons, still remained human. But this time, everything was somehow different. Kosh's kinsman, Okesh, felt completely different to the telepath, and his ship, although the same, had a completely different character, experienced different emotions, and his visions, transmitted into Lyda's sleep, were full of anxiety, gloomy pictures, and a sense of impending darkness. Never before had she seen anything like this, and therefore, having finally emerged from the depths of the ship, diligently dispelling the sleepy haze, Lyda felt broken in contrast to her previous spiritual uplift and peace.
You know what needs to be done,
Okesh said coldly, measuring her with his
eye.
Yes, Ambassador. The telepath nodded.
Go.
Turning away, Okesh slowly walked away down the corridor, leaving the woman alone. Sighing, the woman cast a quick glance at the ship still in the dock, shimmering with crimson-brown stains, and followed the ambassador towards one of the elevators. First of all, she needed to talk to someone from the medical service. She remembered Dr. Franklin, who examined her on her last visit. It seemed he was quite knowledgeable about what was happening on the station. Lyda's legs carried her to the elevator, and from there to the necessary deck. The path from the embassy dock allocated for the delegate of the Vorlon Empire was not the shortest, but she was in some ways even pleased to walk along the corridors and decks of the station. The only thing that caused minor inconvenience was the number of minds around. As always, the station was seething with emotions, thoughts, and plans, and not all of them were pleasant. And Lyda felt much more than an ordinary telepath of people. However, she was also better at closing her consciousness when needed. A couple of shoppers at the Zocalo, arguing over the price of an item with the owner of a souvenir shop. The dark thoughts of a tramp deciding between a pressing problem of choosing between dinner and the possibility of paying for an overnight stay at a small hotel. She even caught a glimpse of the familiar mind of Talia Winters, the regular telepath of Babylon 5. Currently busy in business negotiations with a representative of some company developing deposits in asteroid fields. She twitched, starting to look around with her mind, tracking the source of the scan, and Lyda had to collapse the telepathic field so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Finally, the woman reached the medical wing of the station. Having let a gurney with a patient roll out of the main bay, she went inside, thoughtfully looking around. "Can I help you with something?" Franklin's tired voice rang out. "Oh, you're Lyda Alexander, aren't you?" Hello, Doctor. The telepath smiled slightly.
I remember you. Stephen nodded.
I didn't know you were at the station again. She arrived with the Vorlon ambassador, Lita sighed, adding, a new... I understand. Do you need something? I would like to know how it is... What happened to Ambassador Kosh? I'm not sure, Franklin frowned. His commitment to medical rules and the understanding that the telepath was already the ambassador's assistant, and therefore not a complete stranger, were clearly struggling within him. Although, of course, the very fact that the Vorlon attaché was a human woman looked strange in his eyes. Dr. Franklin. Lita sighed again, lowering her voice. I understand perfectly well that this tragedy should remain a secret for everyone, but I know that Kosh died. I was his assistant. I knew him well enough, and I understand, Miss Alexander. Stephen stopped the woman. I'm not refusing you outright, it's just, we ourselves don't know as much as we'd like. Tell me something. I need to know. Was there anyone with him when it all happened? Or was he alone? Besides his killers? The medic said dully. No, I don't think so. When we found the suit, it was too late. There wasn't even a part of his body left. So no, I don't think there was anyone there. Anyone who would have been important to Ambassador Kosh. Thank you, the telepath nodded. This is sad news, but I needed to know. You did fulfill the request of the Vorlon government, didn't you? Yes, Franklin nodded. All of Kosh's things were loaded into his ship, and he was allowed to fly out of the station. As far as I know, he headed for the sun of this system, where he ended his life's journey. Lita finished for him. Thank you again, Dr. Franklin. Wait, Miss Alexander. The telepath had already turned to leave, but the medic called out to her. Yes? The new ambassador. We were used to the recluse Kosh, who missed meetings, sometimes not appearing outside his cabin for weeks. But the new ambassador, what is he like? Another one, the woman answered briefly. Another? Franklin's puzzled answer, echoing her words, was no longer heard by Lita, who turned around and slowly walked away from the medical service premises. On the one hand, she could be pleased. She had carried out Ulkesh's instructions. She should have been pleased, but the woman felt completely the opposite of sad. Once again, the telepath caught herself on a thought carefully hidden from all outsiders. The thought that everything was going wrong and not as it should. Miss Alexander, I presume? Came a pleasant, vaguely familiar voice as she turned the corner. Lita tensed up. She was ready to literally swear that the telepath's eyes widened in shocked understanding of the fact that, even seeing a friendly, smiling person in front of her, she could not catch even the tiniest fragments of his thoughts or emotions. Not a single human telepath was capable of such a thing. What's more, even the Vorlons, with all their telepathic power, simply could not physically close themselves off completely, at least not from a telepath of her level. Yes, she might not be able to read even the surface layer of thoughts, to make out something in the head of the same Kosh if he wanted to hide information from her. But such emptiness. It was as if there was an empty space in front of her, but somewhere she was already. I apologize if my appearance alarmed you, the man continued politely. My name is Lord Baal. You may have heard of me as a Gua'uld Empire survivor on the Babylon 5 station. Lita almost literally heard the thoughts in her head click into place. Baal, Kosh was talking about this alien. Lord Baal, slowly turning to her interlocutor, Lita bowed her head in a semblance of a bow. What do I owe you? I think you and I have something to talk about. I'm now somewhat... I understand perfectly well, Miss Alexander, Dale interrupted her. And the ship of your new, chief in the dock of the station confirms this perfectly. But I still think that a short conversation will be very useful to you, especially considering who asked me to organize it. Oh, organize, the telepath frowned. Instead of answering, Baal extended his hand, palm forward, and above it, right in the air, a three-dimensional image formed. A hologram, like those of the technomages? No, much more than just a hologram. Lita Alexander, feeling a chill run down her spine, looked in shock at the iridescent colors, the play of light and shadow, which could only seem like an absurd abstraction to anyone who saw them. Anyone, but not her. Not her, because I agree, she squeezed out from her suddenly dry throat. Wonderful! The next second, the satisfied Goa'uld ambassador theatrically dispelled the hologram over his palm and snapped his fingers. A bright, snow-white beam of light struck from the ceiling, causing Lita to close her eyes for a moment. And then, feeling the briefest moment of complete numbness, she realized she was standing in the middle of an impressive and spacious hall. Walls decorated with gold, massive columns, strange machinery she had never seen before, and an open-work cube on a small elevation, seemingly assembled from an interweaving of metal threads, gold elements, and crystals casting glare. And in the very center of the structure, Lita Alexander, came a slightly distorted but strikingly familiar voice, almost making her recoil. Ambassador Kosh? The telepath's conversation with the resurrected Vorlon lasted almost half an hour. Having lost the ability to communicate telepathically, Kosh was forced to speak in ordinary words, which affected the speed of information transfer, because he was usually not particularly verbose when it came to representatives of other species. I tactfully stepped aside, demonstratively not eavesdropping. But I think it was obvious to the former ambassador that I could easily hear everything that his new body, which I myself created, heard and even more so said. However, I was much more curious not about his warnings about the replacement, and not even about the information that a part of Kosh remained inside Captain Sheridan, which caused a mixture of shock and inspiration in Lita. The transfer of Miss Alexander by the Asgard teleportation device allowed to obtain a complete structural map of her organism, although not capable of replacing a direct DNA sample, but giving a good idea of what exactly the Vorlons were doing with their underlings. And the result was curious, in some ways reminiscent of, although significantly surpassing, of course, the first successful experiments of the same Dr. Menkel. The Vorlon geneticists artificially stimulated the development of the part of the brain responsible for telepathic interactions, additionally changing part of Lita's internal organs to ensure better functioning of the rest of the organism. For example, she had some kind of gills, thanks to which, as far as one could judge, the woman was able to breathe almost any atmosphere, as long as it was not initially aggressive to organic living organisms and implied at least some probability of survival. The telepath's lungs and her circulatory system were also modified, starting with a larger heart. All this ensured a better supply of oxygen and nutrients to the improved brain. There was no need to mention the upgrade of nervous and muscle tissue. In short, Lita Alexander was now a relatively human. Yes, genetically, she could still be called Homo sapiens, having an easily recognizable DNA structure, but still, the replicators believed that her compatibility with other people in terms of producing offspring was questionable. Perhaps this was some kind of bookmark of the Vorlons, to prevent the uncontrolled spread of the improved human. And this forced one to rethink once again the kindness of this species. Even two examples in the person of Lita and the Inquisitor were enough to understand that the methods of both sides of the protracted conflict were not particularly different. However, Kosh personally seemed to be a pleasant exception to the general rule. Lord Ball, Lita called out to me cautiously, stepping back from the cube with the mind of Ambassador Kosh.
Miss Alexander!
I come closer, raising an eyebrow questioningly.
I trust you have resolved the, questions that arose?
Yes, the Vorlon answered instead of the woman. Thank you for allowing us to talk. It had to be done, to avoid misunderstandings. I'm glad it was good for both of you. I smile, tracking the telepath's emotions, which could now be easily read on her face. The woman was clearly in emotional disarray. But the fact that Kosh was alive, albeit in such an alternative form, clearly smoothed out everything she had heard. For example, the fact that her new boss, Ulkesh, was indeed that Vorlon, and her experiences during the flight, what she felt while communicating with him telepathically, were not her imaginary problems, but reality.
Kosh knew perfectly well that not all representatives of his species adhered to the same ideology regarding the education of younger races, and he sensibly suspected that the appearance of Ulkesh on the station was a consequence of precisely this difference.
Will you return me to Babylon?
Only now Lita looked around with interest, realizing that she was definitely not at the station. Of course, Miss Alexander.
I nod.
Are you interested in a specific place at the station, or just in the same place where we met?
Can you move?
I assume that the cabin allocated to you as the ambassador's attaché will be appropriate?
Yes.
The telepath nodded, not taking her extremely thoughtful gaze off the decoration of the hall she was in.
Thank you.
Have a nice day, Miss Alexander. A short demonstrative gesture with the hand, and the teleport beam carried the telepath away, returning her to the station. I remained in the hall, since Kosh, already quite accustomed to his afterlife, transmitted the silent phrase, "We need to talk," which was caught by the replicators. Turning to the cube on the pedestal, I come closer, raising an eyebrow with questioning expectation. I'm listening.
Ulkesh, what are you going to do?
Should I?
He is not like me. Your decisions will not be understood. Conflict is possible.
Does this bother you?
Consequences. For the galaxy, for the Vorlon Empire, for everyone.
I'll say it this way, former Ambassador Kosh. I look the Vorlon in the eyes, carefully. Although I didn't say it directly, you should have understood that neither the methods of the Vorlons nor your opponents appeal to me. I consider them a stupid, childish quarrel, the best analog of which would be, as people would say, children playing in a sandbox, trying to take a bucket of sand and a shovel from a friend. An indignant but quickly suppressed sound of indignation came from the cube. Exactly so, Ambassador Kosh, but I am not in this galaxy at all to engage in universal education. I have already said before, to Commander Sinclair and others, that I do not seek conflicts and do not welcome their escalation. However, I will respond accordingly to direct aggression directed at me. Your opponents, it seems, have understood this. Perhaps it is the Vorlon's turn?
Kosh was silent for 20 long seconds. I was not in a hurry, judging by the cube's readings. A tense thought process was going on inside the Vorlon consciousness. The former ambassador was trying to weigh all the pros and cons, calculate the possible consequences of Ulkesh's behavior, and he clearly did not like what he was thinking up.
Finally, the cube made a sound of a doomed sigh, and Kosh said, Ulkesh is not all Vorlon. We are different. Sometimes, too. Lita Alexander was warned about the same thing in case of complications. Sheridan will find out, too. How? There is insurance, Kosh answered reluctantly. Your particle is inside the captain? Now Kosh was silent for a noticeably longer time, and in his emotional sphere one could read intense thought and a kind of fear from the thought that I knew about this peculiarity of their species, and moreover, knew about who exactly at the station he hid the stash in.
Yes. Last chance. Well then. I thoughtfully stroke my beard with my fingers. I am very patient, but if your successor behaves unreasonably, I understand, and I accept your decision. Despite the lack of telepathy in both interlocutors and the closure of access through the replicator network for Kosh, the conversation was much more
productive than it might seem based on the lines alone.
At least, I clearly saw in the Vorlon's mind that he understood everything that was left unsaid and was mentally prepared for the fact that Ulkesh would not fly away from the station. However, if my memory serves me right, something like that did happen in the original story, although I no longer remembered the exact details and chronology. I suppose Kosh was more concerned that the captain would still serve the cause of light, for which he had been preparing him all this time. Well, or it was some kind of personal dislike for a specific Vorlon relative. Who knows? Interlude. The arrival of the new Vorlon ambassador was an expected event. Moreover, they were officially notified, as was the case with Kosh, but this did not make the captain feel any better.
In the days since the tragic death of the previous ambassador, all he did was clear up the accumulated cases. Because even if the Vorlon died, this did not solve the problems of the shadows, and they had just poked a stick into their hornet's nest. Yes, the attack of Kosh's ships on the common enemy caused significant damage to the latter, especially in light of the fact that other races, having seen real success in the confrontation, began to join the Union, trying with all their might to forget the previous contradictions and strife. But the shadows remained shadows, and it seems that they gradually stopped holding back and discarded complex plans in favor of direct aggression, considering the latter more effective. Now even sending the Calvados and the White Star in pairs to systems from which signals about the shadow attack were recorded did not lead to anything unequivocally good.
The shadows managed to destroy the target and hide, and in the best case, the ships found a couple of fighters, which they destroyed, and the wreckage of the League's ships. But a fighter and a cruiser are completely incomparable losses for the enemy in a war like theirs. That was why he met the Vorlon transport outside the station, standing at the very edge of the energy storage unit, which was located away from the main body of the Babylon. This was almost the only place here that the internal communication did not reach. The only place on the entire station where he could be completely alone, at least for half an hour. The new ambassador's ship also noticed him, as if out of curiosity changing course to the dock, and hovered right in front of the captain. John felt as if he was being examined by a large, but still quite good-natured predator, capable of simply tearing him apart in a split second, but seeing no point in fussing over a small bug. An unforgettable impression. However, everything passes sooner or later. This too had passed. And therefore, now he, in the company of Ivanova, stood at the exit from the embassy dock of the station, waiting for the new ambassador, who was busy with something near his ship, which had landed about half an hour ago, to come out to them for an official introduction. "Is the cabin ready for the new ambassador?" Sheridan turned to his deputy. "Yes," Susan nodded. As he asked, "We cleaned up Kosh's cabin and left it for him. It looks like the official version will be the one we discussed after all." "You can understand them," John sighed. "The death of an ambassador is already fun, and the death of the Vorlons is even more so." "Well, yes. You weren't here then, but I remember the scandal that almost broke out after the assassination attempt on Kosh, when your predecessor was still the station commander. The matter was hushed up, of course, but it got on our nerves pretty badly. In any case..." Before she could finish, a recognizable spacesuit appeared from around the corner, in which, however, it was not so recognizable, even from afar. Sheridan saw striking differences in color, shape, general impression. if Kosh's suit with its contours evoked associations of calm confidence, wisdom, and great life experience, which was only reinforced by his manner of behavior, although annoying to the point of impossibility, let's be honest, then the new ambassador. Rougher, more aggressive lines, a dark color that evoked gloomy thoughts. Even the upper part of the suit, to which the helmet was attached, evoked an association with something devilish and sinister. Perhaps it was all about the crimson-red eyepiece and two growths at the back, similar to horns. But, "Welcome to Babylon 5, Ambassador," John said, pushing aside his extraneous thoughts.
"I'm Captain John Sheridan." He bowed his head briefly. "And this is my second in command, Commander Susan Ivanova." "Thank you for coming," the woman nodded. "It's a pity that we have to meet under such circumstances," the captain continued. "I never got to know Kosh better. He was a mystery to everyone. But still, his presence and his experience served as support and a guide for us." "At the request of your government," Ivanova continued, casting a quick glance at the silent commander, "we have kept what happened a secret. Only senior officers of Babylon 5 and medical personnel know about the death of Ambassador Kosh, and it will continue to be so. We will keep this secret so that the union of races created with such difficulty does not fall apart." "Okay," the Vorlon spoke for the first time, and his voice, which had a completely different timbre, sent a wave of goosebumps down the captain's spine. "As far as I understand, you will be a kind of double of Kosh? You will live in his cabin. In public, you will bear his name?" The Vorlon nodded silently. "Yes, well, by the way," Sheridan remembered, "your government hasn't told you your real name. I understand that in public you are Kosh, but if I need to communicate with you in private, how should I—" "Kosh," the ambassador answered briefly. "But Ambassador Kosh is dead." Ivanova frowned in bewilderment. "We are all Kosh." The Vorlon's eye narrowed slightly, and John caught himself feeling like he was being mocked. "You have things to do." Turning, Kosh moved down the corridor, completely ignoring the people. It seemed that this particular Vorlon would be a much more complex person to communicate with than his predecessor had been. Although Sheridan thought that it was impossible to be more complex, after exchanging glances with his deputy, John could only spread his hands and sigh. In any case, the official part of the meeting was over. They had met the ambassador, which meant that now it was time for him to go to another meeting of the Military Council, as he had begun to call the meetings in the tactical room, especially since they had an important topic to discuss. "Well, that's it," Ivanova said slowly. "Yeah, right." Sheridan exchanged glances with his deputy and, sighing, walked slowly toward the elevator. All these thoughts were good, of course, but the council would not deceive itself, and the problem of shadows was far from something that could be ignored. By the time they arrived, almost all the members of the League, Delenn, Jakar, and Garibaldi, had already gathered in the hall. In the absence of the station commander and deputy, the participants had been quietly talking among themselves, breaking up into interest groups, but with the appearance of the captain in the doorway, they almost synchronously turned in his direction and fell silent. "Thank you for coming. Please sit down." John nodded to those present and stood opposite his place at the round table, taking a stack of printouts from Ivanova, who was walking away. After waiting for everyone to sit down, the man continued. "As you may have already heard, Mr. Garibaldi managed to find an indication of a weak point in the Shadow's defense. All their ships are created according to the principles of organic technology. They are, in a sense, living beings, and therefore, theoretically, they should be susceptible to telepathic influence, like any organism with intelligence. This means that, in theory, a sufficiently strong telepath, or a group of them, will be able to disrupt the connection between the ship's systems, making it, if not helpless, then much less combat-ready. With all due respect to you and Mr. Garibaldi," Jakar interrupted Sheridan thoughtfully,
Your message contains too many conditional phrases. Possibly, theoretically, an indication of. All of this is undoubtedly good news, but it can hardly be considered, in the usual sense, intelligence data. True, John nodded. This is the main difficulty. We don't have a single, clear, proven fact. Sheridan was being a bit disingenuous, since he had the almost indisputable fact that the shadow ship had chosen not to engage the White Star when it had Bester on board. But the thing is, even that was almost indisputable and based only on speculation and assumptions. Besides, it didn't seem quite right to mention the Psi Corps telepath, especially given all the circumstances that had accompanied that sortie. Then what are you— War is war, the captain continued. For planning further operations, clear facts, certainty are required. Therefore, this assumption must be tested in practice. It is for this purpose, in the hope that our conclusions are correct, that I plan to fly the White Star to one of the sectors where, according to our assumptions, the next attack of the shadows is expected. Moreover, if the attack takes place in another place, we will wait in hyperspace and react to any signal, for which I ask you to inform your governments about this possibility. The only thing we will need additionally is a telepath, and, for greater reliability, I would like to ask you, if possible. There is no need for that, Captain, a voice came from the entrance to the hall. I apologize for the sudden visit, but— Lita? John turned around, puzzled, seeing in the doorway a woman, already familiar from his conversations with Kosh, who acted as his attaché and assistant. Ambassador Kosh? There was indeed a new Kosh looming behind the telepath, scanning the audience with the scarlet eye of his helmet. Sheridan exchanged a puzzled glance with Ivanova, since he had not expected that Lita Alexander would remain in her previous position with the new Vorlon. Moreover, he had not expected at all that the new ambassador of the Empire would attend the very first meeting. Even the previous Kosh had been in this room very rarely, attending only the most important discussions. And even then— Lita will accompany you, a voice came from the Kosh vocabulator. She has enough strength. Ambassador? I can handle it, Captain, the telepath answered, instead of the Vorlon. Sir, Ivanova frowned, clearly only now hearing about the commander's brilliant plan. We have not had a single case of an indisputable victory over a shadow ship in a direct confrontation. She stopped the captain with a gesture, who was ready to argue. The ZZS, Calvados, managed to fight it off and return to the station, but you must understand that there is a huge difference between fighting off and running away and winning. I understand perfectly well, the captain sighed, but we need this information in any case, and it is impossible to obtain it other than through experience, and precisely because it is risky, I will not take more people, only the White Star, the Calvados, and a minimum crew for both of them. Mr. Lanier, Dellin, the captain turned to the Minbari. The only thing I will ask of you is a translator. Marcus would be happy to go with you, the Minbari nodded. But perhaps you should take Lanier as well. I'm ready, Captain, the attaché nodded immediately. It's up to you, John nodded after a short pause. But the only controversial point that remains is firepower. Last time we barely had enough of it to fight the shadows. If one of you, he glanced around at those present, could provide a few warships in case Katak has completed its repairs, Jakar said. I'll talk to the captain, but I think he'll agree to help you. Minbar will help too, John, Delenn nodded with a smile. One of our cruisers can easily be removed from the roadstead near the station. The only thing that confuses me— Miss Alexander, the Minbari looked at Lita. As far as I know, according to the official classification, you are P5? This, the woman glanced sideways at Kosh, is somewhat understated data.
Even if that's the case, Delenn nodded, we can't know exactly how much power a telepath would need to stop a shadow ship. And what if there's more than one ship? What do you suggest? Perhaps we should send a group of Minbari telepaths with our cruiser. They will be able to join the attack if suddenly your forces are not enough.
Delenn. John sighed. I'm trying to reduce possible losses. That's exactly why I'm taking a minimal crew. And you're suggesting you won't reduce them if you come back empty-handed, Garibaldi said. Or worse, if you are destroyed. And this way we will know exactly how strong an impact is needed, and whether this plan will work in principle. I'm saying the same thing, Delenn nodded. Wonderful. Who is for the proposal of the ambassador of Minbar? Garibaldi raised his hand in the air, demonstratively. Under Sheridan's scowling gaze, everyone at the table raised their hands in the same way. Even Kosh seemed to radiate agreement. Although it was absolutely impossible to understand the emotions he was experiencing from his figure and slightly narrowed eye. Who's against it? I'm against it. The captain immediately spoke out. The majority is for. Ivanova looked stubbornly at the commander. Captain, you must obey. Okay. Okay. The captain exhaled. But know that I don't like this at all. We know. Delenn smiled warmly, summing up the discussion. Chapter 81. Voices in the Head. What do you call it when you hear other people's voices in your head? Ah, that's it, thanks. Internal monologue. Interlude. Babylon 5, this is White Star, we are ready to launch. White Star, I understand. The transition zone schedule is clear. You can depart at any time. Calvados has left the dock and will join you in 5 minutes. Got it. Good luck, Captain. Thank you. Sheridan's mouth twitched as he turned in the captain's chair to see Marcus and Lanier awaiting his command. Was he the only one who occasionally had moments of disbelief in his own decisions? Because the human ranger and Minbari priest certainly weren't showing any. Sighing, the captain glanced quickly at the ship's pre-activated tactical holographic system, watching as the Narn Gatak, the Minbari Sheotil, and his own Calvados took up their pre-agreed marching order, awaiting the White Star's command to open the jump zone. Captain? Lanier called out to him, cautiously. Yes, Mr. Lanier. The man nodded, once again looking around at everyone present, including the telepath Lita Alexander, who had frozen at the observation window. We can begin. The Minbari bowed his head respectfully and gave a few quick commands in his native tongue. Literally a few seconds later, the station and the bulk of Baal's ship outside the window moved to the side, signaling that the White Star was heading away from Babylon 5. A spark of energy flashed in the center of the jump zone, turning into a funnel of transition, and the ships dove into the crimson shimmer of hyperspace. Now all that was left was to wait for the signal of the Shadow's attack and hope that, firstly, they would make it to the right place in time, and secondly, cope with the adventure they had started. Rising from his chair, Sheridan approached the telepath, who was still frozen by the window, looking into space. Are you worried? He called out to Lita cautiously. A little, the woman answered after a short pause. This is my first experience. Theoretically, I understand that your plan should work. Besides, I have noticed more than once that in hyperspace, a telepath seems to become stronger, but this is a first for me too, John smiled. The main thing is that the first experience does not become the last. In essence, we are conducting one big crazy experiment. Well, yes, Captain. The woman turned to him. Can I ask a question? Of course, Sheridan nodded. How did you understand that Kosh died? The captain hesitated. I had a strange dream. After which, when I woke up, I realized that Kosh was no longer there. I don't know how, but I just felt it. At one time, he touched my mind. Apparently, this somehow served as a reason. I don't know. Why? Oh, just like that. Lida's face took on an expression of extreme thoughtfulness. But then she nodded and continued. I feel guilty that I wasn't with him at the last moment. You wouldn't have been able to help him. Sheridan shook his head. I doubt any of us would have been able to. Lida shook her head, and from the expression on her face the captain realized that the woman wanted to say something, to object. But seconds passed, and she remained silent, only looking closely at his own face, as if trying to see or understand something. For a moment, he felt some strange feeling deep inside, as if something or someone responded to her gaze, as if the last time he had felt something like this was immediately after his awakening on the day Kosh died. The flight in standby mode lasted almost 3 hours. Hyperspace around remained hyperspace, and there was still no signal about the attack of the shadows. John was already beginning to think that he could go to the wardroom, drink a cup of coffee, since he was not going to get enough sleep no matter how hard he wanted. As Lida Alexander, who had been standing by the observation window all this time, seemingly meditating on the crimson shimmers surrounding the ship, suddenly shuddered with her whole body, with obvious difficulty restraining herself from recoiling to the side. The woman's sharp movement shook the captain out of his drowsiness, forcing his brother and his hands to clutch the armrests of the chair. Miss Alexander, the captain leaned forward. But before the telepath could answer, the control panel at which Lanier stood emitted a melodic signal, and the Minbari himself, having quickly read the readings, raised his head and looked in his direction. Captain, we have received a signal from one of the monitored systems. Shadows. The man turned around sharply. Yes, they just attacked. This is a system with a Drazi colony, Captain. Excellent. Tell the escort ships we're going first. They're waiting for the signal and staying in hyperspace. Are you ready? Sheridan returned to his chair, turning to Lida Alexander, who seemed to have pulled herself together.
As far as that's even possible.
The telepath nodded collectedly.
I'll need a direct line of sight, Captain.
Mr. Lanier. Yes, Captain. Instructions have been sent to the ships. We are ready. Get started. The next second, the transition funnel opened up again in front of the ship, transferring the white star into normal space. What he saw made Sheridan clutch his armrests with his hands. The signal had just arrived, and the shadows were already practically finishing off their victims. The first thing the man saw were the wreckage of Drazi ships drifting in space. Several were still fighting, but any observer would have understood that their chances were slim. Rapid fire, Mr. Lanier. Attract their attention. Maybe we can save at least someone. Lida. I know. The telepath waved her hand irritably, frowning and staring at the still distant but approaching ship of shadows. On the woman's face, Sheridan was surprised to see black, heartfelt hatred. Lida Alexander stepped closer to the observation window, clenching her fists and seeming to hold her breath. John only managed to hear a quiet, through clenched teeth, "They killed him."
Bastards!
And the next moment, the shadow ship, which had already noticed the white star and changed course, clearly intending to deal with the enemy, whose bites were more sensitive than those of the Drazi ships, seemed to run into an invisible wall, jerking in space and freezing.
Mr. Lanier?
Sheridan said, not believing his eyes.
The ship has lost control.
The Minbari replied, equally surprised.
I'm recording.
If you want to teach him a lesson,
the telepath said with difficulty,
go ahead. I can't keep him forever.
Marcus.
One powerful, focused salvo from the main caliber. All available energy.
I will, but we won't be able to go into hyperspace for 20 minutes.
Go ahead, Marcus. We need to find out how much it will take to destroy him.
The man exchanged a quick glance with the Minbari attaché, but after receiving a nod in return, he touched the console in front of him, and the light on the ship's bridge suddenly became dimmer. The White Star's main cannon was sucking up all the power from the power plant that Lanier could redirect to it. The beam that struck from the bow of the ship was blindingly bright, much brighter than what the captain had already seen. But the effect was even more impressive. The impact shifted the shadow ship in space, and a piercing, screeching cry of pain rang out in the heads of everyone on the bridge. For 10 seconds, 10 long seconds, the black ship resisted the destructive salvo, but finally its hull gave in. The spikes and growths became covered in a gray haze and seemed to shrink, losing their shape. And the next moment, the White Star's beam pierced the shadow ship completely. From the sudden disappearance of the mind opposing her, Lita Alexander almost fell, convulsively clinging to the handrail on the bridge. Blood was flowing from the corners of the telepath's eyes. Her face was pale, and her pupils were dilated beyond all limits. But an expression of gloomy satisfaction was frozen on her face. She held the mind of the shadow ship pilot until the very last second, and felt all his impotent anger, all the awareness of his inevitable death, all the hatred towards her. And Lita clearly liked it. Although a moment later she frowned, clearly remembering some detail that she did not like at all. "Are you okay?" "Yes, Captain," the woman nodded slowly. "It wasn't as easy as I expected, but I'm fine. I just need to rest a little." "Relax. We've figured out what we were going to." "It's just that we have problems." "Problems?" "Fighting with his mind, I couldn't stop the ship from sending a distress signal." "Damn! Lanier, when can we jump?" "The energy is only accumulating. The jump is possible in..." The Minbari looked up from the control panel. 19 minutes and 35 seconds. "I'm doing everything I can, but..." "Pass the information to our escort." The captain frowned. "Let them exit hyperspace at the first sight of the enemy." Sheridan tried to remain collected and visually calm, but the same thought was beating in the man's brain. Defiantly untimely, but so well suited to the situation. If something can go wrong, it will definitely do so. However, he could read exactly the same thought on Lita Alexander's face. The telepath was trying to quickly come to her senses, having recovered from the confrontation with the consciousness of the first shadow ship. But in her eyes there were clear doubts that she would have time to do it. "Lita, if necessary, can you handle one more?" "I don't know, Captain," she said grimly. "I've spent almost all my strength on the first one." "All hope is that the Minbari telepaths will be enough. I'll do everything I can, but..." "I understand." John nodded briefly. He wanted to say that they could handle it, but the next moment Lanier's console signaled and shadow ships emerged into space. 4 more. Sheridan suppressed a groan of resignation, instead turning to the Minbari with a questioning expression on his face. Lanier only shook his head. There was still absolutely not enough energy for the jump, and therefore they had no choice but to accept the fight. The White Star turned on the spot, abruptly, as far as the energy system allowed, rushing away, breaking the distance, and simultaneously escaping a possible attack, which was not slow to follow. A bright purple beam of energy cut through space a few meters from the stern of the ship, and then another, and another. This time the shadows did not try to take the enemy prisoner. Their goal was destruction, and nothing more, which means that they simply will not be able to play catch-up for long. After the information they learned, the shadows will do everything to not let them go. The Allied ships emerged from hyperspace behind the shadows, immediately entering the battle. The Gitok and Calvados immediately struck their targets with their forward beam cannons, although not causing significant damage to the enemy, but knocking it off course and forcing it to be distracted from the pursued prey. And the third to emerge was the Shautil, whose appearance immediately became noticeable from the group strike of the Minbari telepaths. 3 shadow ships froze in space. 3. The fourth, having frozen for a moment, continued its flight again, ignoring the strike of the missiles launched from the Calvados. The White Star was clearly a much more important target.
Important enough not to take into account possible losses.
Can we shoot?
The effective power of the guns is 60%. Marcus shook his head. That's not enough,
I will try to detain him.
Lita said. The telepath was pale, but her stubbornly compressed lips and blazing, angry gaze spoke of her readiness.
Calvados, this is Sheridan.
With a sharp movement, pressing the communication button, John called his ship.
Yes, Captain. Join the attack on our target. It's taking too long to dodge. Damn!
The ship shook from a glancing hit, almost shaking John out of his seat.
As soon as our telepath hits the pilot's consciousness, hit with everything you've got. Our power isn't enough right now. Got it. Lanier, on my command, turn the ship around. Now!
The White Star made another 180-degree turn, and Marcus, without waiting for a command, fired a salvo from the forward gun. The light on the bridge dimmed again. Lita Alexander, her whole body shaking with nervous tension, clutched the handrails in front of the observation window, staring at the ship of shadows. The Calvados, having joined the attack, sent a salvo of missiles at the target, simultaneously striking with a beam weapon, and the shadows trembled. The captain could not believe his eyes, but the three shadow ships, held by the Minbari telepaths, even without receiving significant damage from the guns of the Gutak and Shautil, even having thrown off the telepathic influence, at the sight of their kinsmen, literally torn into unequal halves by the synchronous attack of two ships, simply dissolved into space. A stunned silence reigned on the bridge. Each of those present had only one question in their heads. Did they escape? Marcus exhaled. That's for sure. They ran away. Sheridan exchanged glances with Lanier. Lita exhaled, falling exhausted to the floor. They were scared, Captain. The woman turned to John. Yes, Miss Alexander. I'll rest for a few minutes and then, if it's not too much trouble, the woman frowned. We need to discuss something very, very important, and we need to do it before we return to Babylon 5. The captain's reconnaissance and force flight had noticeably stirred up the station, although only those who were supposed to knew about it. The general atmosphere had nevertheless changed subtly. After all, it was difficult to hide the simultaneous flight of 4 warships, even on such a large station as Babylon 5. However, it was understandable. The confrontation with the shadows was approaching its final stage, and much depended on the results of this particular flight, including whether the younger races would be able to oppose the enemy in any way in a direct confrontation. Something told me that, not particularly. After all, in the original story, they resolved the conflict only with the intervention of a certain number of originals, each of whom, even having provided only one ship, was quite capable of demonstratively flogging the shadows for bad behavior. In general, even in a long ago and past life, I was always interested in the question of who exactly Ivanova invited at the instigation of Drawl, because these ancients were supposed to represent entire species that had gone far along the path of their own evolution, surpassing both the Shadows and the Vorlons. And at the exit, everything looked like separate ships, large, energy-armed, but still separate ships. What is this? A world ship that was larger on the inside than on the outside, or just individual representatives of the species, a kind of extreme adventurers, who joined the local tribal showdown on the side of the natives. Funny if so. In any case, it will be interesting to look at other ancients and compare them with what I remembered from my body's native universe. The comparison, of course, will not be very correct,
because I personally have not seen them, and the branch of replicators to which I belong did not have complete information about their creators. Or rather, there was information. It related to the period when those ancients were not. But, in any case, as I said, it will be interesting. But if I do not manage to look, I will not cry too much. I have something to do anyway. Simulations of the replicator network to refine the Ironheart creation algorithm continued. But at this point, I already had the opportunity to repeat the process for any person without risking their health and life, and to repeat it quickly, and not like Dr. Menkel did, smearing the procedures over almost half a year. In my performance, the process was somewhat similar to the famous scene from any of the old comics about creating a super soldier. An injection of an ominous-looking liquid in a large syringe. Irradiation with no less ominous radiation with jaw-dropping parameters. In exactly the same, no less ominous capsule. And Hoba, Sim Salabim Ahali Mahali, blow, spit, and the result is a Superman. Well, a joke, of course, behind each ominous point. There was a clear and complex scientific basis, but for an uninformed person looking from the outside, everything should have looked exactly like this. Probably. In any case, the results were already enough to move on to a heart-to-heart talk with Alice. I still did not discard the idea of her elevation, which would provide greater chances for survival in my absence.
Of course, I could have given up on the girl. After all, she was a complete stranger to me, and besides, she had paid in full for the diplomatic cover provided by the Psi Corps, but such an offer cost me little, and I sincerely liked the character of the telepath. Correct, intelligent people with correct views on life are not so common as to ignore their future. Yes, and also we are responsible for those we have tamed, as I have repeatedly told myself. Alice, as often happened in recent months, hung around among the monks of Brother Theo, helping and simultaneously learning methods of working with large volumes of information, in which this religious order was quite successful. Lord Ball, how can I help you? Hello, Brother Theo. I nod to the monk with a friendly smile. I would like to speak with Alice Belden. Is she here now? Of course, the man nodded. She's helping Brother Nicholas analyze the data over there. He pointed to one of the distant computer terminals. Should I steal her for a while? Of course. Let's go. Brother Theo slowly moved past the monks, who were working hard, looking through a multitude of files and video recordings. It seemed that in addition to the obvious assistance to the station's management in intelligence, which of course no one would tell anyone directly, they often took on more mundane private orders. However, who could stop them? I suppose that if they got involved in something illegal, Mr. Garibaldi and Ivanova would be the first to know about it. And they weren't involved, I say, as a human, reasonable person, who is fully aware of everything that happens on the station. Alice, Theo called out quietly to the girl as soon as we approached. Take a break for a minute. Someone is coming to see you. Yes, Brother Theo. Oh, Lord Bale. A joyful smile blossomed on the telepath's face, and the girl herself jumped up from her chair. Hello, Alice, I smile. Do you have a minute to talk?
Okay, of course. Brother Theo.
Brother Nicholas. The telepath respectfully bowed her head in turn to the two monks and turned to me. Did something happen? It's okay, don't be scared. I gesture for them to follow me. Let's walk. Let's not distract the monks from their work. Lord Ball? Alice called out to me as we walked out into the corridor and slowly headed towards the elevators. Do you like it with the monks? I look at the girl half-turned. Yes, Alice smiled. It seems strange because they are monks, as you said, and I can't call myself particularly religious, but they know and can do so much. That's what monks are like these days. I smile. As far as I know, Theo and his brothers provide invaluable assistance to Captain Sheridan in gathering information and intelligence, no matter how strange it may sound in connection with the word monks. Intelligence? Alice's eyes widened in amazement. Secret? I smile contentedly.
Don't pay attention. This is a normal state of affairs. Even in ancient times on Earth, monastic orders were much more than just religious communities united by a common faith. However, you can ask around and the information on history itself is probably in the station's databases. Perhaps. The girl nodded. Can you share your plans for the future? How is your training going? Interesting. Alice smiled. Distance learning is not as easy as I expected, but Brother Nicholas helps me a lot. He graduated from law school himself, and in return I help the monks, mutual benefit in its purest form. That's good. They are good people. However, I wanted to talk about something else. Tell me, Alice. I cast an attentive glance at the telepath, stroking my beard with my fingers. How do you feel about becoming stronger? Harder? I don't understand. I'll explain now. Gesturing for the girl to leave the elevator, I headed towards my cabin. At the beginning of the conversation, I had a fleeting thought of simply showing her the records of Ironheart's evolution that were saved in the station's databases, but I'm afraid that even with my comments, she wouldn't have appreciated the opportunity to become a guinea pig in an inhumane experiment, which Jason essentially was, and the fact that I'm not Psi Corps would hardly have been a decisive argument in favor of trust. Considering the recent events happening around and on Babylon, I begin slowly, waiting for Alice to sit down in the chair and then lowering myself onto the sofa opposite. I thought that you could use, let's call it more effective protection than you have now. Yes, diplomatic asylum on the station's territory and in the jurisdiction of the Goa'uld Empire quite reliably protects you from the point of view of international law, and even the Psi Corps, from which you were initially hidden, will think 3 times before doing something, but I spread my hands. Situations may arise, in which laws alone will not be enough, and I, one of the girls. I gesture towards the door to the next room. Or the guards simply won't be around. In such situations, it's better to be able to protect yourself. Protect yourself? Won't be nearby. The girl frowned for a moment and then looked at me in amazement. Are you going to fly away? What? No! I mean, I am an ambassador, Alice. If state necessity requires it, I can be recalled from the station at any time. Yes, I have a certain degree of independence and power, but the Emperor's order is the Emperor's order. And for this very reason, I want to offer you. Become stronger? But how? I don't understand. You are a telepath, Alice. And although, as I already told you, I myself do not possess telepathy, thanks to your participation, I was able to understand to a sufficient degree what it is. The results of your scan. In general, telepaths in your galaxy represent one of the stages of development of intelligent beings. The gene responsible for this ability is present at one stage or another of development in almost everyone. And? The girl frowned in confusion. It was clear from Alice's face that she fully understood the general meaning of my words. After all, it was the 23rd century, and even at her age, one could be quite educated, especially with access to educational materials on any topic. But the telepath didn't quite understand what exactly I was getting at. Come on, I won't burden you with scientific talk. I smile. I'll say it more simply. According to the generally accepted classification used by Psi Corps, you have a very strong gift as a telepath. P10 to be exact, given that the maximum is considered to be the 12th category. Alice nodded, taking note. Thanks to the research conducted with your participation, I can help you develop your gift to the limit.
This will not make you the strongest telepath in the world, of course, I smile. There will still be the fact that no one really trained you, and experience and skills in this matter play a very important role. But this will give you a chance in case of, unforeseen situations. The girl blinked, thinking even more. I literally saw the gears creaking in her head. Is this possible? Quite, I nod. Moreover, as I learned, Psi Corps itself tried to do something similar. True, not very successfully. Is this dangerous? No more than everything you've already participated in. And I will become a powerful telepath? I'll tell you more. I confidentially lean closer to the girl. You'll also become a telekinetic. Telekinetic? You will be able to move objects with the power of thought. I know what telekinesis is, Lord Ball. Alice frowned indignantly. It's a sudden offer, and it's not so easy to comprehend, let alone make a decision. Is something bothering you, besides all the scary tales about a deal with the devil? The telepath smiled, then became serious again. Lord Bale, the procedure does have some downsides, right? There must be. I wouldn't suggest anything dangerous or overly risky to you, Alice. I can assure you that your health is in no danger. Yes, after the changes, you'll probably have to spend some time adapting to the new possibilities. I shrug thoughtfully, but I think it will be more of a pleasant hassle than the opposite. Then, the girl thought deeply for a couple of seconds, staring ahead with a fixed gaze. I will need to warn Brother Theo that I will be gone for a while. Of course, Alice, I nod. So you agree? I agree, yes. In that case, when you're ready, come to my cabin and we'll set off. I smile broadly at the telepath. Alice Belden nodded, standing up. Her facial expression still showed some nervousness, which was expected and completely normal. But I was somehow even pleased that she was clearly not going to object, trusting my words. Having seen the telepath out of the cabin with my gaze, I nodded with satisfaction to my own thoughts in the future of another intelligent being. I am sure. One less problem. This is an equally unwise option. But you could offer to come with her. I am right in assuming that you have started all this in case you decide to use the device for interworld travel? Of course, you're right. I answer Corone over the network. And no, taking her with me would be, as you put it, an unwise decision. Even after all the tests I've conducted, I can't guarantee the success of such a transition. And to risk the life of a girl who trusted me. And will you take us with you? Yuki asked carefully, clearly expressing her sister's thoughts as well, even though Corone had kept them to herself. You, Behemoth, and some younger ones with a reserve of blocks, no doubt, but Alice, this is her world. She has fully begun to get used to it. It would be cruel to tear the girl away from the social connections that have just emerged. From Coronet came a complex mixture of emotions based on relief and anticipatory curiosity. It seemed that she and Yuki were genuinely concerned about their own futures, even though they were essentially direct extensions of myself, at least initially. With the acquisition of self-awareness, they began to look at the world differently. It was funny to realize that those who were created by my own hands, and as experience showed, are part of my soul, are now genuinely afraid of the mere thought of being left alone if I decide to leave this world and go somewhere else. We are responsible for those we have tamed, Coronet. Yuki, I convey the emotion of calm care to the girls. And in your case, for those we have created, so when the time comes to move on, we will be together. That's good. It's not that I want to continue to tolerate your irrational nature, Coronet answered with demonstrative independence. But that's good. Interlude. Returning from a combat mission, in addition to the release of tension and devastation, as always happened since his service in the command of the Earth Commonwealth's warships, brought Sheridan a state of deep thoughtfulness, and Leda Alexander was to blame for this. As she threatened, having come to her senses, the telepath, under the surprised looks of Lanier and Marcus, almost dragged him into a separate room, a tactical room next to the bridge where, for 3 long minutes, the woman stared into John's eyes, making him feel extremely uncomfortable.
Not because she could scan him. No. He trusted the telepathic assistant of the Vorlon ambassador, especially since Kosh clearly trusted her, and that was an excellent recommendation for reliability. But still, he felt a strange and difficult-to-describe feeling, as if Leda was looking not so much at him as at something specific inside him. Finally, as if convinced of something, she sighed, closed her eyes for a moment, collecting her thoughts, and, This was not the topic of conversation he expected. Kosh? Not believing he was doing this, John looked at his own reflection in one of the reflective metal surfaces on the ship's wall. There was half an hour left before they were due back at Babylon 5, and he definitely needed time to process what he had just heard. Kosh, stop being silent. Leda wasn't wrong. You actually put your self in part. A familiar voice, heard somewhere in the depths of consciousness, made Sheridan shudder.
The only way that was available.
But what the hell? Help, came after a painful pause. It seemed to the captain that it was very difficult and unusual for Kosh, what was left of him, to communicate like this, although he still answered. When you fly to Zahadum. Yes, I remember. Death awaits me there. I remember our conversation, the captain exhaled irritably. You don't understand. You don't understand yet. You will understand. And Olkesh? Shouldn't know. Another Vorlon. Not as understanding as I am. Kosh fell silent, and John felt that asking anything else was simply pointless. He didn't know where from. He just felt that now he wouldn't get any more answers. Not so understanding, huh? Another problem. As if what was already happening around him wasn't enough. Captain, Marcus looked into the room. We are ready to exit into normal space. Yes, Marcus, Sheridan nodded, sighing. I'll be right there. Is everything okay? The ranger asked after a short pause. I'm fine, John smiled. Just tired. I hope I'll be able to have some tea and go to bed. And not like usual. I hope. Marcus looked at the man with some suspicion, but then nodded and turned towards the exit. We're waiting for you, Captain. We're not done yet, Kosh, Sheridan muttered under his breath, turning and following the ranger to the bridge. In response, he heard from inside his consciousness only the familiar sound that came from the Vorlon spacesuit vocabulator before some of his phrases. Only now it sounded more like a tired sigh. In any case, it was more important to return to the station now. The return turned out to be routine, a request to Babylon 5, Ivanova's joyful voice confirming the free state of space in the immediate vicinity of the transition zone, a bright spark of energy, and a glowing funnel pulling ships into itself. Strictly speaking, his presence was not needed at all. But order is order, yes. Chapter 82. Level 17 is listed. A gift given with a smile is doubly valuable. T. Fuller. Sheridan suppressed a monstrous yawn with great difficulty. He had not managed to get enough sleep after returning to the station. Or rather, how he had managed to settle into his cabin, even closed his eyes for half an hour, according to the clock on the nightstand. And then he was awakened by a message about another shadow attack. This time on the territory of the games. It seemed that, having received a sensitive slap on the nose in Drazi space, the shadows had decided to punish the presumptuous bugs
in the form of the younger races. He could not explain the situation in any other way now. The message about the attack had come after the fact. When one of the Minbari cruisers arrived at the scene, only clouds of debris in the cosmic void remained from the reconnaissance station and the fleet of 5 heavy cruisers. Sighing, the man yawned once again and nevertheless exited the elevator, which stood with its doors open, and waited for the passenger to leave it at the required level. He reached his office, literally on sheer stubbornness, heading straight for the coffee maker, which stood on the table in the corner. Without a portion of life-giving moisture, he was now incapable of anything. "Captain?" "Come in, Doctor." John waved his hand listlessly. "Everyone will come, and we'll discuss everything." "You don't look good." Franklin shook his head. "Half an hour of sleep is of little use to anyone," the captain sighed. "Perhaps you have a couple of stimulants. I wouldn't mind a clear head." "You'd better go to bed after the meeting." The medic shook his head. "Stimulants don't lead to anything good, I tell you as a doctor. How many times have I seen healthy and strong people, hooked on this chemistry, slide into psychosis and other health problems? Do you need it? Yes, I'm just saying that I know myself that it's better not to use them unless absolutely necessary." "Okay," Sheridan sighed. "I'll make do with strong coffee with 3 spoons of sugar." "Welcome back, Captain." Garibaldi and Ivanova entered the office. "Judging by the fact that you returned and, moreover, did not lose a single ship, can the experiment be considered a success?" "Quite." John yawned again. "Not everything went smoothly. We didn't expect 4 more shadow ships, but yes, the method definitely works. Shadow ships can be stopped by telepaths. It looks like those black bastards weren't too happy with the result," Michael chuckled.
Да, я тоже так подумал, увидев отчет.
Капитан покачал головой, делая первый глоток все такого же отвратительного станционного кофе, единственным плюсом которого была его крепость. «И что мы будем делать дальше?» Сьюзен нахмурилась.
"Essentially feel grop. When the right you can start at heaven to rup, redded the mass of your having. Franklin as possible to Franklin. You enjoyed the script of business? No. Each other. Because you can see the good days, not serially, is used to no attaxis. Sheridan was sealed a day ready. Captain. Yes. Standard commentary Atala standard Franklin removing line. In Vavilon Pav is not you or what's thing. But Dow, I'm man. Wonk. He tries to seek us, Capitan. Its need doesn't still in heaven. But that stuff moo. And really, it saved those seals. Creeping on corpus of corpus. Really to them, I would be joined to discover, much enabled to be.
Я и не ожидал, что все они воспылают желанием нам помогать. Но даже 2 десятка добровольцев будут кстати. Скорее, даже меньше. Стивен вздохнул. Все равно отправьте им сообщение. Хорошо, капитан. А что с теми замороженными телепатами, которых мы нашли на транспортнике? Подала голос Иванова. Вы нашли способ их разморозить и привести в чувство. С тем, чтобы их разморозить, Франклин пожал плечами. Проблем и нет. Технология же наша земная. Все процедуры и алгоритмы известны. В медотсеке есть все необходимое. Удалить импланты теней. Да, это сложнее. Но тоже, думаю, выполнимо. Хоть и долго. Так, может. Не уверен, что это хорошая идея, вздохнул медик. Поясните, нахмурился капитан. Как сказал лорд Балл, когда я имел с ним разговор на их счет. Стивен развел руками. Капитан Шеридан не слишком обрадуется 118 беглым и весьма вероятно необученным справляться со своим даром-телепатом, внезапно объявившимся на Вавилоне-5.
И это я еще не говорю о паре десятков литров натуральных сливок.
Сливок? Слова про необученных телепатов и в самом деле нравились Шеридану крайне слабо, и он был полностью согласен с мнением лорда Баала на его счет. Нет, всегда можно было смириться с такой угрозой. В конце концов, потенциальная польза от их наличия могла быть куда больше, но... Сливки? При чем тут сливки? Джон на мгновение даже подумал, что ему это просто приснилось. Даже чашка крепкого кофе сейчас не могла полностью устранить последствия накопившейся усталости и недосыпа, отчего продолжал совещание он на чистом ослином упрямстве. Слишком уж срочным и важным был обсуждаемый вопрос. Cream, the doctor sighed resignedly. Lord Baal mentioned that the minds of these telepaths will need to be put in order, which can be done by any sufficiently strong telepath or behemoth. But his services will cost us a tidy sum in cream equivalent. By the way, Franklin scratched his temple thoughtfully. He also mentioned that he can cure them all. I'm not sure, however, what the price of such help will be. Yeah, right, Garibaldi grumbled. I don't particularly like the idea of being in his debt either. Lord Baal has certainly helped us in various ways without asking for anything in return, but all these cases fit perfectly into the simple word, whim, Stephen finished for the security guard. In general, we can get 100 or so telepaths, Captain. But, firstly, there aren't that many strong ones among them. And secondly, I won't be able to guarantee their loyalty, and no one else will, even taking into account the potential gratitude for saving them from a terrible fate. I must think about it. The captain nodded.
I'll try to talk to Lord Ball myself. At least I'll clarify all the details and his attitude to the matter.
I think we should make an announcement at the station, Ivanova said after a short silence. I think I saw several names of telepaths on the list of guests arriving at the station. There may be more of them. If I'm not mistaken, then there is a chance to hire them on a commercial basis. Do you think they'll agree to fight? Sheridan shook his head. We don't have to use them all in combat missions. Susan shrugged. We still need security for the transport convoys. It won't save us from a serious shadow attack, but having telepaths on board will certainly save us from accidental problems. I'll put pressure on Zach. Garibaldi nodded in agreement. If there really are telepaths among those arriving, who are known to be telepaths, he added after a short pause, we'll offer them work. We just need to figure out what amounts we can promise. Still, they won't do anything for the idea. I can say that in advance, and with absolute certainty. I'll talk to the ambassadors, Sheridan sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose. Perhaps someone will be willing to help. And not only with this, many nations have telepaths. And yes, Ivanova, he turned to the woman, make a general announcement at the station too. In case we let someone through according to the documents. Turn a blind eye to some minor sins. As long as there's nothing too black, and we'll sort out the theft and other nonsense. I understand, the woman nodded. Then that's all for now. If there's nothing urgent or unexpected, we'll meet tomorrow after lunch and discuss the results. And for now, And you, Captain, Franklin looked sternly at the man. Go and go to bed. I'm telling you this as a doctor. Dr. Franklin. No, Dr. Franklin. As the head of the station's medical service, I have the right to give orders even to you if it concerns your health, Captain. Sleep. He's right, Captain, Garibaldi nodded. Even after a cup of black coffee, I want to yawn just from looking at your face. Go get some sleep. We'll do everything. There is going to bed, the man sighed, waving his hand. Perhaps I really could use some rest. Lord Ball, Alice, slightly paler than usual, froze in the doorway of my cabin. The girl was clearly starting to get nervous, even though she had already made a decision, agreeing to the enhancement procedure. Come in, Alice. I gesture for her to come inside. And stop being so nervous.
I'm not nervous. Of course, I smile. You just decided to disguise yourself as a mime clown by applying white paint to your face. What Calm down. I come closer and carefully place my palm on her head, slightly ruffling her hair.
The technology is reliable and safe.
I told you that you were in no danger. I know, but it's one thing to hear, and quite another to believe what you hear. Forgive me. She slumped her shoulders. I understand. Did you warn Brother Theo? Yes. She said that some personal matters came up and I would be gone for a while. Well, I don't really know how long exactly it will take. I think no more than a week. I shrug. The process itself is quite fast, just a couple of hours. But then you'll have to sleep a little, giving your body time to adapt to the changes. Well, and make sure that everything went well. Oh, okay, the telepath nodded. We can go, I guess. Unless you want to have a cup of tea and a cake, I smile. Better get going. The girl nodded convulsively. Cakes are great, as is tea, but this way I'll get more and more nervous. As you say. Then let's go, nodding. I extend my hand to the girl. Aren't we going to fly on a ship? Alice looked at me in surprise, clearly not going to go to the exit of the cabin. There is a more interesting way. Winking at the telepath, I make a beautiful gesture with my hand, simultaneously giving the command to the wall blocks to open access to the Stargate. Just don't tell anyone. I lower my voice conspiratorially. Captain Sheridan is unlikely to be happy with such changes in the official embassy cabin. Alice nodded slowly, watching with wide eyes as the golden panels parted in segments to the sides, revealing a view of the Stargate ring protruding above the surface of the original wall of the Babylon 5 cabin. However, it was only original in appearance. Due to the peculiarities of the formation of the gate plane, I had to reinforce it with a layer of neutronium to avoid cutting a window to Europe, meaning to the neighboring room. In this version, the gate, of course, opened differently, but I preferred to play it safe so that I wouldn't have to explain to the captain later about the destruction of part of the station's structures. Having given the activation command, I watch as the familiar series of discharges ran along the contour of the gate, closing in a ring, and then the space inside collapsed into itself, turning into a black abyss leading to nowhere. The telepath involuntarily took a step back, letting out a convulsive sigh from what she saw, but, noticing my complete calm, after a couple of moments she nevertheless pulled herself together. It looks creepy, Alice finally said, although it's beautiful, of course. Yes, it's some kind of local phenomenon. In my home galaxy, the process looks different, although, I shrug, the differences don't affect the functionality, so. Is it safe? The telepath asked, just in case. Completely. Shall we go? Setting an example first, I take a step into the abyss, experiencing the usual moment of non-existence and again becoming aware of myself already in the arrival hall in my laboratory complex. Alice took a long 15 seconds to decide. I kept an eye on her doubts through the surveillance system. But finally, the telepath gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, clearly held her breath, and took a step into the gate to fall out on the other side, 1.511 seconds later, almost tripping over her own foot and literally flying nose first into my chest. Sorry, the girl jumped back, starting to look around. Everything is fine, I smile. A little disorientation during the transfer is normal. If you move very long distances, for example. I thoughtfully stroke my beard, nodding to my thoughts. To a neighboring galaxy, some people may even lose consciousness for a second. This, of course, happens very rarely, and intergalactic transitions require an indecently huge amount of energy. But I spread my hands. In any case, we've already arrived. Alice! Joyful Neki, to whom I sent a signal about our arrival, ran into the gate hall. Friendly communication with girlfriends, and Yui and Shia became just friends for the telepath, was a good way to relieve nervous tension. Yui, Shia, the girl laughed. Glad to see you. We missed you too. Lord Ball, why is Alice here? She agreed to undergo a procedure to enhance her telepathic gift, I explain. So she'll spend some time here, in her old room. Keep an eye on her, I transmit over the network, while she comes to her senses. Normal live communication will be useful. Of course, Lord Ball. Yui twitched her ear, continuing to selflessly squeeze the telepath. We'll be happy to talk to her.
Alice, let's do the procedure first, and then when you wake up, you can chat with your friends to your heart's content. They won't go anywhere.
Okay, the girl hugged Shia one last time and nodded. I'm ready.
I brought the telepath to the same laboratory where I had conducted the initial study of her telepathic gift. Only this time, instead of scanning units in the center of the room, there was a transparent capsule, similar to a standard cryogenic unit for long-distance flights, entangled with tubes and wires. What an entourage, though. The girl looked at me questioningly, looking around the room in doubt. Should I go there? Yes, I smile. It's a diagnostic module to track all your indicators and adjust the process if necessary. Do I need to undress? Not necessarily, I shake my head. You can settle down as you are.
It won't interfere with anything.
Nodding, Alice walked forward hesitantly, freezing in front of the capsule that opened as she approached. Looking back at me and the NECs standing in the doorway again, she sighed loudly, as if about to jump into cold water, and threw her leg over the side of the capsule, climbing inside and starting to get comfortable. The algorithm developed by Menkel required much more complex manipulations and injections, but replicators are replicators for a reason. To be able to bring the technology that falls into their pause to a conditional and theoretically achievable ideal. In my version, all the necessary changes were carried out by nanites, rebuilding the patient's tissues and cells, using a set of injected substances and compounds as catalysts and building material. Everything is fine? Yes, Alice nodded. Then now, you will fall asleep for a short time. And when you wake up, everything will be ready. I smiled encouragingly at the telepath, smoothly lowering the lid of the capsule. At the same time, the lower part of the bed on which the girl was lying stood up, with nanite tendrils, penetrating the skin on Alice's back and the back of her head, reliably turning off her consciousness. Having made sure from the sensor readings that the telepath had fallen asleep, I gave the command to begin the transformation, continuing to carefully record the processes taking place in the patient's body. Firstly, this was the first real experience, and I needed experimental data to further improve the process and adapt it to representatives of any species, not just humans or felinids. And secondly, I promised that she would wake up, which meant I had to be sure that everything would go as expected. However, this did not mean that I would constantly stand by the capsule and watch the network, and the younger ones would successfully cope with all the necessary actions. And if something completely unforeseen happened, I would be the first to know about it.
Interlude. Returning to his office, Garibaldi sank into a chair, thoughtfully drumming his fingers on the table. Telepaths. No, it wasn't that he was a racist or that he oppressed certain groups of people in any way. And he had nothing special against telepaths. He even liked some of them, like Talia. But the thought that there would be more than 100 telepaths on the station, probably untrained in control and definitely having various problems with their heads, with whom they would all have to deal. Garibaldi's hand itself reached for his service blaster.
All that was left was to decide whether to shoot those around him or put a charge in his temple so as not to suffer. Sighing, the man opened a small safe with his ID card and pulled out a worn gun case wrapped in a soft cloth. Having laid everything out on the table, Michael carefully opened it, taking out an old Earth revolver Smith & Wesson, which he had inherited. Using it as a weapon,
especially here on the space station, was not the smartest decision, at least according to official safety regulations. But no one forbade him from simply owning it. That was why he kept the memory of his grandmother. Periodically, taking it out of the case to disassemble it, wipe off the non-existent carbon deposits. It had not been fired for 10 years. Lubricate the parts and put it back together. And it was nice to hold something heavy in your hands. Heavy. Heavy is good. Heavy is reliable, as he had heard somewhere.
I can't believe my eyes! Zach's delighted voice rang out as he entered the office.
Hi, Zach. Michael smiled. This is... Yeah. The man nodded. Smith & Wesson, 38. Belonged to my grandmother when she was a Boston police officer. A machine gunner. I've only seen them in museums. Zach shook his head. Can I? Of course. Michael shrugged and handed the revolver to his deputy. This is something. And what? You can even get cartridges? Yes, they are produced in small batches. This thing is irreplaceable when you don't want to make too big a hole in the target's body. They are used in target shooting, bodyguards, on Earth, of course. On space objects, bullet weapons are too dangerous. So why do you need it? Memory. Garibaldi shrugged. It's part of my family's history, after all. It helps when I start missing home. Or just when I want to do something with my hands.
Then I take it out. The man nodded toward the gun cleaning tools in the case. Sort it out, lubricate it, keep my hands busy, and kill time. Also useful. By the way, Zach snapped his fingers, there have already been a couple of notifications about strange sounds in the 17th sector. And yesterday, there was a request for failed power relays. They were transmitting some crazy readings. It was passed on to the technicians. And? Michael frowned in confusion. Did the technicians fix it? That's the thing. Zach paused for a couple of seconds. When he arrived, there was no malfunction. All the relays were in place, working like clockwork. He reported this.
A self-correcting malfunction? When did that ever happen?
Yeah, I thought so too. But this is the third case this year, and all in the 17th, albeit from different parts of the sector. Maybe we should get involved. The third case. Garibaldi thoughtfully tapped his fingers on the tabletop.
You know, I'll go myself. And in the meantime, you summarize the data on those arriving at the station. We need to find out how many of them are telepaths. Telepaths? Telepaths. The captain has a plan, and we'll need telepaths. We won't catch them all, of course, but...
Got it, boss.
The man nodded.
And are you sure about the incident with the relay? I love mysteries, Garibaldi chuckled. And I hate the 17th sector. Not the sector, but some kind of Babylonian triangle. Such wild things happened there during the construction of the station. Anyway, I'll take a walk before bed. That's all the fun. Garibaldi made a show of taking a handful of revolver cartridges, dumping them into his pocket, and putting them in his grandmother's other revolver. In response to Zach's good luck wish, he chuckled mockingly and headed for the elevators, running through everything he remembered about this anomalous sector of the station in his head.
He was, of course, exaggerating a bit about the Babylon Triangle, but during the construction of Babylon 5, all sorts of mysticism did indeed happen there. Or at least that's what everyone thought. But a couple of missing builders and a shortage of electronics were listed for this place. However, he, and not only he, believed that these two disappeared builders had lost this very batch of electronics and disappeared. In those years, there was a real mess, considering the sad history of the first 4 Babylons. So everyone just wanted to finish the construction as quickly as possible. And they simply turned a blind eye to minor problems. On the go, he called the duty officer of the engineering service, specifying which place exactly the last request for a supposed malfunction concerned.
A surprised female voice sent him to Service Hatch 145 on the 16th level of the sector, just opposite the elevator shaft, so very soon Michael got out in the right place and thoughtfully looked around. The 16th level was almost entirely given over to service rooms and corridors, so, given the late time of day, it was now absolutely empty and quiet here. Garibaldi even felt a little uneasy for a moment. "Mr. Garibaldi, wait!" The same female engineer who had given him directions via the communicator ran out from around the corner, slightly out of breath. "I decided to show you the place myself. After all, I was the one who sent the worker here." "Oh, how?" "I sent Steve." The woman nodded. "The malfunction signal came from here." She walked to one of the hatches in the floor, now closed, and pointed it out to Michael. 145. There's a service ladder down there on the level below. And about in the middle, there's a small panel right under the relay. And they were all in good working order when he arrived? "Absolutely," the woman nodded. "I even thought that someone had managed to replace them, but didn't record it in the log. But when this starts happening on Babylon 5, Michael sighed, I'll start believing in miracles. Are they okay now?" "Yes. When you called me, I just checked the diagram. The readings are normal." "And was this repeated anywhere else in the sector?" "I'm not sure," the woman thought. "Although, no, I'm sure. There were no false signals on any of the 29 levels except this one. 30 levels. There are 30 levels here, 29. But according to the scheme, yes, I know," she nodded. "According to the diagram, there are 30 of them. But in fact, 29. Someone messed up the drawings, the consequences of the hasty completion of the station. But I went through all the levels myself and counted 29. 29, you say?" "Exactly, Mr. Garibaldi." "Thank you. I'll think about it some more. But if the false malfunction repeats or appears somewhere else, please let me know personally. As you say." The engineering service employee shrugged. "If you want to bother your head with it." Nodding goodbye, she returned to the elevators, leaving for the 5th level, where one of their service offices was located. And Garibaldi himself, having seen her off, thoughtfully glanced around the corridors. Something about all this bothered the man. No, he had no doubt that there could have been a mix-up in the documentation during the construction of Babylon 5. Rather, he would have been surprised if everything had been in order. But for an entire level to disappear? How could this even happen? They were on a space station, damn it. "So you start believing in mysticism, yeah?" "The hell?" She said she'd gone through all the levels. Having called the elevator, Garibaldi entered the cabin and, after thinking for a moment, said, "The 1st level." The elevator moved down. After a short journey, the man looked out the open doors and looked at the same corridor as on the 16th. Another service passage without living quarters. Like everything else in this sector of the station. Level 2. The doors closed, only to open a few seconds later. Michael squinted at the sign with the stylized number 2. What if... Level 3. 1, 2, 3. The doors opened on the 3rd second. He repeated this for each of the name levels, counting out loud the time it took the elevator to rise. 3 seconds everywhere. There was, of course, an error since he counted by eye without using a stopwatch. But this could be ignored. The elevator covered the distance between levels in 3 seconds. Between each 2 levels, except 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Garibaldi sped up in surprise, straightening up as the doors opened on level 17. A littered corridor, apparently serving as a shelter for some station tramps. Food scraps and empty bottles on the floor. Someone had clearly had a merry party, but the level looked exactly as it should have looked. Nothing overly suspicious, if not for the time. Twice as much as it should have, as if a guess dawned on Michael, but it was too early to say for sure. Damn me, he breathed, returning to the elevator. Level 18. 1, 2, 3. The doors opened. So that means level 17. 1, 2, 3. Level 16. 1, 2, 3. Emergency stop, Michael said sharply. The cabin has stopped. Open the doors. The cabin location is not determined, the computer's voice replied. Elevator exit may be Michael Garibaldi, Chief of Security, voice identification. Accepted, awaiting command. Disable automatics. Manual opening of doors. The automation is off. A signal has been sent to the engineering service. The doors can be opened manually. Nodding in satisfaction, Michael walked up to the doors and, hooking his fingertips into the gap between them, tensed his arms. With a quiet hiss and rustle, the elevator doors began to slide apart. And when Garibaldi finally opened them enough to squeeze through and see where he had ended up, he involuntarily let them go back down, staring wide-eyed at the corridor ahead. The only decent words in his head were prepositions and pronouns. What the fuck? The man asked questioningly. Welcome to the Golden Babylon. A bright, golden sign installed directly opposite the elevator answered him. The tablet seemed to be literally made of gold and was decorated with suspiciously familiar symbols and images that he had already seen in Lord Bale? Michael couldn't help but exclaim. The corridor looked ideal. Perfectly clean walls, floor and ceiling. Perfectly working lighting, air recirculation system, and ventilation. Even the panels themselves looked as if this part of the station had been put into operation literally half an hour ago. The last time Garibaldi had seen something like this, he had never seen anything like this. Carefully getting out of the elevator, the man stepped forward, continuing to study the surroundings. When he started looking for the non-existent floor, he could not even imagine that he would find something like this here. An unfinished and accidentally forgotten level. Please, a lair of vagabond cultists who feed the inhabitants who accidentally fall into their clutches to some kind of creature like a long-ago swallower. Easy. A rift in space leading to a world of pink ponies and unicorns shitting butterflies. Fuff. But an ideal, exemplary level. Seriously? You are surprisingly persistent, Mr.
Garibaldi!
A familiar voice rang out. And then its owner slowly appeared from around the corner. The ambassador of the Goa'uld Empire. Smiling, as usual, clearly pleased with the effect he had produced. Lord Bal. What does all this mean? Michael waved his hands around the corridor. How did you even end up here? I was bored, Bal shrugged. Boring? It's boring, the alien nodded. I was walking around this sector once. I walked in by accident, honestly. It turned out that there was literally nothing interesting here. Just technical communications and corridors. Corridors. But when the elevator suddenly opened between the floors, he raised his eyebrows and shook his head. What happened here? As far as I could tell, Ball walked thoughtfully along the wall. This level was lost due to some kind of malfunction in the elevator. At the very beginning of the operation of Babylon, either a computer failure or a purely mechanical breakdown. And since the workers were in a hurry to hand over the sector, they simply didn't pay attention to it. They rehung the signs so that the numbers went in a row,
adjusted the elevator, and simply forgot. When I found this place, it was a terrible dump. And the local inhabitants? Inhabitants? Garibaldi asked cautiously. Some religious fanatics. Lord Bale shrugged phlegmatically. They set up a community here, stole the station's resources, worshipped someone. I think they called him a Zarg. Zarg? Michael convulsively pulled out his blaster, feverishly calculating whether he had enough ammunition. There was also a revolver, but this is not serious at all. They have a Zarg here? Lord Bale, it's a bloodthirsty wild predator. We need to leave. Mr. Garibaldi. The ambassador put a reassuring hand on the security chief's shoulder. Look around. Do you think I would be so calm talking to you here? If there was something dangerous on this level?
Both the Zarg and the cultists are locked in the utility room at the far end of the level. I took the liberty of placing them in stasis until you decide what to do with them. It's completely safe here. I had to clean up, of course, but consider this a gift from me to the station.
A gift?
The security guard, still tense, looked at his interlocutor with confusion.
For Christmas.
Bale nodded.
But it's a few months away.
So, on Easter.
The ambassador shrugged.
Or on Yule, spring equinox, Droshala's Ascension Day, any of your choice. These are trifles. This.
Garibaldi felt an irresistible urge to slam his forehead against the wall.
I don't know how to react to this. As far as I know, in Earth culture, it is customary to say thank you for gifts.
The Goa'uld continued to smile, and, as it seemed to Michael, what was happening brought him simply indelible pleasure.
Thank you,
Garibaldi squeezed out.
Now I just need to figure out what to do with this and how to tell the captain about this.
Really? Lord Bale waved his hand. These are such trifles.
Easy for you to say.
Lord Bale, Mr. Garibaldi, taking this opportunity. That story with the frozen telepaths, and with my healing, and you wanted to ask if I could also cure all the telepaths you saved from the shadows, so that they could help you fight these same shadows? You? Garibaldi sighed heavily, having finally pressed his forehead once to the cold covering of the corridor wall. Yes, I should have gotten used to the fact that you are aware of everything that happens at the station, even if you pretend that it is not so. It's not all that categorical, Mr. Garibaldi. Many things are simply not interesting to me, and I don't follow them. Besides, the ambassador spread his hands, I don't interfere in the internal affairs of other species. It's not part of my duties as an ambassador.
Nevertheless, I have already had a conversation with Dr. Franklin on this matter, outlining to him all the pros and cons of my assistance. I assume that Captain Sheridan is already aware of this information.
Yes.
In that case, Mr. Garibaldi, I can advise you to wait for his decision. The captain is a smart and calculating man. He will figure out the situation. I went for a walk. Michael sighed heavily. Will you show me where the cultists and the Zarg are? What should I do with them anyway? Please. Lord Bale gestured for the man to follow him and headed deeper into the level, following the diagrams. As far as Garibaldi remembered, there was a small storage room there, reserved for tools and spare parts for servicing equipment. Zarg? Well, where should we put this dangerous predator from the Euphrates sector? How the hell did he even end up on Babylon 5? Following Bale, Garibaldi felt his lower eyelid begin to twitch. He certainly loved secrets and mysteries, but there must be limits to everything. Chapter 83. Sour Cream Business. I love telepathy. Sometimes you look at a person, and he already knows where to go. From the depths of the internet. Interlude. I see. How does he always do this?
Garibaldi circled the ordinary cryogenic capsule for the third time, like 2 peas in a pod similar to 100 of its sisters, gathering dust in Dr. Franklin's closet. Only this one didn't contain one of the rescued telepaths, but an ugly, awkward, but literally radiating danger, even in this state, figure of a Zarg. The meeting with Lord Bale on the lost level of the station gave the head of security a few things to think about, especially when he first saw a dozen gloomy, tense, and clearly uncomfortable people sitting on temporary military-style bunks in the corner of the storage room. Under the stern gaze of one of the assistants of the Goa'uld ambassador, Caron, it seemed. Aha! And then Lord Ball, with a smooth gesture, showed him this very cryogenic capsule, installed at the opposite wall of the room, and the contents of this capsule. The tense faces of the cultists became, definitely, explainable. Even in a frozen form, the Zarg caused Michael a latent desire to either run away somewhere far away, or to grab a blaster and put all the ammunition into this creature. Chief! Zack slipped into the room. The people were placed in cells. What are we going to do with them next? There's no point in asking half of them for documents. Interrogate them. Check the databases. Garibaldi waved his hand, not taking his eyes off the Zarg. If there are no sins, take the next transport to one of the colonies. Let them roll from here. Those who don't even have files in the databases, go there too. Why the hell do we need them on Babylon?
Okay, boss. Zack nodded, standing next to his boss and also staring at the predator in the capsule.
He's so inspiring, the bastard. Yeah. You want to put it in the office? It will greet visitors with a smile, who will immediately shit themselves, imbued with the seriousness of the situation. Michael's deputy chuckled, shaking his head. Maybe we should hand him over to Dr. Franklin. After all, he is a biological threat, so to speak. His profile. I've already invited him, the security guard nodded. Here I am, standing, waiting. Do you need me? No. Michael shook his head, not taking his eyes off the Zarg. You're being interrogated. If there's anything interesting, tell me. Got it, Zack nodded. Then I'm off. Having seen his subordinate off, Garibaldi returned to contemplating the capsule standing in the middle of the room. However, thoughts about not only an alien predator of a high danger class were spinning in his head. Bale made a truly royal gift, having brought the 17th, 16th and a half, in short, the missing level of the station to its factory appearance, at the same time clearing it of unwanted inhabitants. The only problem was the need to reorient the elevator to stop on the intermediate floor, but, well, in general, this is not a problem at all. The code in the computer should have remained from the time the station was put into operation. Yeah. When you said it, I didn't believe it. Franklin's voice, coming from the entrance to the room, made Michael smile. The doctor sounded so surprised. And what about me? Well, here it is. Garibaldi gestured at the capsule. Do what you want, but you have a Zarg. Bale? The medic said understandingly, with a note of longing in his voice. Bale, as Ivanova says, Stephen sighed. Take it on faith and don't try to understand. It was Lord Ball. That's enough. Franklin walked around the capsule, noting that, although it was an exact copy of standard Earth installations, the complete absence of any markings, serial numbers, and other production attributes raised a big question as to where exactly the ambassador had gotten it. However, against the background of everything else, and only on the way here he had managed to appreciate the entire level that had literally appeared out of nowhere. This was some kind of minor problem, not even worth thinking about. The medic took a hand scanner out of the case, ran the device along the capsule, and made sure that it was indeed a Zarg, a rather creepy and dangerous semi-intelligent predator from the Euphrates sector. It was unclear how it had ended up on the station, and even more so, had done so unnoticed by all its inhabitants. Indeed, Zarg. What to do with him? We can leave it in the capsule, Franklin shrugged. The device works fine. Ignoring the fact that I can't see where the power comes from, and judging by the indicator, the built-in battery is full and doesn't even think of decreasing. How does he always do this? Michael muttered under his breath. Won't he wake up? By yourself? Out of the question. Metabolism is slowed to 4%. It can be kept in this form almost indefinitely. Okay, then we'll think about what to do with it a little later. Either we'll put it in the closet to collect dust, or we'll land it on one of the planets in Euphrates, if by chance some ship flies by. What about the level? Stephen gestured around the room. I'm still thinking. It's not on the station map, nor in the computer. A great opportunity to place something important here that shouldn't attract attention. The security guard shrugged.
If we hadn't already broken with Earth, it would be funny to have a secret base for subversive activities here, so to speak. But now, I'll go to the captain. Maybe he'll find it useful. If he decides to wake up our telepaths, this is where they can be placed. As far as I understand, there are no living quarters on the 17th floor, but the technical rooms here are all empty. It won't take long to equip them. That's also an option. Then I'll leave the loader to you. Command my guys if necessary. They'll help with the transportation. And I'll go. I need to drink. Coffee. A lot of coffee. Nodding to the medic who remained next to the capsule, Garibaldi stuck his hands in his trouser pockets and, casting one last glance at the frozen figure of the monster, walked towards the elevator with a relaxed gait. Until the control issue was resolved centrally, they had to temporarily block this shaft, gutting the control panel in the cabin and making a temporary circuit with an extra button. And this was worth doing first of all. Depriving, in fact, an entire sector of Babylon of one of the elevators was unreasonable. But first, coffee, yes, lots of coffee, as he said. Alice dreamed. Nothing surprising, because everyone dreams, but she had never seen anything so, strange before. And it would be fine if only the content. She was perfectly aware that she was sleeping and dreaming, which had never happened before. The girl remembered how she agreed to the procedure proposed by Lord Bale, how the two of them were transported through through the ominous crimson black hole in the wall of the embassy cabin on Babylon 5 to a planet already familiar to her, somewhere far, far away. She remembered how she lay down in the medical capsule, and Bale himself, smiling good-naturedly, said that she would sleep a little, and then she realized herself, hanging in the middle of an endless black void. The telepath did not see or feel her body, did not feel either heat or cold, but for some reason she understood perfectly well that everything around her was just a dream. And she was still lying in the capsule. Strangely, what was happening did not frighten her at all, causing rather curiosity than nervous tension. Hanging like this, in nothingness, was quite boring. But she had no other choice. For the sake of curiosity, she tried to pronounce at least a word, to make at least some sound. But due to the absence of a body and the corresponding organs, it is completely logical that such an attempt led to nothing. Suddenly, when she had already managed to get bored, somewhere on the very edge of consciousness, of what she was now perceiving with her consciousness, herself, a feeling of light tickling appeared, as if a multitude of tiny insects were crawling on the skin of her head, causing waves of goosebumps on her absent back. Strangely, neither the feeling itself nor the associations it evoked did not cause rejection or any negative emotions. She was not afraid of insects, especially since on Babylon 5, it was almost impossible to meet them anywhere except in the park area, but, like many people, she disliked the same arachnids. True, mainly because of their webs, so...
And along with the sensation of goosebumps and tickling, everything else suddenly came rushing over the girl. The feeling of a dense but not hard bed under her back, the coolness of the air, the light shining from the ceiling, and the familiar feeling of other people's minds somewhere nearby.
Without even opening her eyes, Alice, with a familiar effort, put up the barrier that Talia Winters had taught her, and only then realized that something had changed. Never before had she felt those around her so, clearly and unambiguously. Even now, with her consciousness closed, she could quite easily determine where exactly her two friends, Yui and Shia, were, almost literally seeing that at that very moment, the Neki, who had clearly been sitting in the next room just recently, were moving in her direction. "You're awake, Alice," came Yui's voice, the first to enter the room. "I think so," still trying to understand and feel all the differences in the new sensations. The young telepath carefully sat down in the capsule, blinking and looking around. "And where is Lord Ball?" "Back on Babylon 5, Shia smiled. "Some business, I understand, but he left us to look after you when you wake up."
"How are you feeling?" "Okay," the girl answered hesitantly, listening to her feelings. "It's somehow strange, different, but definitely not bad. Did I sleep for long?"
5 hours. Yui, who had been doing something near one of the terminals next to the capsule the whole time, nodded with satisfaction, turning to the telepath to answer. "Yes, you're completely fine. The procedure went without any deviations, in full accordance with the program. But Lord Ball said that I would have to spend some time adapting, and everything is exactly the same as it was." Alice looked at the Neku, puzzled. "It's just us here." Shay came closer, helping her out of the capsule. "Not enough minds, not enough load. Well, that's how I understood Lord Ball's explanation. But you should have noticed some differences. Try to concentrate on your own feelings." Alice thought about it, frowning slightly. Differences. Differences. She could still feel her friends' minds. Not as if she was trying to feel them, as Miss Winters had reluctantly taught her, eventually deciding that a few offensive techniques, as she put it, wouldn't hurt anyone. But she could definitely feel them. With her mind completely closed, she made a special check of her shield. It was in place, constructed as she had been taught. Does it work worse now, with her increased power? Or should it be built differently? No, the mind-closing technique was basic. The girl doubted that they were developing something special for the Psi policemen, who belonged to P12, because the category is just potential. You still need to develop to it. And to retrain. Taking a deep breath, Alice completely opened her mind, relaxed, and tried not to concentrate on anything. There were only two consciousnesses around, which always amazed her on such a large object, occupying an impressive part of the planet. But she still did not want to involuntarily climb into other people's heads, especially into the heads of her friends. Differences. Notice the differences. It was like a sharp flash of light. Suddenly, the telepath's consciousness seemed to expand in a leap, encompassing the entire laboratory complex. She still felt the minds only of the two necks standing next to her, and patiently waiting for some action, but the world around her, even if it was empty, she saw it. Never before had she experienced anything like this. Another deep breath, an effort of concentration, which this time for some reason was much more difficult, and she again realized that she was sitting in the capsule. "It's incredible," Alice breathed out. So that's what Lord Bale meant when he talked about the need to get used to new possibilities. Judging by the sharply increased brain activity, Yui nodded, the changes have definitely taken hold. I suggest we have some tea, something to eat, and then continue getting used to it. Alice wanted to say that she could do without a snack, but her stomach, which had betrayed her by uttering a hungry rumble, made the telepath fall silent in embarrassment, only nodding in agreement with the Neki's words. Observing Alice, who had woken up after the process was completed, brought both moral satisfaction from a job well done and useful experimental data that favorably complemented the theory, and allowed a broader look at the algorithm for the development of Menkel's telepaths, which had already been brought to possible perfection by the younger ones. Taking advantage of the fact that the Manites had already had to deal with the restructuring of some areas of the patient's brain, I did not hesitate to place a small module in it for diagnostics and reading readings, something similar to implants for connecting to the network, but working only in one direction.
Perhaps this would look a little dishonest or insidious in relation to the girl who trusted me, but what she does not know will not harm her. I am confident in my moral complex, and a small cluster of nanites in my head can be removed from the body at any time without any consequences, which I will give the command for as soon as I collect all possible data. At the present moment, the girl was heading towards the recreation area, having accepted the offer of one of the NECs to have a snack. Even now, judging by the increasing and decreasing activity of her brain, Alice was trying to feel the changes in her gift, understanding what exactly had become different. Her flash of insight that occurred at the very beginning could easily be explained by a simple and sharp increase in telepathy caused, in fact, by the procedure itself. But the fact that, even through the barrier from thoughts that was put up for her, she continued, albeit weakly, to sense the minds of her friends, was a somewhat unexpected result. Not impossible, no, but certainly not the most likely of the supposed ones, based on all the theoretical simulations conducted by the juniors before the trial began. It turned out that the standard Psi Corps techniques for mind control and working with the environment, which Alice had been taught by Talia Winters, were no longer quite suitable, even for the regular P-12 telepath, let alone the artificially overclocked version. However, I believe that this will not cause problems for the girl. Analyzing her reactions to two minds, one could assume similar ones to the crowd of Babylon 5. And over time, she will learn to close herself off even from large clusters of intelligent beings. In extreme cases, I think Bester will not refuse a tiny favor, certainly not after what he learned about his native organization and its methods of work. Well, one less thing to do. Now all that remains is to wait for Alice to finish adapting, making sure that all the changes in her body have settled as planned, including the variant of development of the telepathic gene responsible for telekinesis, and at the same time make some edits to her personal file, smoothing over possible curiosity from the bureaucratic apparatus. But this is just a small gift to the ward on her coming of age, so to speak. For now. Lord Bale, I apologize for disturbing you.
Captain Sheridan's voice came from the door after a short bell signal.
Do you have a little time for a conversation?
Good evening, Captain. I stand up to greet the guest, giving the command to open.
Come in, please. You're lucky. I'm not busy at all. Some tea?
Let's go. Sheridan waved his hand.
It's been a hectic day, so only a fool would refuse a cup of tea.
Should I feel guilty about this? I say, smiling slightly as I walk towards the kitchen corner, starting to jingle the dishes.
I've gotten used to it.
The captain waved his hand.
I caught myself thinking that I just don't want to know where the Zarg came from at the station, how you found it, why it happened only now, and how miraculously you did. What you did with that level. As long as it doesn't cause any problems, it's easier to just relax and enjoy, as Ivanova puts it. A profound, philosophical approach. I glance at the man and nod with satisfaction, pouring a portion of tea into a small teapot. In that case, I'm all ears. What brought you to visit me today? Unless, of course, you just dropped in to have some tea and cakes and talk about, let's say, the weather? It's windy in Zocalo today, Sheridan drawled with a demonstratively serious expression on his face. The ventilation is working at high speed due to the large number of markabs. Guests of the station are advised to dress warmly. Bravo. Bravo. Sorry, John shrugged. It really has been a tedious and stressful day, and your gift has nothing to do with it. There are too many decisions to make in a short period of time. And for some of them, I still can't figure out the best way. Understand. The captain had clearly changed since his first appearance on the station. It wasn't that I was specifically watching him as a test subject, but some things were completely obvious and easy to notice. In some ways, he could even be pitied, especially if you remember what problems he was now forced to literally drag on his back. But I certainly won't do that. As one of the classics of meme building would say, well, in any case, with a probability of 98.348%, I knew exactly what I had come to ask, or rather, to ask Sheridan about. All that was left was to listen to what words he would use to say it, and make a final decision on whether I wanted to agree. Thank you. The captain took the cup from my hands, took the first sip of the aromatic drink, and sighed wearily. Lord Bale, I remember your attitude to what is happening in the galaxy at the moment, and in some ways I even understand and accept your view of the situation, but I can't help but ask directly. At one of the meetings, Dr. Franklin mentioned that it is in your power, let's say, to heal those unfortunates we rescued from the Psi Corps transport ship. That's true, I nod. However, I also pointed out to Dr. Franklin the possible consequences of such an act. 100 telepaths, most of whom most likely do not possess even minimal self-control skills, and a smaller number do not have warm feelings for representatives of the state structures of the Earth Commonwealth. I understand, Sheridan sighed, and I've thought long and hard about the downsides of such a development, but I can't get it out of my head either.
Leaving aside the fact that we can't keep them frozen forever, they are people too. Lord Ball, you are certainly aware of what's really going on in the galaxy.
A very vague formulation, Captain. I sip from my own cup with a slight smile, but it's stupid to deny the obvious. It would be an insult to your intelligence, I believe. Sheridan smiled crookedly as he took a sip from his cup. Thank you for the compliment. However, sometimes I doubt my own intelligence, since I agreed to get involved in all this. But it's too late. The man shrugged. Since you know, it will be easier. This should probably be considered classified intelligence information, but since the entire League already knows about it. He waved his hand. As we have found out, a sufficiently powerful telepath, or a group of them, can disable the shadow ships by disrupting the connection between the pilot and the machine. We need these telepaths, Lord Ball.
We cannot rely on others. The League and Minbar will undoubtedly offer assistance as much as they can, but they themselves need to protect their planets from attack, at least for now. So, you are willing to risk their awakening in the hope that in gratitude, they will agree to help in your war. This is not just a war, Lord Ball. Or, rather, it is a war, of course. Sheridan shook his head. But when the question is literally one of survival, priorities change somewhat. You remember my opinion about who exactly should participate in the battles, Captain? I remember. The man nodded. And yet, you came to me with such a question. It's better to ask and get a negative answer than not to ask and be tormented by the unknown. Well, I nod thoughtfully. Honesty has always deserved a reward, in one form or another. What do you want, Captain? The captain's lower eyelid visibly twitched in a short, nervous tick. It seemed that even without knowing the exact deep meaning of this phrase, Sheridan's intuition correctly told him that something was wrong here. However, to his credit, the man successfully returned his face, only sighing heavily and, having finished his tea, reaching for the teapot for more. It would be very helpful to us if you could assist Dr. Franklin in ridding telepaths of their shadow implants and consulting on their mental rehabilitation. As I understood the doctor's words, this is quite within the capabilities of another telepath, or, he hesitated, behemoth. It's strange for me to say this, but We are ready to provide your drinks with any requested. Within reasonable limits, of course, volume of sour cream. Or any other currency of his or your choice, ... After a painful pause that lasted for 5 seconds, during which I was trying to comprehend what I had just heard, I couldn't hold back my laughter, only trying to make it more friendly than offensive. You made my day, Captain. Thank you for raising my spirits. I'm glad you're having fun, Lord Baal, Sheridan grumbled. Forgive me for the love of all the gods, I say, putting on a slightly guilty smile and putting my hands out in a conciliatory manner, palms forward. I didn't mean to offend you or hurt you in any way. I just couldn't imagine that Dr. Franklin would take my words so seriously. However, if we're talking about that very seriousness, considering all the circumstances, I probably wouldn't mind providing a little help to the telepaths you saved. Of course, a lot will depend on Behemoth's wishes, and he's first and foremost a cat with all the attendant peculiarities. But I don't think that will be a problem. Thank you, Lord Baal. The captain sighed with relief.
And what about payment? It won't cost me practically anything, except a couple of hours of my time, I shrug. So I'll ask something equally easy from you. If it is within my power. Oh, don't worry, it's really not a big deal. I'll ask you to let me know in advance when you're planning to go to the planet Zadum. I don't quite understand. Just to report, Captain. Without any double meaning or hidden meaning. I still don't understand why you might need it. Besides, I can't know if I'll even fly there. In that case, you won't owe me. I spread my hands, interrupting the captain. Okay. I'll let you know if I decide to fly there. In that case, I see no obstacles. I'll go to Dr. Franklin tomorrow morning to discuss the details. In the meantime, more tea? Or perhaps something stronger? Coronet has some cakes left that he and his sister baked. If only I knew how they managed to do it. Stronger. Sheridan thought for a second. Ah. To hell with it. Let's have your stronger, then I'll go to bed. I'll be a so-so worker until the morning anyway. Interlude. Delenn breathed in the air of her home planet with pleasure as she descended the ramp of the passenger ship. Although the reason for her arrival on Minbar was not the happiest, the fact of returning home after a rather long absence still warmed her soul. The woman was already being met. Rathen, a smiling Minbari priest who had chosen to serve the Rangers and had assisted Sinclair during his presence on the planet, was walking towards her. I'm glad you came, Delenn. The priest hugged her carefully. How could I not come, Rathen? The death of the first Ranger is a great loss to us. He often thought of you while he was here, Delenn, and always with great respect. Did he say anything before he left? The woman smiled sadly, slowly moving forward towards the gallery that encircled the capital's spaceport. No. Rathen shook his head. He only thanked me for my service and help. But that was the first Ranger. He was always like that. Yes, that's true. I remember. For some time, the Minbari walked in silence. Delenn looked around, happily recalling familiar places, and Rathen did not interfere with her in this, silently following next to her. They had nowhere to hurry by and large, and homesickness, even if you do not fly away from it forever, sooner or later catches up with any intelligent person, regardless of the type and time of absence. Finally, having settled into a small atmospheric transport that was supposed to take them directly to the Rangers' base, Delenn turned to Rathen, who sat down next to her. If it is possible, I would like to visit his room. His things need to be sent to his family, on Earth. We've already thought of that, Delenn. Rathen smiled. He didn't have many things.
But we've collected them all. You can take a look when we arrive. Thank you. I understand that you were closer to him than anyone else here. The Minbari nodded. Your desire is completely understandable. It's not a wish. It's a duty, Rathan. He sacrificed so much so that we could all have a future. Delenn fell silent as the transport began to descend, turning to the window and admiring the tall building. Her thoughts kept revolving around that flight to Babylon 4 and everything she had seen and heard during it. The realization that Sinclair was Valen, Zathras's words about their place in history, John, whom she had almost lost, and their long, difficult conversation once they had all returned safely to Babylon 5. And now she was back here, on Minbar, even if it was temporary, even if she would soon have to go back to the station. Inside, she felt very difficult, more difficult than she would like.
Rathan gestured for her to follow him and stepped out of the transport shuttle, heading for the Rangers' quarters. Delenn had been here before, which only added to the thoughts in her head. Finally, stopping in front of a closed door, one of many like it, the priest opened it, bowing his head respectfully before stepping aside. The Minbari sighed and stepped forward. A typical cell, with minimal furniture or personal belongings. Her people weren't big fans of mindless hoarding anyway, and some asceticism was encouraged in society, but this. Even the abbot of the temple where she had spent her childhood and youth seemed to have more things. Not much, but still more. Are these all his things? She looked at her companion in bewilderment, turning away from the small box on the table. Just a few more sets of clothes in the closet. Rathan nodded. And his personal denbok. For some reason, he didn't take it with him on his final journey.
He probably knew he wouldn't return, but he didn't think it necessary to have a weapon. Who knows? Delenn nodded, moving closer and carefully opening the lid of the box. There was even less stuff inside than she thought. A few of Sinclair's old medals from his time in the Navy, awards from the Earth Minbari War that he wasn't proud of, she knew that, but kept nearby as a constant reminder of those events. His Babylon 5 commander's identification card, his insignia, and his ranger medallion. At the bottom lay a thin stack of photographs of people Delenn didn't recognize, most likely Sinclair's family. That was about all that was left of the first ranger. So little, yes, as if he is just a guest in this world, and any things are extra weight. I'll make sure this gets sent to his family. If there's any left, at least I'll know about it, Delenn repeated, running her fingertips over the items and closing the box. I will provide all the information we have, but I'm afraid it won't be too much. I think his comrades from Babylon 5 will be able to tell you more. Don't worry, Rathan. As you say. Then, we have one last question to decide. The first ranger has left us, so now we need someone to replace him. We cannot exist without a leader. The rangers need a chief who can inspire them and lead them. Great Lent, great honor, but equally great responsibility, especially in the face of the future. I rely on your wisdom, Rathan. If you need my help with the choice, I've already chosen Delenn. The Minbari looked at her meaningfully. No, Rathan. The rangers agree. Frankly, I don't think they'll go after anyone else at all, but the rangers are trained here on Minbar. And my place is on Babylon 5, of course. They were on Minbar because their leader was on Minbar. They will be where you are, Delenn. Minbar means Minbar. Babylon 5 means Babylon 5. The location doesn't matter. We are all in for a great test, Delenn. They need you. We need you. Please, agree. Delenn turned, lost in thought, to look around Sinclair's quarters. Rathan's offer hadn't been entirely unexpected. It was foolish to think that no one would consider her candidacy at all. But it was one thing to assume, and quite another to have your thoughts confirmed so clearly. The role of First Ranger was an honorable duty, but also a big pain in the ass, as John would say. And it was not an easy decision to make. Although she understood that Rathan was absolutely and unequivocally right, the Rangers would hardly go for anyone else.
Even though I don't like it,
She finally sighed.
I agree. But I will only hold the ceremony on Babylon 5. It will be...
That would be the right symbol. The priest nodded. I fully understand your motives.
I don't understand.
A disgruntled voice rang out, and the next second another Minbari, dressed in the black robes of the warrior caste, practically burst into the room.
What drives you? Duty or the call of power?
Naroon? The Minbari frowned. But who am I to criticize? An excellent strategy. The man continued to taunt, completely ignoring Rathan, who had fallen silent and was looking with displeasure at the representative of the other caste.
What are you talking about?
Naroon, stop it! The priest finally exhaled. This is not the place or time for this. Why not? The warrior grinned. After 1,000 years of oblivion, the Rangers came back on the scene. The priest caste began to build warships, and we, the warrior caste, do not know about all this? You know perfectly well that it was a necessary measure.
You did nothing. Delenn stepped forward, stopping Rathan with a gesture as he was about to say something. And someone had to do what had to be done. There was no time to wait. Perhaps, Naroon nodded. That's why you were allowed to recruit Rangers again, even from other races. That's why Sinclair was allowed to train and lead them. Even though that meant only one thing. It meant they were losing their Minbari purity. The warrior caste tolerated your endeavors as long as they were for the common good. But the Rangers' training is over now. They need a leader. And by our tradition, it must be one of the warriors, one of us. The law of castes was passed by Valen. Priests pray, builders build, warriors fight. You have trampled this law by seizing power in the Grey Council. And it is not for you to speak of violations, Naroon. But it was you who dissolved the Grey Council. The warrior chuckled.
You achieved nothing, only creating a power vacuum. And now, as the most prominent representative of the priest caste, you seek to fill it yourself by becoming the leader of the Rangers. Ironic, isn't it? The Rangers themselves chose Delenn Naroon. Rathan stepped forward. It wasn't her decision. I wish I could believe it, but I just can't. Religious fervor, fueled by prophecies, gives birth to fanatics who are eager for power. It was so before, and it will be so after. Some things never change. I respect you, Delenn. He turned to the Minbari, lowering his voice. And I want to give you good advice. Refuse this title, giving way to a warrior, as is proper by our laws. Or, I will not allow your leadership, by all means available to me. Are you mad, Naroon? Do you intend to attack a Minbari? Kill one of your own kind? Rathan exclaimed in shock. I was not the first to speak of murders, Rathan. It is not for you to judge me and my words.
But I cannot allow such a blatant violation of the laws.
Turning on his heel, the warrior strode out of the room, leaving the two priests alone. Rathan's expression was filled with indignation and a clear sense of trouble to come. He shook his head and turned to Delenn with concern. This is madness, Delenn. A Minbari threatening to kill a Minbari. Threatening you. Rathan, Minbari haven't killed Minbari for 1,000 years. I don't think you heard his words. He hardly meant verbal battles. The Great Council should have been dissolved. You did what needed to be done. But in some ways he is right. The priest shook his head. A power vacuum. This can turn the heads of many, depriving them of the ability to think clearly. Let it be what is destined to happen. As you say, Delenn, Even though I don't like it, it's up to you. I'll get everything ready for the flight to Babylon 5. The Rangers will be ready within the hour.
Rathen bowed and left her alone, leaving Sinclair's chambers. Delenn once again ran her fingertips over the box with the first Ranger's personal belongings, and with a slightly sad smile, she picked up the box and followed the priest out. She had a whole hour to enjoy her native world. Just an hour. And a whole hour. Chapter 84. Ritual Arguments of Reason. I still don't understand how people who claim that for centuries they did not kill their own can still have a ritual battle not for life, but for death. Marcus Cole, Babylon 5. Dr. Franklin. I nod politely to the surprised medic, who looked up at me as soon as I entered the station's medical bay. In the early hours of the day, only Franklin himself and 2 assistants on duty were in the room. However, they were currently busy with some work in a separate laboratory block. The doctor himself had clearly just spent the night at his workplace. At least his overall rumpled appearance and dark circles under his eyes hinted that he had once again begun to have a workaholic exacerbation. And although there was no particular rush at the station at the moment, he still found work for himself. However, he who seeks always finds, right? Lord Ball? Good, He glanced quickly at his watch. Morning. Has something happened? You are not exactly a frequent visitor to this part of the station. Nothing in your line of work, I smile. As always, by the way. My kind is still not susceptible to your diseases. In that case, I don't quite understand. I had the pleasure of speaking with Captain Sheridan last night, concerning the contents of the storage room on the level above. Oh. After a second's delay, the medic was struck by inspiration. The captain finally came to you about the frozen telepaths? Exactly. And he was so convincing that I considered it necessary to agree to provide you with modest assistance in their, treatment. Franklin frowned. It seemed that although the idea of using 100 free telepaths to confront the shadows was quite reasonable, the man's medical ethics and common sense still somewhat spoiled the pleasure of the upcoming work. It was easy to understand. It was unlikely that all of the defrosted ones would immediately be filled with warm gratitude to their saviors and want to get involved in a conflict with vague prospects, but not an illusory possibility of dying. No, warm gratitude would undoubtedly take place. For this, it was enough to at least look at the faces of the overwhelming majority of telepaths in the capsules. But with the desire to participate in battles, yes, there could be problems with that. And I haven't even mentioned that not all of them had sufficient telepathic gifts in principle. Above P5? Yes. Comparable to Lita Alexander, or at least Bester? I seriously doubt it. Psi Corps would never allow outsiders to take possession of the strategic resource in the form of strong telepaths, even if they did not want to join them voluntarily. Even though Captain Sheridan made the decision to seek your help, Stephen began cautiously, I still have some doubts that this decision was the right one. He sighed. Although, of course, the Hippocratic Oath subtly hints to me that leaving telepaths frozen would be even worse. Tell me, Lord Bale. The medic looked at me carefully. Are you really capable of curing them? I can remove the implants myself, but what the shadows could do to their consciousness. You don't believe in the power of Behemoth? I shake my head with a broad smile. But in the distant past of your planet, entire nations worshipped cats as higher beings, Doctor. However, if we put jokes aside, as I told you earlier, any telepath of sufficient strength can handle putting their minds in order. I believe P7 and above, according to the core classification, will be quite enough.
And as for Behemoth, Jeerinx handled the beloved of the well-known Mr. Bester quite well, and it took him a few minutes. That is why I came to you, to agree on purely organizational issues of defrosting and treatment. And, I suppose, Franklin grinned wryly, questions of supplies of cream or sour cream. It was a joke. I smile. However, Behemoth wouldn't refuse a saucer or two, just like any other cat, in any world. In that case, the medic sighed, spreading his arms. I'm all ears. We do need telepaths, but even if they weren't, I wouldn't leave them all frozen.
What exactly are you proposing? To extract the implants installed and eliminate the residual physiological consequences in all 118 telepaths I will need, I say, feigning thoughtfulness, and fall silent, although in reality everything had long been calculated and prepared. The replicators on the will of the Emperor had expanded one of the halls, creating the necessary number of healing sarcophagi. 10 minutes, with a reserve. 10 minutes! Franklin squeezed out, sighing resignedly a second later and waving his hand. However, why am I surprised? I suppose until the mental side of the problem is resolved, it would be best to return them to a state of stasis. Is that possible? Quite, I nod and shrug. Do you want to defrost them gradually so that you can control the treatment process? Yeah, Franklin nodded. I don't want to leave them in freezers. But it's better than having a bunch of crazy telepaths of varying strength levels running around the station. I don't mind, Doctor. Your people, it's up to you to decide. I'll send 3 custodians to ensure security. Yes, perhaps that would be appropriate. Great. In that case, let me know when you're ready. We can go to the capsules right away, if you don't mind. I nodded and motioned for the doctor to follow me, simultaneously sending an order to the implants via the replicator network for 3 guards to arrive at the same room. They should arrive just in time for our arrival. Franklin was very thoughtful and silent the entire way to the storage room. I did not disturb the medic, fully understanding that the upcoming volume of work and, albeit only potential, difficulties could make Stephen feel, well, perhaps this can be described as uncomfortable.
Lord Baal. 3 tall figures in massive golden armor bowed their heads briefly as we came out from behind the corner and approached the right door. Your task is to protect Dr. Franklin and maintain order for the entire time he is treating telepaths. If additional assistants are brought in, the order applies to them as well. If possible, do not kill or maim the telepaths themselves. The felonids let out a growl of agreement, causing Stephen to involuntarily flinch. However, he quickly regained his composure, although he glanced sideways at the 2 guards frozen by the door and the third standing behind his shoulder with some respectful apprehension. The man said uncertainly, will they cope with telepaths? It's unlikely that any of your future patients will be capable of controlling someone else's mind, but they'll be able to handle basic telepathic, tricks just fine. I'm not sure that any human telepath is even capable of this very submission. Stephen muttered under his breath, stepping into the room and turning in my direction. Do you need anything else to prepare, Lord Baal? I have everything I need with me, I say as I walk inside with a smile. Lately, I've become much more relaxed about demonstrating my own capabilities. Perhaps it was excessive bragging, but the shadows and the Vorlons, frankly speaking, were not impressive. At least, based on the example of the former's attack on my planet and the latter's consistent politeness towards me. Corone would not agree with this approach, although she clearly reevaluated the surrounding potential threats to some extent. So, even in the back of my consciousness, I did not sense her displeasure with the decision made. Therefore, unable to resist a small but very pathetic gesture, I raised my hands to the ceiling, slightly spreading them apart, and simultaneously with this, giving the command to transfer all the frozen telepaths directly from the cryogenic capsules aboard the Will of the Emperor into the sarcophagi intended for them. The room was filled with bright white light, accompanied by a quiet grinding sound of teleportation and forcing Franklin to close his eyes for a moment. "Damn it!" Stephen breathed out, blinking. "I'll never get used to this." The head of the medical service stared at the completely empty capsules, still operating as before and standing in the same places, looking between them and the neat pile of foreign elements extracted from the bodies of patients and piled on the floor next to him. Shiny and absolutely clean of any organic materials, elements that looked as if they had just come out of the factory.
Interlude. The flight back to Babylon 5 was as calm and relaxed as the journey to her home planet, and Delenn even managed to get some sleep while the ship was flying through hyperspace. At the passenger terminal, Lanier was already there, as usual, attentive, efficient, and friendly, just like an ambassador's attaché should be. The woman nodded to the assistant, handing him a small bag in which she was carrying a chest with Sinclair's personal belongings. "Welcome back. How was the flight? What's the news from home?" "Everything is fine, Lanier. Thank you. At home as always," she smiled. "Peace and quiet. Maybe you should fly away for a day too." "Maybe, someday." Lanier smiled back, although Delenn understood perfectly well that he would fly somewhere either with her or if she kicked him into the liner. "Rathan sent you his regards." "Is he still busy with the Rangers?" "Yes." Delenn nodded, allowing herself to sigh.
"Although you may soon see him in person. The Rangers will now be based on Babylon 5, if Captain Sheridan agrees to that, of course." "On Babylon? But why?" "As Rathan said." The woman stepped into the elevator, turning to face her companion and spreading her arms. "The Rangers were on Minbar because Sinclair was on Minbar. If Ranger 1 is elsewhere, they will follow him elsewhere." "Until Za? You're the first Ranger now?" "I had to agree with the majority opinion. Although Valen sees, I don't want this at all. I don't consider myself worthy of such a title, just as I don't consider myself capable of handling such responsibility." "You can do it! I believe you!" "But Naroon doesn't believe it," Delenn muttered. "Naroon? Alit Naroon?" "Met me on Minbar," the woman continued reluctantly. "Told me everything he thought about me and about the fact that a member of the priest caste was in charge of the de facto military organization of the Rangers. He considered this my—" Delenn shook her head. "Brilliant plan to seize power. First the Grey Council, then this appointment. As he said." "Said what?" "He's going to stop me from taking over. By any means necessary. Rathan believes that Naroon can do anything, including killing me. And I completely agree with him." "Lanier!" The Minbari woman jumped up indignantly. "And you too?" "For 1,000 years, not a single Minbari has killed another Minbari. That was the law established by Valen and the First Grey Council. But the Grey Council has been dissolved by your hands, Delenn. I'm not saying that it will definitely be resolved." Lanier held his hands out, palms forward. "But we can't discount the possibility either. The warrior caste has always been especially harsh in its judgments and actions. And now—"
What pessimists you both are.
Better this way than being a dead optimist,
the assistant retorted. "It seems," Delenn smiled, letting her companion go ahead and following him out of the elevator, "that you've been chatting with Mr. Garibaldi. I recognize his philosophy of life, at least inform the captain that a threat is possible. This is not the kind of question to—"
"No. This is an internal matter of our people, and we must settle it ourselves, Lanier. Promise me."
The Minbari looked sternly at her assistant.
"That you will not tell him anything, but promise."
Lanier sighed sadly, but under Delenn's insistent gaze, he finally gave in. The Minbari folded his hands in front of his chest, in a ritual sign of respect and obedience, and bowed his head. Although, despite this, she saw all the disagreement and all the worries for her life that overwhelmed her attaché. Perhaps it was the pride that the Inquisitor accused her of speaking in her, or the unwillingness to endanger Sheridan, who would certainly get involved in a showdown with Naroon as soon as he learned of the warrior's presence on the station. In any case, she would go to the captain herself, and alone. Nothing had yet been determined or decided. John might not even give permission to transfer a small army to Babylon 5, which the man tried with all his might to keep within the framework of the concept of a diplomatic station. Although her intuition told her that the captain would still agree, and this caused a warm feeling somewhere inside her. Good, the Minbari smiled. Now I will go to the captain to get his permission to hold the ceremony. And you, please, prepare everything for the ceremony. The Rangers will arrive in a few days. After all, moving so many sentients takes a long time. More than moving one ambassador. Of course. Lanier bowed again. I'll do everything. Having parted with Dellen at one of the elevators leading to the station's command level, Lanier stood in one place for a couple of seconds and then set off on his way back. With each step, he was increasingly covered by a bad feeling. Although the ambassador had given him very specific instructions, asking him not to interfere, although he had given his word, this did not, in the least, diminish the feeling of impending disaster. For a second, he even almost sincerely hated his upbringing in the temple and the rules of conduct that were hammered almost to the level of instincts which he instilled in all members of the priest caste. Understanding is not required, only obedience. However, anger and rage were counterproductive. He would not help Dellen with them. And therefore, having taken only 5 steps down the corridor in the direction of the embassy, Lanier stubbornly pressed his lips together, frowned, and walked quickly in a completely different direction. He had promised not to tell Captain Sheridan anything. He would not tell him anything. But as for Marcus, besides, he was a ranger and had a vested interest in the safety of the organization's new leader. And he was, after all, a worthy and good person. Thinking, weighing all the pros and cons in his head, Lanier found that he had already reached the right cabin. Fortunately, Marcus was at home, which was not such a frequent occurrence, given his habit of wandering around the Babylon, collecting rumors, sometimes even flying off the station on solo missions. "Hello, Lanier." Marcus smiled at him warmly, opening the door as soon as the Minbari touched the bell panel. "Marcus." Lanier bowed his head as usual, looking around the cabin's furnishings. Quite simple, by the way. This is my first time here. Quite ascetic, I must say. The cabin did look rather bare, indeed. A simple bed, a single chair against one wall, a coffee table that probably doubled as a dining table, and a Minbari altar symbolizing the triluminary on the wall. Perhaps even the cells in some temples looked more rich than this. Commander Ivanova found me this place to live. Marcus shrugged with a hint of malice. However, I can't complain. The excesses are distracting. A philosophical view of things. However, Lanier paused for a moment at the altar, placing his hand on the wall and bowing his head, and then turned to the owner of the room. I came on business. I am experiencing some kind of difficulty. Which one? I'm trying to reconcile the incompatible. How can I break my word without destroying it? I promised Dellen that I wouldn't tell Captain Sheridan about one situation. I could go to Ivanova or Mr. Garibaldi, but that would be the same. They would immediately report to Sheridan, and then I would break my word. Maybe not in the letter, but in the spirit of the promise. For sure. But if I tell you everything, the captain will not know anything, and, although in this way I will simply take advantage of Delen's reservation, in essence, I will keep my promise. What do you think? I think, Lanier, the ranger replied delightedly after a short pause, that I am absolutely delighted with how you managed to turn simple logical constructions into such cunning, almost Jesuitical constructions that they begin to reflect not the true meaning of themselves, but the one that you need, and moreover, need, at this particular moment. This is amazing. Is this what they teach in some of your Minbari schools of verbal martial arts? It's not funny, Marcus.
I believe Delen's life is in danger. One of the former members of the Grey Council is challenging her right to lead the Rangers. He may resort to violence. From the warrior caste? Marcus asked immediately, becoming serious. Lanier just nodded silently. Why am I not surprised? The man sighed. We were all taught that Minbari never kill Minbari, and so it has been for 1,000 years, so it was established by Valen. That is what is scary. If a Minbari from one caste raises a hand against a Minbari from another, it will split our people. It will lead to a civil war. The ranger finished for him. That's why we need a non-Minbari who can prevent a crime if it does happen. Yes, what is his name? Neroon. Lanier nodded briefly. Will the ceremony take place on Babylon? Yes, Delen just returned from Minbar and is currently negotiating with the captain about this. If he met Delen on Minbar, Marcus mused, I think he's already on the station, or will arrive in the next few hours. We won't be able to locate him in advance, even if we notify security. And that would attract Garibaldi's attention, and therefore Sheridan's. I'll try to find out when he'll show up. I have ways. That's not the main thing. Marcus. Lanier came closer. He shouldn't show up at the ceremony. No matter how much time passes, the decision will already be made, and he'll be able to resent the accomplished fact as much as he wants. The only thing I ask is, don't try to defeat him. Neroon is one of the best in the warrior caste. You can't handle him. Besides, he was trained to kill people, and he has a lot of experience. Tell me where and when he will be. Marcus nodded intently. The rest is my business. Lanier nodded solemnly. He could only hope that they would not miss Neroon's arrival at the station, and that Marcus would be able to deal with him, one way or another. Although, if the man died fighting, and Delen found out who was to blame, and she would definitely find out. No, Lanier preferred not to think about that. Besides, he would blame himself if the decision to ask for help led to the death of his friend. Yes, definitely a friend. Bringing hundreds of telepaths from the state of semi-finished ice cream to a more viable form was routine. Seriously, the technology was tested and found to be effective on the example of Carolyn Sanderson. And then it was only necessary to methodically repeat the entire process. The only difference was placing the telepaths back into cryogenic capsules after the sarcophagi finished restoring the tissue damaged by the removal of the implants. Yes, this also required changing the mode of operation of the sarcophagi themselves, so that they would return the bodies to a frozen state before reverse teleportation. But honestly, this would be a trifle even for ordinary scientists, let alone replicators. I find myself thinking again and again, Dr. Franklin said slowly, seeing the patient's equally colorful return to the storage room, that such technologies simply cannot exist. But they obviously do. It seems that this is how our distant ancestors felt when they saw something similar to what was later called divine miracles, magic, and so on. I can understand you, Doctor. I nod, remembering the many similar examples that had already baffled me.
but I don't think it should be called anything other than science. After all, a couple of centuries ago, your people on Earth couldn't even think about creating Babylon 5. I wave my hand around the room. And 1,000 years ago, a simple ceiling lamp that gave more light than 100 candles was perceived as nothing other than a divine miracle, or black magic, depending on personal preference. You're right.
Don't worry, Dr. Franklin. I look at the man with a wide smile. In another 1,000 years, humanity will achieve much more than what you see me doing now. I didn't add the words if he lives, but if he survives. The medic finished for me. I understand everything, Lord Bale. I still console myself with the hope that he's not a complete fool. Judging by the fact that all the telepaths returned to the capsules. The man glanced around the room. You cured them successfully. That's right. I nod. Then, if you allow me, I would invite Leda Alexander or Talia Winters, and then I would ask your cat, Behemoth, to complete the process, using 2 or 3 of the frozen ones as an example so that our telepaths would understand what exactly needs to be done for their rehabilitation. I don't see any obstacles, I shrug, sending a request over the internet for the Jirinks to come to us.
I think Behemoth will join us soon, when he finishes his important cat business. That is, literally. Now, Behemoth, showing his natural laziness, simply used the teleportation device to move from the park area of the station where he was once again cheating gullible waitresses for fresh fish, literally around the corner of the corridor, and then with a languid expression of truly feline superiority, rubbing against the legs of one of the felinids standing at the entrance, walked into the room and stared questioningly at Franklin, who swallowed tensely. You could have called me later, the cat transmitted over the internet. I just started enjoying a piece of fresh tuna. Synthesize yourself a whole fish with teleportation, since you continue to use it. This is completely not the same. Real fish, real. But this... Tell that to Korone and Yuki and their cakes. Nobody's perfect. The Jirinks wagged its tails, looking from Franklin to the list in his hands, and then to the telepaths in the capsules. But all right, I'll help. For half an hour of scratching behind the ear. From the doctor. Lord Bale? Stefan asked warily. Is everything all right? Oh, yes, Doctor. I smile. I think Behemoth is trying to tell you that he agrees to help, for a small reward. A reward? What? The medic shook his head, wincing, and then, looking at the Jirinks in shock, nodded slightly slowly. Yeah, of course. I'll scratch you behind the ear. What just happened? I literally heard his voice in my head. Are telepaths capable of such things?
I suppose. I shrug, picking up the Jirinks and starting to stroke it in a relaxed manner. They prefer not to advertise it, because if you can put your words into the head of another intelligent being, you can also put something else there. Yes, Franklin shuddered, realizing the hint. I can reassure you that, as far as I know, not every P-12 is capable of such a thing. Psi Corps members mainly specialize in reading thoughts, not in transmitting them. In any case, I suggest we invite Miss Winters and Alexander here, and when they arrive, we begin. Franklin just nodded, raising his hand with the communicator to his mouth and contacting the 2 telepaths. It seemed that, due to the beginning of the day, they were both in their cabins, and therefore were able to answer the call. After 2 short conversations, the man sighed in relief and nodded, lowering his hand. Miss Alexander will be here in 15 minutes.
Miss Winters will be here in 2 hours. She has business negotiations, so he spread his hands.
I think Miss Alexander will be able to understand everything, and, if necessary, Explain. In any case, as far as I could understand the procedure, it is not particularly complicated and is quite close to a regular deep scan, except that it requires more time and attention. You know better, Franklin shrugged. I only know about the peculiarities of telepathic interactions from a medical point of view. Yes, I suggest we start with the capsule with patient 89001. The medic checked the list. Vasily Romerovich, Russian, apparently, but a native of Boston.
According to the Corps classification, P8 with a potential of up to P10.
The hippopotamus, turning its head towards Franklin for a moment, jumped out of my hands and with a leisurely gait headed somewhere deep into the room, confidently finding the right capsule and sitting down next to it with an expression of the highest degree of contempt. An image of a bored, yawning Gyrinx came over the replicator network, and the doctor, having caught up with the cat, began to fuss around the capsule, preparing the defrosting procedure. Fortunately, the installation itself had all the necessary tools for this. Interlude. I don't think your presence here is appropriate. Trying to maintain his composure, Marcus carefully closed the door to one of the technical corridors behind the Minbari who had passed by, stepping into the light and stopping 5 steps away from him. Don't interfere in what's none of your business, the Minbari said with displeasure in his voice. I have a complaint against Delenn, not you. That means to me as well, because you can only go further by stepping over me. Marcus smoothly took the denbok out of his pocket, unfolding the staff into a combat position, but for now keeping his hand slightly to the side, not attacking first. Do you even know who I am? I know. Shall we begin? Let's begin. Naroon unfolded his own battle staff, holding it out in a warrior's salute, resting it against the ranger's staff, which was also held out in front. The next moment, Naroon took a short step back, breaking the distance, and delivered the first trial blow with his staff. Not an attack yet, no. Just a probing of the opponent to understand what he was like. With the top end of the pole, the bottom, a side blow, another, a push, Marcus parried them with memorized movements, moving on autopilot and practically without thinking. A familiar style. However, almost all rangers who expressed a desire to learn to fight with the denbok in their hands were trained according to the same principle. This art had existed on Minbar for many centuries, so it was not at all surprising that it had been brought to theoretical perfection. Not bad for a beginner, the Minbari chuckled, taking a step back and spreading his arms out to the sides. I'll give you one last chance, Ranger. Back off. Durin himself taught me. What an incredible coincidence. Marcus grinned. Me too. Grabbing the denbok more comfortably, the ranger delivered a sharp blow to Naroon's stomach. At least he tried to. With a loud clang, one metal pole collided with the second, parrying the blow, and Naroon himself parted his lips in an anticipatory grin. Strike, block, strike again, and block again. Fighting the Minbari was not easy after all, despite all the lessons from the old master. The art of fighting with poles was a cultural and national treasure of Minbar, and Marcus himself had mastered it for less than a year. And this is if you forget about the fact that the average Minbari was noticeably stronger and more resilient than the average person. This is exactly what he took advantage of. Parrying another blow from Marcus a little harder than before, Naroon took advantage of the enemy's opening, grabbing the pole by the very end and making a wide circular swing, literally pressing the metal pipe into the ranger's ribs and throwing him down the steps of the short staircase. You are a foolish man, Marcus Cole. The Minbari sprinted after him, giving his opponent time to rise to his feet. But if that is your wish, so be it. We will fight Densha. And again the staffs rang, colliding in the air. Naroon clearly increased the pace and force of his blows. From the very first lunges of the Minbari, Marcus realized that he had clearly underestimated him and overestimated himself.
You could see the attacks and read the pattern of the fight. The Minbari and humans did not differ much in reaction speed, but he simply did not have time to react to them competently.
Basic attacks were parried and blocked instinctively, but every time Naroon sharply and unpredictably changed direction or changed the distance, a painful jab with the end of the pole under the solar plexus almost forced Marcus to fall to his knees, barely able to keep his balance. But he still had to recoil, to break the distance, to get away from new attacks from Naroon, who began to press the enemy, driving him along the already small area of the technical passage. Having blocked 1, 2, 3, the ranger caught the Minbari on too long a step, knocking the pole back harder than before and furiously attacking with a straight blow from top to bottom, cutting the skin on Naroon's forehead. It was impossible to break a skull with such a blow, especially a Minbari skull, but it still knocked him out of balance, forcing him to instinctively go on the defensive. Inspired by the success, now Marcus began to press the enemy, concentrating on the speed and strength of the blows.
Naroon blocked each of the blows without any apparent difficulty, but he clearly had no time to counterattack, as he still hadn't recovered from the hit to the head. The Minbari missed another blow to the stomach, and another on the return stroke of the pole, to the ribs, but there was no third. With a grunt, the warrior caste member managed to catch Marcus's weapon at the end of the movement, and with a sharp jab of his denbok almost knocked the pole out of the man's hands. The picture changed again. Now the Minbari was attacking, and the ranger was forced to retreat in a deep defense, thinking only about how not to trip over the technical debris lying on the floor, or an unexpected, incomprehensibly unnoticed jab hit Marcus in the face. He seemed to hear the crunch of a broken nose, and a metallic taste suddenly appeared in his mouth, but the worst thing was that now he was completely out of the fight. He blocked Naroon's next lunge only by some miracle, feeling the clash of poles echoing painfully in both hands. Another blow, another one knocking the breath out of him and breaking the ribs on the left. Marcus allowed himself to fall to the floor, rolling as far away from his opponent as possible, breaking the distance. Stupid, overconfident human, Naroon cried hoarsely. To the Minbari, Densha means one thing: I will not leave the battlefield. But you are not Minbari. Refuse to fight, and I will consider that you have not been afraid, but have changed your mind. There will be no loss of honor. No one will know. You. Gathering his strength, Marcus raised his denbok, literally driving it from below into the opponent's jaw, literally feeling the wet crunch of bones with his entire self.
I am a ranger,
Marcus spat out along with the blood. We roam in corners of the universe where no one has ever been. We live for the one, and we will die for the one. Swinging his arm wide, Marcus, without thinking, rushed forward, striking blow after blow, trying to reach his opponent, at least with the very end of the pole. He clearly began to press Naroon, although he understood in his mind that the success was temporary, and his strength was running out, as in the next moment, a deafening sound of impact on metal spread throughout the room, and the door he had closed at the entrance almost flew off its hinges.
Stop it!
A massive golden figure of one of the felonids, Baal's guards custodes, appeared in the doorway, bent almost in half. Naroon grinned in irritation, swinging his staff towards his new opponent, and then Marcus couldn't believe his eyes. With an elusive, fast movement, seemingly just blurring into thin air, the custodes, in clearly heavy and unwieldy armor, literally ducked under the blow, knocking the staff out of the Minbari's hands with a relaxed gesture, and then he grabbed him by the back of his chest plate, thanks to his height lifting him into the air like a naughty kitten. I said, stop! Each word was accompanied by a slight shake, And then the giant cat's eyes, dimly flickering in the semi-darkness, turned towards Marcus. "I've stopped!" Wincing from the pain of broken ribs and bruised entrails. The ranger demonstratively moved his hand with his pole to the side, folding it with a short gesture, and then putting it behind his belt. "And you, Raudorn," the Felinid answered briefly. "Captain of the Custodian Guard. What's happening here?" "This is a ceremonial duel, Trad."
"I wasn't asking you." He shook Naroon again, interrupting him mid-sentence. "He's right." Marcus nodded, spitting out blood. "A densha is a ritual duel among the Minbari. It's fought until one of the participants either concedes defeat or dies. But," he shrugged, hissing in pain and immediately regretting his stupid decision, "for a Minbari, the latter means a loss of honor, and that's much worse than death. So, it's surprising to hear that from a human." Naroon exhaled irritably, clutching the glove of armor that held him with his hands. "I see." Rao looked them both over with a searching gaze, then released his grip, allowing the Minbari to fall to the floor. Fortunately, to his feet. "In any case, you are finished. You," he pointed a finger at Marcus, "are not a Minbari. And you," now the scowling Naroon got it, "are too arrogant. I overheard the conversations that accompanied your duel. You
Pig. The Felinid fished out a small injector from a pocket on his belt with his free hand and tossed it to Marcus. "What is this?" "A stimulator. Your kind easily—" He bared his teeth, which the ranger recognized with surprise, and some belatedly as a smile. "Breaks down and dies. Put it on your hip and press the button. It will heal the But go to the medic. Later." Marcus nodded dumbfoundedly and did as he was told. A soft hissing sound, a slight stab of pain in his leg, and then he felt new strength literally flowing into his body. With an unpleasant crunch on his next breath, his broken ribs snapped back into place, and his equally broken nose began to itch sharply, forcing him to grab it with his fingers and involuntarily move it, returning it to its normal position. A flash of itching and, handing the empty injector back, Marcus realized that he felt completely healthy. Damn it! He felt worse on Saturday mornings when he gave himself an extra couple of hours of sleep. Thank you. The head of your rangers is waiting. Ceremonia is already over. You are lost. Carefully picking up Naroon's denbok, Roro returned it to its owner. And you find a wiser reason to fight, and a more suitable enemy. If you continue to rage, I will break your arms and legs in 3 places and leave you on the threshold of the medical bay to be treated. With a completely cat-like snort, expressing his attitude towards the situation, Roro Dorn turned and, with an unusually quiet gait for such a large figure, walked back into the corridor. The ranger looked warily at Naroon, who was still clutching the denbok in his hand. He, of course, felt completely healthy, but, Valen could see, he really didn't want to repeat the battle. "Pup," the Minbari exhaled irritably, folding and putting away his staff. "You got your way after all, Ranger. Perhaps I was wrong. After what I saw and heard, I have something to think about." "Will you share your conclusions?" Marcus chuckled. "Perhaps. But even now I understand that." He grimaced. "If a person, not a Minbari, calls on Valen, if a person is ready to die for my fellow tribesmen, whom I myself intended to kill, then my cause is not just. It is strange to see that a person in the face of his death turns out to be more Minbari than many Minbari. Perhaps Delenn was right, and although we are not the same by blood, we are certainly kindred in spirit. Next time, Marcus smiled wryly, when you need help getting rid of prejudices, please choose a less painful way. Naroon gave him a glare, then returned the smile with an equally crooked expression, and irritably brushing the blood still trickling from his forehead, bowed his head briefly before turning and leaving the makeshift battle arena.